Good morning, everybody. Today is, it is Wednesday the 16th. Time is flying. Goodness gracious. I feel like I was just ending yesterday's show. Goodness gracious. It is very hot and humid. It's not really hot, it's just extra humid. You step outside and you're instantly sweating. If you guys hear something in the background, that's my coffee. I haven't had it yet, so bear with me. But I hope everybody had a beautiful day yesterday and is having a beautiful morning. I've got news from today that happened yesterday. Again, there's so much on this Epstein files. I think that's all the left wants to do is just beat up the right on the left on the Epstein files, and the right's trying not to really talk about it as much. So this will be interesting. There's like Trump spoke in Pennsylvania. We got Israel making an attack on the Gaza or on Syria. I'm sorry. You've got Texas still. We've got ICE protesters. There's nothing lack today. So get ready. I'm just going to go ahead and put on the news highlights for the day and get this party started. Yeah, let's go.
Now, finally, the leftist agitators masquerading as virtuous crusaders may finally be held accountable for the threats against ICE agents and ICE operations. Now, last night, we reported on Congressman Salud Carbajal's outrageous doxing of an ICE officer during a raid at a cannabis farm. Now, that staffer was then sent to the ER with hand injuries after he was hit by a rock from a protester. Now, our point here, everybody involved in putting this officer's life in danger should be charged under 18 U.S.C. Section 111. Otherwise, this is not going to stop. So you can make it a conspiracy charge. Now, Section 111, which prohibits forcibly impeding, assaulting, or interfering with certain federal staffers, is a serious crime. But we just learned that the DOJ is no longer playing nice here, dropping federal indictments against 9 hard left activists early yesterday morning at their homes in Spokane, Washington. Now, all charges involved alleged unlawful interference with ICE operations at a June 11th protest and involved more protests the day before yesterday. Now, here's what went down that led to these arrests.
You! Pieces of
repeatedly blocking ICE vehicles when ICE officials were inside and thus could not move. Now, the 9 suspects are exactly what you'd expect and include Ben Stuckart, a former city council president. And they got him for a conspiracy to impede or injure federal officers. Then there's Jack Archer, an organizer with Spokane Community Against Racism, otherwise known as SCAR. Same charges there. And Justice For All, who's a perpetual organizer who sits on the Spokane Human Rights Commission. Same charges, including injury to an officer. Then there's Mickey Hatfield, same charges, with an additional charge, including intent to cause another felony or use of a dangerous weapon. Then there's Bahun Mavalawala, the son of Mahawala Sr., who was the campaign manager for Bernadine Bank. She ran for Congressional District 5 House of Reps seat in 2024, charged with conspiracy to impede or injure officers. Colin Muncy, same charges. Bobby Silva, more conspiracy to impede or interfere, and with intent to cause physical contact or intent to cause another felony. Then these 2 buttes, Thalia Ramirez and Aaron Lang, both charged with conspiracy to impede or injure officers. Now, court documents show the federal grand jury found that the basis for the conspiracy charges includes use of force or threats against and intimidation of federal agents. Again, in order to impede and thwart the processing and transport of federal detainees. The suspects were held in U.S. Marshals lockup in the federal building. I love that because nobody knew where they were and they were not sure where to go to protest. So most were set to be released later today, but these charges are a start. Now, a local criminal defense attorney said he expected more people would be arrested on more serious charges. Now, of course, rather than expressing shock at the alleged unlawful conduct, the local mayor, Lisa Brown in Spokane, does the opposite, calling it a politically motivated action and a perversion of our justice system, and saying Trump's ICE is creating widespread fear across the community. Now, this is typical sanctuary mayor nonsense, putting illegals before Americans and the rule of law. And she talks about widespread fear. What do you think the people of Spokane felt when Jose Efren Gonzalez Rodriguez, an illegal alien from Mexico, was sentenced to drug trafficking and firearms charges? He was caught with more than 60,000 fentanyl pills and stolen weapons. Imagine how many people he killed. Now, literally, they think that you should suffer so they can celebrate illegal aliens. That's where we are in the United States. Now, they may have the open borders Marxists on their side, but not most Americans. The new Harvard-Harris poll shows huge support for deporting criminals. Look at these numbers. 93% of Republicans support it, 70% of independents, and even 59% of Democrats. But it doesn't matter to elected Democrats because they're trying to rebuild their credibility among their radical base. They want to turn up the rhetoric, which will only endanger ICE and also law-abiding Americans. So it's all Nazi imagery all the time for the young punks like honorary squad member Max Frost.
They want more people behind bars. They want to incarcerate more people, and they want to ethnically cleanse this country of certain types of immigrants. They're not going for every person here that's undocumented, because when I was in that internment camp in the Everglades, I didn't see any Europeans who overstayed their visa. I saw nothing but Latino men and Haitian men, type of people that look like me.
Reprehensible. It's the same defamatory rhetoric at the state level as well. In a social media post, Rhode Island Democratic State Rep Enrique Sanchez referred to ICE as Nazi Gestapo thugs following an ICE arrest of what he called our neighbor in Providence. So who was that neighbor that the state rep was referring to, so hell-bent on protecting? Well, it is an MS-13 gang member named Rene Mendoza Meza, who had pending charges for fentanyl trafficking and had been released from local custody. Why? Because of Rhode Island's sanctuary policies. Another upstanding citizen. And even on the rare occasion, by the way, a Democrat agrees that ICE shouldn't be attacked or doxxed, they always add a but.
Yes, they have been doxxed, but they started out under the Trump administration with this posture, and I think that is terrorizing the community as well.
He's no more convincing without a tie. There they go again, though. In this warped thinking, ICE are the real thugs. Many officers, by the way, happen to be Hispanic. And the thugs, the real thugs, are the heroes to the Democrats. But as the arrests in Spokane indicate, the criminals aren't just the aliens. They're those who aid and abet their illegal activity and presence in the country. American activists embedded in local government, radical NGOs, and universities. If they're engaged in criminal activity, they should be charged and do time. And speaking of academia, meet Jonathan Anthony Caravello, a math and philosophy prof at California State University in the Channel Islands. He was arrested last week by federal agents for allegedly throwing a tear gas container at ICE officers. He'll be arraigned on August 1st. Of course, naturally, his school is standing by their man. Now, imagine if this professor was accused of merely standing near the ellipse on January 6th at the Trump rally. Oh, he would have lost tenure if we ever had it. Look, the Democrats are shooting themselves in the foot by playing footsie with those who would shoot Border Patrol for real. Ambushes, blockades, rocks and bricks thrown. Yeah, shots fired. This has got to stop. Meanwhile, Trump is doing what the people are clamoring for, deporting as many as possible, as quickly as possible. And of course, he's stopping the influx at the border. Check this out. June, another record low for border crossings, 6,072, with 0 releases into the United States. In June of last year, by contrast, under Biden, they released 27,000 into the United States. That was after they had it under control. Thank God for President Trump and his team. Do not let up. prosecute unlawful behavior, whether by illegal aliens or paid activists. America is watching, and most of us are cheering. And that's the angle.
So the Messiah told the Democrats to quit the navel-gazing and whining and start acting tough. So what's Hammering Hank doing? Singing.
Congressman Hank Johnson coming to give you some more ear candy.
Is that true, bro? How about this?
You must be blind. You've been telling us you released the file, but where are they? Dreams sickle on a summer night in a folding chair.
Now, Whoopi singing a little bit of a different tune. She said, Barack, don't you point your skinny little finger at me.
You call these people
this has not been about Democrats laying back. This has been about y'all. This has been about y'all because their messaging was always the same. Democrats have been angry at what this man tried to do the last time. They've been angry this time. So I, with much due respect to you both, I believe you are pointing the finger at the wrong person when you say Democrats.
Whoopi's tired of Barack telling the brothers and sisters what to do. She's in the trenches every day, while he's in Honolulu getting henpecked by Michelle. The Messiah can't perform miracles anymore. And the God said he's a day late and $1 short.
It's mind-boggling to me when I hear people like President Obama say things that regular, everyday people been saying for years. We've been saying Democrats were cowards for a decade. We've been saying Democrats need to toughen up. And that cowardice is, why we're in the position that we're in now. So it's just wild to hear President Obama say that now as if Democrats haven't been cowards for the past decade.
The cowardly lying Democrats should look in the mirror. Barack puppet mastered Kamala's campaign, and now everyone's leaking that he didn't think she was tough enough, so he hid her in a bunker.
They were afraid, right? They didn't trust her. They had her so wound tight. Like, if the cursing Kamala would have gone on the broadcast, she would have killed it.
Obama wouldn't let the best-looking attorney general talk to other guys. Look what happened when he let her talk to Brett Baier. Catastrophe. You cannot hide presidential candidates and then blame them for losing. You got to just leave it all out in the field. Biden still thinks he's running. So they took away his phone and changed his number. But he got a new one, and he called the New York Times to tell them that the auto pen signed the pardons because his hand was too tired. Joe with a phone is dangerous, and Democrats think something's up.
I think something else is coming. Why did he pick the phone up after 5 years and call them? Something is coming. I suspect they're laying the predicate that he delegated and they put out these like drug offenses, which seem small because there's a bigger case coming.
I agree.
If Hunter was selling pardons, I wouldn't use my own John Hancock either. I'd give it to the auto pen. Joe's the last gasp of the baby boomer Democrats before the party brings in fresh blood for the midterms. But they're filling their ranks with communists who will poison their chances for the general. Zoolander in New York, he wants government-run supermarkets and tax hikes on whites. And now staffers are pulling him away from the press like he's the big guy. Watch.
Building this coalition further and further such that it reflects the beauty and the breadth of our city. Thank you for your question, Ms.
I think we're done here.
Camera 7,
we're going to go. Come on.
We haven't had a chance to
We're wrapping up. Sorry, folks.
Now, what do Sleepy Joe and communists have in common? The more they talk, the more their staff wets the bed. In Minneapolis, the sheets are soaked. Democrats are running this guy for mayor. His name's Omar, and he wants to turn Minneapolis into Somalia.
I understand that our Somali communities are all connected to each other here in Minnesota and back home, and I ask for your support. There's always been a link between our community here as well as back home, and I'm running to bridge that gap and unite all of us.
A link between Minneapolis and Somalia? That may be a bridge too far. Omar wants price controls. He wants to defund the police and Trump-proof the city. Well, shiver me timbers, because these commie pirates are hijacking the Democrat Party ship. The consultants, they see the writing on the wall. They're telling campaigns, if you can't handle these swashbucklers, now is a great time to retire. So who's going to save the Democrat Party from this ship of fools? Here comes the great white hope. Captain Gavin Newsom. Barack told him to act tough, and Gavin's already cursing like a sailor.
Mother noble believe that. Out of here. This son of a God gift. I despise me for the I read too.
I can't wait to
Gavin's
play
state
this.
suffering
I
from
got this
devastating
interview. I
fires
might
and
just
riots,
play
so he
it, bro.
left. He went to South Carolina to kiss babies and do 4-hour podcasts. Gavin's not officiating gay weddings anymore. He's talking to Navy SEALs and trying to act like one of the guys, but he keeps forgetting to uncross his legs. In the first few minutes, he talked about bow hunting, skeet shooting, and called the president a son of a bitch. And then he claims his hair caught on fire in the Palisades.
I was up there in the hills with these guys, and we all turned around when my hair literally burst on. There's a video of it. And they threw me in the car. The guy hits my hair and throws me in the car. Says, "Get out of here."
Gavin uses so much grease, the smallest spark turned him into Burning Man. We asked the governor's office to give us the video of him looking like Michael Jackson in a Pepsi commercial, but we haven't heard back. If anyone has the video of Gavin's hair going up in flames, text it to us. We want to see the tape. Maybe he got sunburned and made a mistake. He says he's made a lot of them.
What are some of the things during COVID that you think maybe were a mistake?
We were concerned it was airborne, and folks, we were worried about people being outside even. And we realized then, after the fact, what the hell are we doing shutting down the beaches and open areas?
Do you think that some of the restrictions that you put in place created a mental health crisis by being locked up, by not being able to enjoy the outdoors?
It was devastating. Come on, man, of course.
Newsom says he was wrong about lockdowns, and now he's saying he's wrong about sex changes for 6-year-olds.
Is 8 years old too young?
Yeah, I mean, look, I now that I have a 9-year-old, just became 9. Come on, man, I get it.
So those now you get it, bro.
It's interesting. Just the issue of age. It's interesting. As someone that's been so focused on equality, broadly, LGBT rights, particularly gay marriage.
Mm-hmm.
The trans issue for me is also novel. It's over the last few years. I'm trying to understand as much as anyone else. Whole pronoun thing.
The whole pronoun thing. Once he got going, the governor couldn't stop talking about what his party was wrong about.
I mean, do you feel like the last administration was divisive?
I think, we got ideological, failed at the border. And they've sent me 2 bills I've had to veto where they didn't want me to cooperate with ICE for these 11,000+ people. I just think they're wrong. My party's wrong on that.
Newsom's running on Democrats being wrong on everything. Well, that's a great platform if you're a Republican, so good luck. The governor even went a step further and said Democrats should wash their mouths out with soap.
Because you oppose sports does not make you a bigot, doesn't make you homophobic. There are certain people that cannot stand the community, and that's different. But the vast majority of the folks I come into contact that think it's unfair are good human beings, and I think we should treat them accordingly.
Well, Newsom better swallow a big bar of Irish Spring. He called Trump disgusting, appalling, sick, misogynist, narcissist, racist, unfit, and delusional. And after that, Gavin says he loves Rogan, guns, and the red, white, and blue.
Got to show our pride and patriotism a little bit more, not be shy about it. We celebrate all this, but we don't celebrate what unites us. The United States of America, these enduring principles of our founding fathers, taking the best of Greek democracy and the Roman Republic. 3 independent, co-equal branches of government, the rule of law. What a gift. They were imperfect, but man, what a God gift to this country. We're about to celebrate 250th anniversary.
Gavin has transitioned back into a man, and we're proud of him. Because before Gavin detransitioned, he sounded like this.
Black community does not need to change. We need to change. One thing is clear to me. We have a hierarchy of values in this country that diminishes certain people based on their color of the skin.
A history, though, that must acknowledge the shameful mistakes of our country's past. After all, America was literally built on the backs of Black people.
Newsom's America's first AI politician. His Silicon Valley donors figured out how to make an algorithm to make him electable outside of California. And after undergoing political sex change surgery, Gavin is now a patriotic, anti-lockdown, trans surgery pronoun, and pro-border governor who loves capitalism, the Second Amendment, and the founders. Would Gavin admit he was wrong about everything if he wasn't running for president?
Are you gearing up for a 2028 run?
No, I'm blown away the Democrats' obsession with just that sort of perfect person that's going to say, sort of this John Wayne thing, this romantic version of that person's going to save the day. Meanwhile, we're not doing the hard work. The more Trump keeps doing what he does, the more compelled I am to think about it. I've never felt more outrage, more anger.
Gavin's leaving the door open to come out of the California closet and save the party from the pirates. He's basically running as a 57-year-old Joe Biden, a straight white male who isn't as crazy as the rest of the communists on the ship. But the way it's looking, with this gnarly crew of identity pirates, they might make him walk the plank first, which might be a good thing if his hair's on fire.
And welcome to Hannity. And tonight, the radical left is inconsolable. Their rage is completely out of control. On a positive note, they thankfully are no longer burning Teslas and attacking car dealerships. But unfortunately, and this is where it gets serious, they have a new target, federal immigration officials. Now attacks on ICE are up a whopping 830%. I wonder if it might have a little something to do with comments like these. Take a look.
If you've got a facility that's holding people indefinitely and there's no legal process to get in there and there's no legal process to get out, that is traditionally called a concentration camp or an internment camp.
This points to something bigger. They want more people behind bars. They want to incarcerate more people, and they want to ethnically cleanse this country.
We have a message for conspiracy nut Rachel Maddow and all her friends. And also coming up, we're going to show you the worst of the worst. But it's not just the Democrats. The legacy state-run media mob has become totally unglued and unhinged. Take a look.
Also, I want to respond to you saying that I was hyperbolic when I talked about a reign of terror.
Because that is hyperbolic.
No, it might be hyperbolic for you as a white man.
Oh, okay.
It's certainly not hyperbolic for me as a Latino. No, I'm not being racist.
To dismiss my opinion for being a white man.
No, I'm not dismissing your opinion.
All right, we have that entire exchange that's coming up straight ahead, but we begin with one of the reasons Democrats are now lashing out, and that is President Trump has been, well, incredibly successful. Frankly, beyond even my wildest imagination. He is fulfilling promises, and America is on the mend. The Republican Party is even working together for a change for the most part. Have little intramural squabbles here and there. At the same time, the Democratic Party is a dumpster fire. But that's not stopping Chucky Schumer from putting a brave face and doing what he does best, lying to all of you, the American people. Take a look.
The bottom line is Democrats are united. We are fighting the high costs that American people pay. We are fighting the health care cuts Republicans are making. We are fighting the horrible bill that they just passed. Democrats are united, and we have been far more united, frankly, than the Republicans.
Oh, really? In reality, they're not unified at all. In fact, Schumer is a party leader in name only. Same with House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. Only in name only. As we speak, the Democratic Party, it is undergoing what is a scary transformation. Even Chuck Schumer himself is facing a possible primary. If he does, he will lose. The truth is, melodramatic socialists are now ruling the Democratic Party with an iron fist. The establishment Democrats, people like Schumer, Jeffries, they are completely powerless. They are terrified and they are paralyzed. AOC, the squad, Jasmine Crockett, that's right, Comrade Bernie Sanders, and Pocahontas. They're all leading the way. But tonight, the rising star, the person stealing the spotlight, an actual Marxist, communist named Zoran Mamdani, as we affectionately like to refer to him on this program. Marxist Mamdani is the Democratic Party's nominee to be the next mayor of New York City. No wonder people are leaving in droves. Now, Mamdani has called for the government to seize the means of production. Oh, confiscate private homes, set up government-run grocery stores. Grocery stores have a profit margin of 1 to 3%. He wants to defund the police, end cash bail, raise taxes, especially on people in, quote, whiter neighborhoods. Hadn't heard that one before. And as an added bonus, Mamdani seemingly supports a global intifada against Jewish people. But like any good socialist, well, really Marxist status, to each according to their need, from each according to their ability. It takes the new Green Deal, puts it on steroids and human growth hormone. When he runs out of other people's money, he knows just where to turn in his life. Mommy and daddy. Take a look.
I think that the lack of matching funds makes class a major determinant in who can run and who can succeed when it comes to running for office. You know, I worked until January, and then I took time away from my job. And one of the major reasons I could do so was because I knew that if I ran out of my savings, my family would be able to support me. And that is not a luxury that many people have.
Oh, Marxist Mamdani can run to mommy and daddy. He grew up in a world of privilege. His parents are ultra wealthy. Outside of a couple of years in local government, short stint as a rapper, Mamdani, this guy's never had a real job. Doesn't know how the real world works, doesn't understand basic economics. Now he wants to run the wealthiest, the most complex city in the entire world. The once greatest city in the world is now becoming an Adam Schiff hole. But don't expect Zora Mamdani to answer any tough questions. You know, if someone in the media would actually ask him something important, his campaign, they have a plan for that. Loud music, interruption. Take a look.
Thank you for your question, Isaiah.
I think we're done here.
Channel 7,
we're going to go. Come on.
We haven't had a chance to.
We're wrapping up. Sorry, folks.
Okay.
We're wrapping up. I'm so sorry, guys.
Sorry. Can we just talk about this notion that
You mere peons, shush with those questions. How dare you ask a question? You know, we have Marxist Mamdani would be a glaring disaster for the most, publicized city in the entire world. He's not only Marxist, running to be the mayor of a big American city. This now radical socialist senator is now in the running to be in charge of Minneapolis. This cancer is growing within Democratic Party radicalized ranks. This new radicalized Democratic Party, they're overjoyed. They are delusional. We're very happy for them. Already the entire party is underwater with Americans, polling at a pretty low 40%, which is even lower than June. And get this, according to another poll, Kamala Harris, she is the front runner for 2028. I'll take that match any day of the week. And to top it off, the congenital liar, Adam Schiff, he's now being accused of mortgage fraud by the president of the United States. Didn't he get one of those preemptive pardons? Just wonder maybe what the reason might be. Anyway, at the very same time, the state-run legacy media mob continues to push deranged conspiracy theories about Donald Trump. What a shock. They live Trump lives in their head 24/7. They can't help themselves at this point. If the dog bites, the bee stings, you're feeling sad, blame Trump, spread a conspiracy theory. Take a look.
Do you worry about Donald Trump and Stephen Miller and some of these types monkeying around with the midterms and the way we do elections in this country? I mean, with what they're trying to pull these days, they don't want accountability. They don't want Democrats getting the gavels in the House and the Senate, be able to hold hearings and start impeachment proceedings and so on. I mean, you worry about that, James?
In a short word, yes. In the longer word, very.
I think it's insane, honestly, to just assume we're going to have normal elections next year. I don't assume that.
Oh, fake news Acosta now believes in election integrity. Okay, Joy Reid, same thing. This is a delusional, insane group of people. Obama, and by the way, is so panicked, he's now begging, literally, for Democrats to toughen up and quit their whining. And his former chief of staff, Rombo, Deadfish, Emanuel, he's openly worried about the state of his own party, but he couldn't get elected. He'd probably be considered a moderate, which he's not. Take a look.
Just to give you a sense of how bad we are, Democratic Party is less popular than Elon Musk right now. That should be like a wake-up call how bad. The Democratic Party, we disappoint you. And I think if you look at these numbers, the Democrats are harder on the Democratic Party than others. And the reason is because they got disappointed, and they have every right to be disappointed in the leadership.
Now, a little advice from my Democratic friends. The constant whining from Democrats is less of a concern than the rampant extremism. They have socialism, communism, defunding the police, open borders, gender-affirming care for minors, taxpayer-funded sex change operations for illegals and for convicts, free college for illegals, coupled with, well, tampons in grade school boys' bathrooms. It's very deeply unpopular in the country. And all for good reason.
Yes, indeed. All right. I get it. You're just clapping because the AC is on. Happy Tuesday, everyone. So, according to a new poll, Kamala Harris is the front runner for the 2028 Democratic presidential primary. She's up by 16 points and 16 pints. Meanwhile, Mayor Pete is in second place, which is quite a change for him since he isn't used to being behind a woman. No, he's always leading. Politically, he's always ahead. Debbie Wasserman Schultz complained that alligator Alcatraz is making migrants brush their teeth where they poop. Many people point out that it's called a bathroom. Next thing they'll be accused of is heating up their food in the kitchen. The country's largest teachers union believes fighting Trump is more important than teaching reading and writing, claiming Trump is the worst thing to happen to America since Al-Qaeda bombed the Titanic. Soft landing with that joke, huh? At a private fundraiser last week, Barack Obama told Democrats to, quote, toughen up, which is the same thing Michelle says to him before strapping on the flesh hammer. Still don't know what a flesh hammer is, but use your noggin. A Brazilian brothel introduced a 50% Trump tax on U.S. customers, although they claim there will be no taxes on just the tip. A rotting corpse was discovered in a white van in New York City. So that's where I left him, said one woman. Oh. Easy peasy.
Easy peasy, bitch.
Single Disney fans are getting their own dating app. Fun fact, I went on it and they said I wasn't tall enough to ride any of the women. Tori Spelling confessed that her ex-husband wanted her to role play as her Beverly Hills 90210 character, Donna Martin, in bed. That way, when he puts the paper bag over her head, it's nothing personal. You know, I'm proud of that joke.
Oh, that shit's funny.
Finally, President Trump said he regrets having to use the same desk that Biden used in the Oval Office. But it's a lot more fun when someone is under it, said one man. So Democrats like Stacey Abrams are calling Trump an autocrat, protesting his illegal behavior. Of course, she's doing it while brazenly violating elevator weight limits. But talk about a contrast. Trump's being called an autocrat based on imaginary claims from Democrats, while the left ignores what the Biden White House did in reality. Right now, Joe wants to convince us that he was behind those pardons signed with the auto pen, when even he can't convince us he can put on his own pants. But the ex-pres rose from his coffin for 10 minutes with the New York Times and said he granted all pardons orally. Didn't Bill Clinton get impeached for that? Yeah. Now, Biden claims he made every decision Which sounds like the cuck that's holding the camera when his wife's being banged by another guy. Oh, I wanted this. That's a great analogy, and I don't care.
That was great.
But at least the Times didn't take his word for it. They added, Biden did not individually approve each name he and aides confirmed. And instead, he signed off on the standards used to determine which convicts would qualify. His team then took care of the details and slammed it through with AutoPen, with his chief of staff giving the final go-ahead. But you can't use AutoPen without the president's consent. And do we really think he was able to give that? He was more out of it than Bill Cosby's dates. Ooh, Bill Cosby fans. So what are these standards that they used? Out of the 25 documents Biden signed, 2 granted pardons to thousands, including criminals, murderers, and child abusers. Those standards were so low, Charles Manson wishes he was alive to qualify. The Kids for Cash judge sent children to prison in exchange for kickbacks, including one young man who later killed himself. Joe commuted his sentence, probably while watching Transformers 2 in his PJs. One ghoul sexually assaulted and murdered 2 young girls, then murdered another woman. Biden commuted his sentence too.
Jim.
So how would you feel if your president let your family members kill her off death row?
It's funny.
And how would you feel if it turned out the president's just a drooling vegetable and some unelected bureaucrat actually made that decision?
Get him.
The Times also reports that Biden gave oral decisions at meetings, but the assistants who wrote down Joe's decisions, they weren't in the room when he made them. So you're saying Joe's inner circle wasn't making the calls? And you're telling me we should take the Biden White House's word for it after all the gaslighting they and the media put us through? We're talking about the president who needed to be tased to wake him up from an afternoon nap. I get it. It's true. Other presidents have used AutoPen before. Obama did. Trump used it. It's usually used for responding to letters, like when I used mine to answer Geraldo's request for money.
Yeah.
So is the AutoPen, I think, maybe one of the biggest scandals we've had in 50 to 100 years, right, Mr. P?
The AutoPen, I think, is maybe one of the biggest scandals that we've had in 50 to 100 years. This is a tremendous scandal. And I know the people on the other side of the, see that desk, that Resolute desk? Unfortunately, he used it before me. I guarantee you, he knew nothing about what he was signing. I guarantee it.
Yeah, the pardon power is the president's most absolute, and Biden abused it like Dr. Jill abused him. So do we just say, well, that was terrible, I hope it never happens again? No, you don't do that with crime. You punish the crime. It's why I've got a lifetime ban from the Planet Fitness steam room. I can't be the only one who pees on the sauna rocks. So we need to investigate and cancel everything that Biden wasn't aware of. Biden might have signed off on some horrible crimes, but it would be a worse crime if we did the same. But this veiled process leaves more questions than answers. So we went right to the source. Joining us now is the individual at the center of this scandal, AutoPen. Thanks for being with us, AutoPen. My first question, who's telling you what to sign?
Who's telling me what to sign? Oh, the ballpoints on this guy. No one, Greg. How did you get this show? I have broken crayons, I know, funnier than you. Oh, you know, I hear you used to date my sister until she wanted someone bigger, so she switched to a golf pencil.
Wow. I thought maybe you were going to have some actual answers to these questions and not just insult me. Why did you pardon so many bad criminals?
I wanted to get back at people who keep treating me like some sort of lowlife, Greg. You know, sucking on me to quit smoking, using me to write Third Eye Blind lyrics. Rock bottom was when they had me signing Jesse Waters packages from hymns.
So now that Biden's out of office, what are you going to be signing now?
Mostly bad checks, permission slips, forging life insurance for people about to get murdered. Just once I'd like to sign Dolly Parton's boobs. I'd probably run out of ink, though, if you know what I mean.
Well, thank you, AutoPen, for not enlightening us on this scandal.
Welcome, Greg.
Bye-bye. Let's welcome tonight's guest. He now owns a soccer team, making him even more boring. Host of Fox and Friends and One Nation, Brian Kilmeade. She talks so fast, her tonsils are sponsored by NASCAR. Co-host of Outnumbered, Emily Capano. He looks like the guy who goes to rehab to sell more drugs. Comedian Adam Hunter. And her audience went from Alice in Chains to Life Alert bracelets. Host of Kennedy Saves the World podcast, Kennedy. Brian, I know this is hard for you to kind of imagine because no one ever asks you for your signature. What do you think is going on with the auto pen, and can this be undone?
Well, we're going to get there, but I think first is panic.
Yeah.
When that doctor showed up last week and took the fifth when asked about his cognitive test and when did you know about the cancer, he would not answer a question. And then his assistant showed up and answered some questions, except for ones which said, did you ever have to wake him up? So he had to quickly pick up the phone and call the New York Times. First time he's done that in 4 years to say, I did everything. And then little by little, it comes out he did nothing. Yeah. It reveals that he had other people deciding what he roughly shaped would be a series of pardons to the tune of 4,000. So there's nothing adding up here. And once again, Joe Biden made things worse by speaking. And here's the question. What did he actually do? And it brings me to you.
Yes.
Because people look at your monologue and they say it's so funny, it's so insightful, it's so you.
Oh,
but no one's ever seen you in the writing room. No one's ever seen you on a conference call. We see you in the hall. You're not funny. There is some scandal here that has yet to bubble up. And that's why I think you're so aggressively pursuing the auto pen story. That's my story.
How dare he? I think we know why Steve Ducey moved to Florida. Emily, you are a hot, sexy lawyer, which makes me wonder if you actually ever practiced law. Give us the legal ramifications. Is this all going to end with just a bunch of us whining, or will something actually happen to this? This is a scandal that needs closure.
Yeah. I mean, as an American, God, I hope not. And as an attorney, it better not. Because here's the thing, in actual criminal justice, civilly too, all across the country, a judge cannot stamp a decision. You can stamp copies. You cannot stamp the original order. A judge cannot give an oral order. Everything is null and void unless it is signed by hand from the judge and then also filed with the court. Cases have gone up to the Supreme Court arguing these things. Is it okay if the judge did this? Well, he told me, and then the aide did it. None of it is okay. And so when you contrast that against the most sacred, crucial decision vested by the Constitution in just one commander-in-chief and one executive authority here in the country, you're telling me it would be okay for him to say it in a meeting that then that aide told another aide, and then it was an email and it was a category? Absolutely not. Entire wills and estates and conveyances of property and entire business decisions. So much has been affected in this country of these vacated decisions because the judge didn't do it right. So if the president didn't do it right and he let out murderers on the basis of, it was nonviolent. Well, that black widow that was convicted on insurance fraud actually murdered 3 of her exes. That child that killed himself, his mother said, he destroyed our family, and now it's being destroyed again, talking about the judge and then now the president who commuted his sentence. The list goes on of the depths of despair that the victims are in. They are reeling from what this president did. He absolutely did not do it with sound mind. He didn't do it himself. And so, yes, there will be accountability.
All right, Adam. I'm sure you're kind of measuring what you'll say because you know one day you might need a pardon.
It's true. And I know who I'll have to build a time machine to go back to when he was president and get one.
Yes.
But it's crazy because, at this point, Trump is just calling him auto pen.
Yes.
And he's calling the View pig pen. But that auto pen did have a mind of its own. At one point, it said it was voting for Trump. But yeah, he actually did admit. He said I didn't individually look at who I was pardoning. I put them all as groups, which is insane. I mean, because like there were people that were in jail for crack, and he just put Hunter's friends.
Yeah. Kennedy,
Hi.
the last word to you.
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
So here we go. The auto pen. It's like auto universe, but much more offensive, and you can't go around kicking the tires. I'm surprised that Democrats aren't getting on board here, because now they can throw Biden under the bus.
Yes.
Who cares? People are making millions of dollars writing crappy books about how bad the Biden presidency was, especially at the end. And if they could use this to somehow curtail Trump's power, I'm so surprised that they haven't jumped on the bandwagon, because there are very few things that Republicans and Democrats can agree on right now. Like, misuse of the auto pen is wrong. Propping up a vegetable who has no cognitive ability, that is wrong. Saying that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself, that is wrong. That's one of the few things that Democrats...
How'd that even come up?
Yeah.
it was like...
I've not heard anything about that.
Like, one of the few things that we can all agree on.
I know. We were all told, like, Epstein to hang in there.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, it's like if you see... And this is what's really tragic about this, is the auto pen is reserved for the president of the United States. If you see Vince Neil now in his present condition, his hands are like this. They are gnarled,
and
just
he's still
dried up branches, because he had to sign so many breasts. If he had had the auto pen, he'd be like this. Yes.
That's a beautiful story.
Right.
A beautiful story. We must move on, because we have so much more to talk about up next. Barack's Tough Talk.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
Hold on. Look, you guys, we all want the Epstein truth, of course, but it's not. It is a distraction. You guys screaming Epstein, Epstein, Epstein when there's other things going on in the world is absolutely crazy. It's super crazy. Y'all need to, like, where was all this energy? Where was this all? It's been going on forever.
California wheat farm, Carbajal showed up all indignant, demanding access. Then he spoke to an ICE public affairs specialist who politely gave the congressman his business card. The congressman then proceeded to show the card with his name on it to the mob.
Plenty of Epstein stuff coming up, but damn, y'all. All you want to hear is Epstein, Epstein, Epstein all day when there's other things going on. Maybe y'all are the brainwashed ones.
What happened next? The agent had to go to the ER for stitches after being hit by a rock thrown by the rioters. Now, of course, Carbajal is trying to play innocent, and he's blaming ICE, of course. He posted on X yesterday, quote, ICE's claims of doxing and violent mobs are familiar deflection tactics designed to distort public perception and evade accountability for their aggressive.
And it isn't about Trump, bro. Yo, it's a Trump thing, bro. I don't even like Trump. Man, you don't even know what you're talking about, bro. You're stupid.
Actions and our community. Now, this is typical Democrat playing the victim nonsense.
If you really care, it's about the truth, not about Trump, not about anything. It's about the truth. Why has it never been released? Why? Answer that in the chat, please.
The Department of Justice must seriously investigate this. Now, it may not have been Carbajal's specific intention, but 18 U.S.C. Section 111 prohibits assaults on federal agents performing official duties with an enhanced penalty provision of up to 20 years in prison when an attack is carried out with a deadly weapon. Now, I don't know about you, but when you see someone chucking a big rock or a piece of concrete or a brick, that can absolutely be a deadly weapon. So people have to start going to jail for this and getting the maximum sentence. Plus, contrary to the sob stories that it's all hardworking farmers, bent over, working hard, sweat on the brow all day long, they're being rounded up, at that cannabis operation last week, among the 300 that were taken into custody, I'm glad it was 300, I wish it was more, some of the most despicable predators were among them, including Roman Izquierdo, who's an illegal from Mexico, who'd been convicted of kidnapping, attempted rape, and attempted child molestation. He'd been deported back in 2006, came back into the country. Then there's Juan Duarte Velasquez, also an illegal from Mexico, who's been convicted of rape and also had a DUI. Then there's Jose Orellana, an illegal from El Salvador, who's been convicted of DUI and hit and run with property damage. And let's not forget Adriana Gonzalez, another illegal from Mexico, who has been convicted 3 times for burglary and a DUI. Oh, these are just innocent farmers. Yeah. Instead of fighting for you, for the American people, Democrats in Congress are fighting for them. So until there are real consequences for what seems to be a conspiracy to impede, thwart, threaten, endanger federal officials carrying out immigration law, the far left will keep fanning the flames of violence. They've obviously given up on the American people, totally. They have no credible policies to make the lives better for the hardworking Americans who pay the bills, pay their salaries. So what do? All they can do is manufacture outrage and focus on helping illegals, many of them predators, and then, of course, in the process, vilifying ICE. The Immigration Performance Act, though, well, it's never ending.
The government can open its doors to elected officials. Just imagine how it's treating the people inside.
Not signifying while humans are being used facilities
The only conclusion watching people like Congressman Ruiz and Torres is that they fundamentally hate our country, and they will do anything to disrupt and defame our law enforcement. Unless, of course, the law is being used to attack conservatives, then they'll be all for that. Now, the same people who were fine, by the way, sending January 6 defendants into solitary confinement for months and months and months, apparently will not be happy unless illegals who are on their way out of the country, by the way, are given suites at the Ritz-Carlton. Alligator Alcatraz is their latest obsession.
The reality is, when they come for one of us, they're eventually going to come for all of us. We're seeing people being abducted and sent to dungeons in foreign countries. Some people disappearing with no accounting for where they have gone.
Now, it's okay when a Democrat president puts detainees in such temporary facilities, of course, without kids in cages, but not a Republican.
Mark, Lala, that's well said. Why can't we all be on the same team? Why do they put us on the left-right paradigm? Because that's how they control us. If we were all on the same team, they couldn't control us. They need to divide us. It's called conquer and divide. They divide us, then they conquer us. That's what they do.
Republican president with adults who are on their way out of the country. This is just more phony outrage.
We saw humans being held in cages.
The conditions that we saw inside this internment camp, which it is nothing less than that description, were really appalling. They are essentially packed into cages, wall-to-wall humans.
Wall-to-wall humans. Here's a thought. Don't have your friends enter the country illegally, enriching the cartels to come here to do us harm, and they won't be temporarily housed there. And better yet, look, don't break our laws if you don't want to end up in alligator Alcatraz, period, if you're an illegal. It's too bad Eddie Lopez Jamat didn't get that message. He's an illegal from Cuba who was arrested for cutting an elderly woman's throat in Florida and then lighting her home on fire. That same night, he threatened another woman by, quote, cutting off her head. Now, I've been following the immigration debate, as many of you know, have listened to me on radio and podcasting, so forth, for years. And I've told you, the answer here is always the same. Democrats do not believe, at least the Democrats of today, do not believe that Americans have a legitimate right to keep non-Americans out of the country, period. They don't believe our immigration laws are legitimate. They do not believe that those laws should be enforced, period. So you can't reason with them because they've become total fanatics. But you can beat them at the polls, just like we did last year, and just like we will do again if this nonsense continues. And that's the angle.
Donald Trump was in the VIP box this weekend for the biggest soccer final in the world. The championship match was in New Jersey yesterday, and 47 brought Melania for a day date. The Brits upset the French 3-0. And the president wasn't going to miss out on the celebration, so he showed up to the trophy lift like he owned the team. Trump liked the trophy so much that he took it home with him.
They said, could you hold this trophy for a little while? We put it in the Oval Office. And then I said, when are you going to pick up the trophy? He says, we're never going to pick it up. You can have it forever in the Oval Office. We're making a new one. And they actually made a new one. So that was quite exciting.
It's 24 karat gold. And you know, Trump loves his gold. Plus, it looks better in the Oval anyway. Trump lifted the gold on the anniversary of dodging death. Same day, same hour. Since then, he's been a man on a mission.
When history looks back on this time in our country, when history looks back on you, how would you like to be remembered?
A good person, but a person that saved our country. I really believed our country was going down for the fall. I don't know if it ever could have come back. It was very close to the edge.
The country was teetering because Biden let the whole third world pour in for 4 years. Trump stopped the flooding, and now he's sending them home. And the one thing that brought America to its knees is the one thing Democrats are still fighting for.
Put people over profit. They want here get off it. Put people over profit. Now it's here get off it. Put people over profit. NYPD KKK. NYPD KKK.
Instead of enjoying the gold, Democrats are fanning the flames and letting their assassination fetish get the best of them. A couple of ICE agents got doxxed in Portland this weekend, and radicals showed up outside their doors and told them to go die.
I have become more radical. I have become more extreme. So my megaphone speeches of saying, please think about the children, have slowly turned into kill yourself.
This is why they wear masks. Wingnuts tried raining on Homan's parade too, but Tom didn't let him go without a spanking.
Wait 3 or 5 years. Pardon me?
Are you an MS-13 member? It says so.
Hey, that's okay. That's okay. Bring it. Bring it. You got morons like this all over the country. This guy wouldn't like the surface nation. This guy ain't got the balls to be an ICE officer. He hasn't got the balls to be a Border Patrol agent. This guy lives in his mother's basement. Get out of here, you loser.
Homan has to live separately from his wife because of the threats he gets from guys like this.
This is what they brought us yesterday. That is what they met us with yesterday. That is what they shot at us with yesterday. Our incredible volunteers have been nonstop since 5 a.m. every day across this county, patrolling and surveying our spots and jamming up every ICE officer that we find.
Yay. Last week, ICE got shot at by Trantifa, and the media treated it like Hunter's laptop and didn't cover it. CNN and MSNBC didn't mention it once. Instead, the media is trying to unmask the victims.
Name a police agency that has a 700% increase on assaults. Name one.
I haven't looked at that data, yeah.
You won't find one. The attacks on ICE is unprecedented, 700% increase. And we're not even talking about the doxing of agents, their spouses, and their children. So they're wearing masks to help give them some sort of protection. But like, the same people that are complaining about ICE wearing masks, have they ever said anything about BLM protesters wearing masks?
Well, Democrats are protecting the privacy of BLM, Kifa Antifa, and MS-13, but not ICE. This weekend, Trump actually opened the big, beautiful doors to Alligator Alcatraz and let Congress come in for a quick little look-see. Debbie Diamond Hand Schultz was mad that Jose doesn't have a gold-plated bidet.
They are essentially packed into cages, wall-to-wall humans, 32 detainees per cage. That is the only thing inside those cages are their bunk beds, and there are 3 tiny toilets. They essentially drink, they get their drinking water, and they brush their teeth, where they poop in the same unit.
Everybody brushes their teeth where they poop, Debbie. It's called a bathroom. She's probably talking about these sink toilet units that every prison in America has. The migrant criminals are getting treated the same way as American criminals, and Debbie's angry that they're not being treated better. And how does Debbie think we should be detaining criminal aliens if we don't use cages? And are these even really cages? It's like any fence you see anywhere. She doesn't like the supermax in El Salvador. She doesn't want to keep them in jails and sanctuary cities, and Alligator Alcatraz isn't nice enough. It seems like defense attorney Debbie wants MS-13 to stay in Times Square hotels for eternity. This is just a temporary facility that these guys stay at for a few weeks before they get shipped home.
It is a center to process illegal aliens and then to provide a pad to deport them from the runway that's right there.
Illegal aliens.
We did not create the Four Seasons. That's not the intent of this. All the standards are a lot higher than what was even required, but that's, really beside the point.
If they're not serving margaritas at Alligator Alcatraz and every unit doesn't have marble vanities and Toto toilets, Democrats call it a dungeon.
The reality is, when they come for one of us, they're eventually going to come for all of us. And we've seen, the construction of Alcatraz, Alligator Alcatraz. We're seeing people being abducted and sent to dungeons in foreign countries.
Omar and Debbie never lamented the living conditions of government housing projects or living conditions in Appalachia or my dorm room, which was very small. They only complain about Alligator Alcatraz and Guantanamo Bay. They make sure the foreign terrorists are comfortable and they have everything they need. The Democrats complained so much during the war on terror. You remember, we were letting Al-Qaeda play soccer and video games. These are some of the dudes at Alligator Alcatraz that Debbie and Omar don't want to fence around. One MS-13 gangbanger is nicknamed Satan. He's wanted for being in a murder ring. We have Biden migrants with convictions for sexual assault, robbery, arson. One guy in Alligator Alcatraz was arrested for slicing an elderly woman's throat. The media wants these guys sleeping in California Kings with silk sheets.
What do you say to these lawmakers who argue this is not humane treatment of individuals, of humans?
Well, our detention centers at the federal level are held to a higher standard than most local or state centers and even federal prisons. This is a state-run facility at Alligator Alcatraz,
but
they have a
stuffed into a jail
They have
cell?
a contrast. Well, I've been there and I've seen these rooms that they are in. I wouldn't call them jail cells. I would call them a facility where they are held and that are secure facilities.
Democrats have called them cages, though. They say
I wish
more
they
than
would have
30
said that
people
back
and-
during the Biden administration and back when Democrats were in the White House and they were piling people on top of each other on cement floors.
Bodies were getting stacked like sardines in Obama-Biden cages. Where was the media then? That looks like a cage to me. And they didn't even have beds. They were sleeping on the floor. And these were migrants who hadn't even committed a crime. Migrants were so desperate where Biden was holding them, they were suicidal and slitting their wrists. Democrats, they don't want them in cages. They just want them out there working in the fields. Over 300 illegals, some of them minors, got iced at a pot farm in California. The farm's been investigated for forced child labor and human trafficking. Democrats went from the party of workers' rights to let's let foreign kids pick our crops. We need to keep weed prices low. They want to keep families together so they can harvest cannabis together. Karen Bass says she can't even get her car washed in LA.
They are literally driving down the street, jumping out of unmarked cars, tinted windows, no license plates, and literally snatching people from bus stops, going into car washes. It's difficult to get your car washed in LA now because many of the car washes have closed down.
Who's going to wax Karen's Corolla if Jose gets iced? We don't know. We didn't really believe car washes were vacant, so we called 5 LA car washes today, and they all picked up and told us to come right in. Since Karen can't tip Jose for vacuuming her trunk, she's sending him stimmy checks instead.
But we also are going to have a reinstitution of the Angelino card, something that Mayor Garcetti started.
Is this something you guys like? Is this something you stand with?
During COVID, that will actually provide cash assistance to people.
Wondering.
Because, you have people who don't want to leave their homes, who are not going to work, and they are in need of cash. It's a couple $100. I don't know the exact amount, and this should be available in about a week.
Bass wants to mail reparations to migrants. LA's still in debt from the riots and losing all that homeless money, billions. And whole neighborhoods are still burnt down. Are the illegals getting checks faster than Americans who've lost their homes? Seems like it. It's been 6 months, and they haven't even started rebuilding Malibu. The no-name California senator who lunged at Nome says he can't leave his house either, because if he goes to Home Depot, Homan's sending him to Alcatraz.
Home Depot.
What if I was outside of Home Depot? Because I like to do some work around the house, not dressed in a suit. Would I be a target of ICE enforcement under Tom Homan? Probably. And it's just wrong. It's not just due process rights that have become the concern, but racial profiling.
Is Karen going to send senators stimmy checks if they're afraid to leave their homes too? Mark Cuban says Democrats could at least help Homan a little.
They should be putting Tom Homan on blast, saying, okay, the FBI has their top 10 most wanted list, right? List the top 1,000, criminals that are here that need to be deported. We'll all help you. But the Democrats would never say something to the effect, we'll help you.
Unreal.
They only have to do something that's the antithesis of what Trump says and does. You've never heard a Democrat say in the past 7 months, yeah, okay, I don't like it, but this is a step in the right direction.
Democrats still haven't figured it out.
I'm saying that if you literally are scared and you're here legally, you're fucking stupid.
Of the country wants alligator Alcatraz and mass deportations. The Times, ABC, CBS, all their polls say a majority of Americans back it. But if Democrats are going to keep trying to move them into 5-star resorts, this country is going to put them in the dungeon, an electoral dungeon. We might let them play soccer, but they will not be taking home the gold.
Night with a tremendous amount of gratitude. A little more than a year ago, an assassin's bullet came within a millimeter of taking President Trump's life. Instead, that horrific day in Butler, Pennsylvania was the start of what was a historic year for Donald Trump and our country and, frankly, the world. Just take a moment, reflect on all that has happened. Trump eviscerated the left's lawfare, and that's only beginning, and we have an investigative report tonight. He got elected a president again, this time by a wide electoral margin, winning all swing states and the popular vote. And as president, his policies and actions have been a monumental success. Our border is now secure. Criminal illegals are being deported in record numbers. Inflation is finally under control. Our economy is beginning to boom. You see it at the pump. Gas prices are at 5-year lows. And the U.S. federal government, they just posted their first monthly surplus in over 20 years. And meanwhile, Congress passed the largest tax cuts in American history, and families and working men and women are the biggest beneficiaries. No tax on tips and overtime. It is now the law of the land. We are also on a path towards energy dominance, and a nuclear-armed Iran that has been dismantled. What a difference 1 year and 1 millimeter can make. And we are not officially at the 6-month mark of Donald Trump being president for now the second time. Unfortunately, we are still dealing with many of the threats that were left behind from the last administration. ICE is working around the clock to identify, locate, deport violent criminals. That includes murderers, rapists, other violent criminals, and known terrorists in our country, Iranian assassination squads in our country, cartel members, gang members, drug dealers, all in our country. On top of all of this, breaking tonight, extremists in Iran have reportedly raised a whopping $40 million as a reward for assassinating President Trump. This all because Joe and Kamala and Mayorkas, they all lied to us for 4 years. They said the border was closed, but they allowed millions and millions of unvetted illegal immigrants from over 200 countries, including countries with terror ties, into our country. The task ahead is monumental. The good news is a lot of progress is being made, but it's going to be hard. Thousands of criminal illegal aliens are now taken into ICE custody every week. There was a raid at a California marijuana farm that resulted in the arrest of more than 300 illegal immigrants. Among those detained were 10 exploited minors working at the marijuana farm. What do we call that? Oh, that's right, child abuse, alongside a notorious sex predator from Mexico. And now the left, they are up in arms, not because of that. Not because Joe Biden allowed violent predators to cross into our country unvetted and then lost track of literally to hundreds of thousands of unaccompanied minors, but because ICE is now detaining criminals and rescuing these children, by the way. And as a big thank you, Democrats are attacking the people that are protecting the kids. And not just with words. Look at what's going on. According to the DHS, assaults on federal officials are up a whopping 700%. A lot of these agents are being set up. These agents get attacked now almost every single day. It is underreported. Let's look at this timeline. July 2nd, a man repeatedly ramming an ICE vehicle with his car in California. July 4th, a group of far-left extremists attacking an ICE detention facility in Texas. In that case, shooting a local law enforcement officer in the process. July 7th, a gunman opening fire at the entrance of the United States Border Patrol Annex in Texas. July 8th, mass rioters assaulting ICE agents at a San Francisco courthouse. July 10th, scores of rioters attacking ICE agents at that marijuana farm in California. One even pulled a weapon and fired it in the direction of law enforcement. On July 11th, more violence against federal officials, this time in Portland, Oregon. And tonight, a California state professor is now facing federal charges after throwing a tear gas canister at law enforcement. And we could pretty much go on for the rest of the hour, on and on and on. Make no mistake, there is a huge violence problem on the left, but instead of supporting federal officials, instead of recognizing the Constitution, which of course gives the authority and jurisdiction to the feds in this particular case, it's called the Supremacy Clause. Democrats, they only add fuel to the fire. They are more interested in the so-called rights of illegals than they are about the safety and security of Americans in small towns and big cities, and they have been vilifying ICE around every turn. And as a result, the threats of violence get larger and larger, on top of doxing ICE agents and their families. And instead of calling on cooler heads to prevail, the party of peace, even Obama is telling his fellow Democrats to, quote, toughen up, have some courage. Not that he had any, but none of this is going to stop the Trump administration from doing their job, protecting the country. These deportations will continue. Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page.
Everybody keeps crying Epstein. I'm just going to keep showing the news because I will get into Epstein, but y'all annoy me with the whole Epstein crying. What about Puffy? What about everybody else? Come on. Y'all don't ever eat. What about the last two? Like, this shit's been out forever. Now y'all are crying about
New
it?
Yorkers
Come
for a
on,
Better Future Mayor 25 is launching a campaign against Mamdani with a plan to raise around $20 million. Well, they see him in his rise as a tsunami warning, with capitalism, of course, on the line. And they're right to be worried. Jamie Dimon, CEO of JP Morgan, says that the Democrats have gone off the rails with DEI and other radical policies, and that Mamdani is more Marxist than a socialist, and said the campaign's talking points were the same ideological mush that means nothing in the real world. But the ideological mush is at work across the country, and it's meaning something. In colleges and universities, at anti-ICE and pro-Hamas protests, and in violent attacks now on law enforcement. And the goal, by the way, it's not winning an election here, an election there. The goal is the total dismantlement of the United States government, our institutions, and of course, our trust in officials at every level. Now, the behavior here, it's very important everyone understand this tonight, is learned. Their warped thinking has been taught. And
That's not what I'm saying.
Organizing at events such as Socialism 2025.
Y'all weren't worrying about
the
this
big
2
conference
weeks
that
ago.
took place over the 4th of July weekend in Chicago. Now, the propagandists are working 24/7, and they include professors attending this conference, such as Lorgia Garcia Pena from Princeton.
Capitalism sucks. It thrives on individualism, and individualism is killing us.
Says the most narcissistic and self-absorbed people on the planet. Individualism is the problem. Now, such as a lecturer at UPenn named Geo Maher, who is still waiting, apparently, for the post-war Civil War reconstruction.
We live in a moment that is characterized fundamentally by the defeat of that reconstruction project. And until this reconstruction is completed, until the sort of the neo-Confederates that we see sticking their heads out of their snake holes all over the country are decapitated, we will not have a truly different and a truly democratic country.
Nice T-shirt. Decapitation, is that what he said? Well, next time he should travel with a guillotine and really drive that point home. Now, the goal for these malcontents is simple: to convince a critical mass of Americans, especially young people, that our country isn't worth fighting for. It's certainly not worth celebrating or saving. And if you wonder why Chicago public schools remain among the worst in the nation, look no further than Stacey Davis Gates, a teachers union president.
Like, yo, people going to the beach tomorrow, they celebrating and fireworks. Ain't no damn America. The reimagination of this place that we are trying to save, but kind of not, because we ain't out here saving it. Like, we doing stuff. Like, shout out to CTU. You build a militancy and a coalition where if it has to go down, it goes down. You call the strike.
Notice the lingo here, focused on teacher strikes and so forth, but building a militancy. Forget making sure kids learn about something that might be useful to become independent adults. Let's focus on getting teachers on the picket line so they can strike and actually not teach anything. Might be better. Now, the socialism agenda is really anti-American activism, which includes constant recruitment of new activists, from young children to college students to colleagues.
I'm an engineering professor. I don't know how to...
Hey, real fast. You guys do know how this Epstein list ever came to be, right? You do know who broke this open and why it ever came to be. I don't hear none of you bleeding hearts crying about it now. You do know who John Podesta is, right? You do know who Hillary Clinton is, right? You do know about the emails, right? You do know about everything being broken open years and years ago. Who hit it? The Democrats. And now y'all are crying. Y'all don't know shit.
Wrestle with doing community building in a way that doesn't get exploited by the university.
Get the university's money.
WikiLeaks, huh? Y'all don't remember WikiLeaks?
To do the work you want to do to dismantle the university within. I think that is what I would, what I would advise, what I try to do, and hopefully I won't end up in court for saying this on a mic.
End up in court? She's going to get a raise from Princeton. Dismantle the university from within. Yeah, they knew what they were getting when they hired her, right? That's why they hired her. That's a large.
If you voted for it to get swept under the rug. It was never going to be unswept, ever. I don't care who you voted for. You voted for Biden. Did he unsweep it? No. Did Obama? No. Did anybody? No.
Large part of her appeal.
Where's the 9/11 files? Where's Las Vegas? Where's the Where's the JFK files and Martin Luther King files? Come on, bro.
Her deep-seated hatred of the system made her cool and edgy. She fit right into the club of campus radicals who are rarely held accountable. And when you're not judged on the merit of your performance or the soundness of your thinking, your scholarship, you traffic in meaningless cliches and generalities.
We don't live in a democracy. We should start saying that more so. I mean, there's so many different ways. I'm not going to go into it, but people are clapping, so there's general agreement. I'm glad we agree on that.
It actually came out before Trump was president. It was when he was running. It got busted open by InfoWars. That's how you got Pizzagate. Everybody called it a conspiracy. The whole left, conspiracy, 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 conspiracy. Now all y'all want the fucking truth. Get over it. It's going to come. There's no way you're going to get it. The government's not going to give it to you on a silver platter. If you want the truth, go get it. Go research. Go find out. It's very obvious.
So do we capture the state or do we try to replace it with something different? And I think it's the latter, to replace it with something different.
And this is what today's Democrats believe, right? Mamdani, AOC, Jayapal, Omar, that America's traditional institutions, those that help make us prosperous, strong, safe, are oppressive.
If we want to be serious about abolishing the police, we have to be serious about abolishing the capitalist state and replacing it with a new system of socialism, communism, however we want to call it.
However you want to call it. Of course, anyone who knows actual history, I'm not sure Mr. Kafia does, knows that communism and socialism collectively have delivered nothing but death, misery, and suffering to people worldwide, while capitalism has delivered opportunity. Not perfect, but a lot of opportunity. Now, there were so many dumb ideas floated at this conference. It's hard to keep track, but this one was epic from a University of Houston professor.
And I can tell you with great confidence that in the third ward of Houston, that means we will be renamed the George Floyd University.
Ryan's University,
who
bro.
don't know,
That's what it is.
George
Then I'll get
Floyd
it.
grew up
Cat shit
in Houston's third ward. You're now talking about what I would describe as the de-statification of a public institution.
Ooh, big word, de-statification. They all go to the same wardrobe department. You see, they're all wearing the same. But tearing down anything as they're doing, the standards of excellence, merit, replacing it with a monument to a culture of resentment and anti-Americanism and thuggishness. And you got to start young, because teaching the kids that borders mean nothing, that no immigrant is illegal, that's really crucial to all this. And that means you have to teach them that ICE is evil. This was the president of the National Education Association last month.
Enough! Enough of the ice raids! Enough! Of the cruelty and the hate! Enough! Of the division and the disrespect! Enough!
Trying to conjure the word. And if you wondered why so many young people throw the word fascism around so lightly, look at this language in an NEA pamphlet obtained by Corey DeAngelis. NEA pledges to defend against Trump's embrace of fascism by using the term fascism, spelled incorrectly, in NEA materials is to correctly characterize Donald Trump's program and actions. Now, as usual, in describing what this socialist Marxist network really represents, J.D. Vance hits the nail on the head.
The radicals of the far left, they don't need a unifying ideology of what they're for, because they know very well what they're against. What unites Islamists, gender studies majors, socially liberal white urbanites, and big pharma lobbyists, it isn't the ideas of Thomas Jefferson or even of Karl Marx. It's hatred. They hate the people in this room. They hate the President of the United States. And most of all, they hate the people who voted for that President of the United States.
Yeah, they do.
Democrats
I can see it every
lend
day.
credence to these attacks against Trump as a fascist, his supporters as fascists, attacks against our system as oppressive, attacks against the police as Gestapo, attacks against ICE as terroristic. They are fueling more anti-American hatred, which, as we've seen since the Floyd.
Look at this. Where do you lie though? You all keep crying about J6, but look at this shit. You guys are disgusting.
Floyd riots has resulted in nothing but violence and destruction. Not a single
Y'all
job.
don't want truth. Y'all just want something to bitch about. That's all it is. Y'all don't really want the truth. Y'all just want to bitch.
Created by
You support a dude named Floyd. The dude was a porn star. Put a gun to a pregnant woman's belly, and y'all worship that man. Are you kidding me? What the hell?
their activism. Now, is that really what the Democrat voters of America want their party to be doing? And that's the
Eddie
end.
fucking Floyd.
Very funny. Very funny. Yeah, thank you. Well, so much for playing hard to get. I won't have to drug your drink. Good evening, everyone. So Alyssa Farah Griffin has revealed that she's cried multiple times while being on The View. Some say it's stress, but others believe it's from the onions they slice for their daily pig roast. More than half of the beaches on the East Coast tested positive for fecal contamination, but they've traced it back to a single source. Tim Walz is charging taxpayers $430,000 in legal fees that went to help him prepare to testify before Congress. Yeah, he may not be able to define a woman, but he can sure spend like one. Chicks, am I right? According to a new book, Kamala Harris went with her guts when she picked Tim Walz as her running mate. And here's what was in her guts. To promote their upcoming series, Human, the BBC has released new images that show 3 early human species. Here's one from 50,000 years ago. And here's another from 100,000 years ago. Huh? Here's one from 500,000 years ago. Didn't see that one coming. Joe Biden's former doctor refused to answer a single question about the ex-president's poor health. Wow, he seems like the perfect doctor to treat my secret warts. True. When asked about Biden's decline, he simply referred them to the coroner's report. To promote inclusion, Mattel has introduced its first Barbie with type 1 diabetes. I know. And they laughed at me when I tried to pitch AIDS Ken.
Oh, my God.
Low shelf life.
In a college newspaper article, Zoran Mamdani wrote that he grew a beard as a symbolic middle finger. Well, that's why I grew mine too, said one woman. So Joe Biden's former doctor appeared before Congress this week, but when asked if he lied about the ex-president's decline, he was quieter than a Milli Vanilli reunion.
Dr. O'Connor, were you ever told to lie about the president's health?
On the advice of counsel, I must respectfully decline to answer based upon physician-patient privilege and in reliance on my right under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
Yep, he pled the fifth to all questions claiming doctor-patient privilege, which I get. It's the only thing stopping my doctor from telling the world about my birthmark that looks like Brit Hume. Now, obviously, the doctor's protecting himself. Being Biden's physician is a tough gig. Every day, it's something. He shattered his kneecap, checking his reflexes. He's got wet bones and sweaty teeth. It's like being a veterinarian. One day, you're popping back in his shoulder. Then you're removing worms from the burrow in his leg. Finally, you're pulling a chipmunk out of his butt. It's like being the groundskeeper for a golf course. There's 18 holes you need to take care of. But the doctor wasn't alone in his defense of old liver spots. He got help from a stupid person from Texas. So do you have the right to confidentiality?
You have the right to confidentiality when it comes to your health care. It's kind of astounding to hear someone say, if you invoke the Fifth Amendment, that is only because you are guilty. The country is off the rails right now. People have concerns about the current occupant in the White House and whether or not he is mentally fit to serve in this moment.
Now, this moron is not completely wrong. Normal people do have the right to medical privacy, but they also have a right not to be lied to. You know, that the person in charge of the nuclear codes doesn't have a brain more shattered than a chair on The View. And she shouldn't be talking about mental fitness when her brain hasn't hit the gym in years. Every time I hear her talk, I ask myself, hey, I wonder if Lenny from Mice and Men finds her as stupid as we do. But did you see Joe Biden every single day?
I didn't see Joe Biden every single day, but I did have an opportunity to interact with the president. I never had a concern. We know that this is someone that was born with a stutter that ultimately had to get over it.
Yeah. I remember when I had a stutter, it was so bad it caused me to wander into the rainforest. Oh, thank you. It gets worse. So Joe only had a stutter. Yeah, and Stephen Hawking's feet were just asleep. But to this day, Dems pretend his decline was shocking, something they're just learning about now, which is like just finding out that John Travolta is gay, meaning wait.
Gay, meaning wait.
Former CNN analyst Chris Cillizza is still shocked Joe couldn't be trusted outside of a non-staged event. This dope's eternally surprised by stuff, including basic info everyone who isn't Chris Cillizza already knew. Remember, in 2021, this guy claimed Republicans were trying to make Biden's mental capacity an issue. But now, with Biden gone, the truth is safe to tell. Like when the statute of limitations expires and Steve Doocy can finally admit he's the Zodiac killer. Look, we don't want this doctor in jail. I mean, look at the poor guy. 30 minutes in Rikers and being passed around like P. Diddy's girlfriend at a freak-off. All we want is the real story. Like, how did the diagnosis of Biden's prostate cancer go unnoticed for so long? What, did Joe's butthole have its own secret service? Why did a Parkinson's expert visit the White House 8 times in 8 months? That's once a month, far more often than I floss. But maybe there's a solution. If you give the doc immunity, he could spill the beans without incriminating himself. And while you're at it, pardon the doctor for that terrible haircut. Trump would do it if I asked him. After all, that's how I got Geraldo on the no-fly list. But let's be honest, O'Connor, the doctor, was just taking orders. And not from Joe, but from people around him. And I want those scalps. I want them to be scorned like my assistants when they don't pick up the clippings after shaving my back.
Deuces.
Let's welcome tonight's guest. God help your soul.
Later, bro.
If you piss off this troll, author of
You ain't
Not
gonna
Sick
miss
of
nobody.
Winning, Michael Malice.
Nobody gonna miss you, bro.
She's been on Fox News longer than Super Beats. Fox News anchor Julie Banderas.
Give a shit about you, man.
At his restaurant, the dessert menu is a picture of his ass. Chef and restaurant owner Andrew Gruel. Wow. And when this libertarian reads The Three Little Pigs to her son, she replaces the wolf with the IRS. New York Times bestselling author, Fox News contributor, Cat Tip. Michael, great to see you, as always.
I wish I could say the same.
Are you surprised the doctor pled the Fifth?
Maybe this is my anarchist hat talking, but there's no reason to ever talk to the authorities if you could get away with it. If the cops stop you, you could talk your way into an arrest and not out of one. So if I'm just facing that firing squad, which is the House or the Senate, I'd sure keep my damn mouth shut. And why wouldn't I? And I also would remind people of Trump's doctor, Ronnie Jackson. because when he opened his mouth, his office got raided by
Right.
Trump's guys, and he died not that long after. So he's doing a smart thing. He knows he was covering things up. But if you're the president's doctor, that's your job to keep your mouth shut. You shouldn't be spilling those beans.
You're supposed to keep your mouth shut and supply him with the best drugs.
And also, I don't think if Biden was cogent, his administration would be run all that differently.
That's true.
That's the thing. I don't get it. That's such a huge scandal. You know, it's the deep state running it all anyway.
That is true. There's like it's like to think that a normal-brained Biden would be any more effective is kind of foolish.
Right, exactly.
What about the media, Julie? You're part of the media. What say you? Isn't it really about like we can expect the Democrats to play cover up and lie, but the media is supposed to uncover the cover up.
Right. Well, the
All right, guys. I am going to stop this because Trump is speaking live at the moment, and I am going to play that. Hold on, I need to get this to real fast. Let me get this. Hold on, guys. Sorry, I need to make my whole headline thing. I bet. I hold on, guys. Sorry, I'm coming with it. All right, here we go. Here we go.
Thank you, Mr.
Boom.
President. Your reputation as a smart, hardworking guy, so it's good to say hello to you.
Oh.
Congratulations. We've had a tremendous relationship, I have personally, with Bahrain over the years, and has been a fantastic ally. And anything they needed, we helped them, and anything we needed, they helped us. And we're going to be talking about a lot of different things, including the most perfect military maneuver that anybody's seen probably in 50 years, which took place a few weeks ago, and Iran knocked out their entire potential nuclear capacity. And it was obliterated. You know, I used that term. They said, well, maybe that's too much. I said, no, it turned out it was more than obliterated. They can't go back. And we're just really going to talk about some things, including trade. We're going to be discussing trade. We do a lot of trading with Bahrain. And we're going to have lunch after this, but we'll take some questions. At first, I'd like to ask the Crown Prince to say a couple of words. And he also has a father who's living and well and doing fantastically, as I understand it. He is. And somebody who's respected all over the Middle East and all over the world. And thank you very much for being here.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, one and all. It is indeed a great honor to be here on this fine morning to put into action the relationship that exists between our two countries. We will be discussing security issues, we'll be discussing trade and investment, which is very important. We're very happy to be announcing $17 billion worth of deals that are coming to the United States. And this is real. This isn't.
It's real money.
These aren't fake deals. These are real deals.
They don't have to borrow the money.
We don't have to borrow it. It's coming in. And it only builds upon a legacy that we're very proud of. We have had a relationship in the civil side between our two countries since 1893 and formally since 1948. So may it long continue, and we look forward to many, many more years of productive partnership. Thank you, Mr. President.
We will have
You
that.
honor us.
We will have that indeed. Many good years, and I'd say right now is your top year, and we appreciate the investment. It's a great. We left, as you know, Saudi Arabia. We were just there in Saudi Arabia, and Qatar was so great. It was great. We had UAE, and we had a couple of other visits, but all great places. We left with $5.1 trillion of investment, and they all want to be investing in the United States. We have, I think we have over $16 trillion of investment coming in, which is a record. And we're only a little bit into the year. And let's say the first 2 months, I sort of took it easy because we had to fix up the Oval Office. I had to devote my time to fix
Exactly,
it up.
Lunchbox. Well
we had
said.
to fix up our country. So we have I think everyone is saying we have the hottest country now anywhere in the world. We were dead a year ago. We were a dead country. And now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. And it's a great honor to have you here.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Any questions? Well, I can comment. I think I'll ask Marco to say a few words on Syria.
Yeah, it's complicated.
Little Marco.
These are historic, long-time rivalries between different groups in the south, west of Syria, Bedouins, the Druze community, and it led to an unfortunate situation and a misunderstanding, it looks like, between the Israeli side and the Syrian side. So we've been engaged with them all morning long and all night long with both sides, and we think we're on our way towards a real de-escalation and then hopefully get back on track in helping Syria build a country and arriving at a situation there in the Middle East is far more stable. So in the next few hours, we hope to see some real progress to end what you've been seeing over the last couple hours.
Mr. President Jerome Powell, do you have plans, or if you're back considering firing Jerome Powell? What's your justification if you're thinking about this?
Well, he's too late. He's always been too late. Hence his nickname, Too Late. He should have cut interest rates a long time ago. Europe has cut them 10 times in the short period of time, and we cut them none. The only time he cut them was just before the election to try and help Kamala or Biden, whoever the hell it was, because nobody really knew. Obviously, that didn't work, but he tried to cut them for the Democrats, Kamala. And how did that work out? You'll tell me. It didn't work out too well, did it? But he's I think he does a terrible job. He's costing us a lot of money, and we fight through it. It's almost, the country's become so successful that it doesn't have a big impact, but it does hurt people wanting to get a mortgage. People want to buy a house. He's a terrible Fed chair. I was surprised he was appointed. I was surprised, frankly, that Biden put him in and extended him, but they did. So, no, we're not planning on doing anything. We're very concerned. He's doing a little renovation for $2.5 billion of the Fed. Building
Thank you, Braylon.
a renovation.
Exactly, bro.
We have a close to $900 million cost overrun.
Just sit there and
it's a
heady
shame.
whack.
The biggest cost overrun is the cost overrun for interest rates, because we should be paying 3 points lower, and we would save $1 trillion a year in interest if that were the case. And all it is the stroke of a pen. And that goes for his board too, because his board is not doing the job, because they should try and rein this guy in. So he's doing a lousy job, but no, I'm not talking about that. Fortunately, we get to make a change in the next, 8 months or so. And we'll pick somebody that's good, and we'll pick somebody. I just want a fair job. We want to see lower interest rates. Our country deserves it. We're making a lot of money. We're doing great as a country. We have no inflation, record stock market, record business, record everything. Everything's a record now. We had the worst inflation in history under Biden, and now we have almost no inflation. We've done a great job, and we should have the interest rates cut.
So you're saying the other day that Scott Bessent, you're so happy with the Treasury that he's not your top option to replace Jerome Powell, whatever that may be, whatever you decide.
No, Scott's doing a very good job. Now I'm very happy with Scott, which I'd rather keep him. Kevin's somebody would consider. Kevin is fantastic. We have a lot of good people for that job. It's not a tough job, to be honest. Assuming you're smart, it's not a tough job. If you're a dummy, then I guess it's a tough job. But it might be one of the easiest jobs I've ever seen. And now on top of it, he's building a close to $3 billion little nest egg for himself. He's not doing the right job. We should be saving $1 trillion a year in interest. When he talks about cost, we should be saving, think of it, $1 trillion a year. Add that with the tariffs and everything else. But he just doesn't want. He's a knucklehead. But we'll see how that. We'll see how he's listening to this. Yeah, that's a strange conversation. But we like to say it like it is. But we have a lot of people that want that job very badly, and I'm only interested in low interest people, frankly, because you don't need. I know. So they had the 71 different economists and people experts that they picked about a month ago. I was the only one, along with one person from maybe the Wharton School of Finance, the two of us got it right. 69 people, including Powell, got it wrong. And he wants to hire thousands of new people to help him decide where we're going in the future. It only takes one good mind. It doesn't take 5,000 good minds. So they're expanding the Fed. It's the dumbest thing I've heard of, but you know, it's very autonomous.
Just to follow up on that, sir, is there, are you completely ruling out the idea of firing Jerome Powell?
I don't rule out anything, but I think it's highly unlikely unless he has to leave for fraud. I mean, it's possible there's fraud involved with the $2.7 billion renovation. This is a renovation. How do you spend $2.7 billion? And he didn't have proper clearance, et cetera, et cetera. So you know that's going on. So you know, there could be something to that, but I think he's not doing a good job. He's got a very easy job to do. You know what he has to do? Lower interest rates. No, I haven't drafted a letter.
So you didn't show a letter to Republican lawmakers last night?
No, I talked about the concept of fire him. I said, what do you think? Almost every one of them said I should. But I'm more conservative than they are.
Mr. President?
No, we didn't. We talked about it. In fact, we had 11 of the 12 people here yesterday for a very big bill having to do with crypto, et cetera, and other things. And all of the votes are going with us, every single vote. But during the conversation, when we were talking about it, I asked, what would you do about that? They all said would fire him.
Mr. President?
Yeah, please.
Mr. President, thank you for taking my question. So you were in Pennsylvania yesterday and
Yes.
$92 billion worth of investments. One of those jumped out to $15 billion in Homer City to build the largest
Right.
gas power plant ever. I was at the rally where you told Homer City residents to not forget them when the biggest coal plant in Pennsylvania
right.
closed down. I heard from them yesterday. What message do you have for those
Well, I'm
residents?
happy. Homer City, I was there and I said, I'm going to produce something. I don't know what, because they had shut down this massive coal plant, one of the biggest in the country. And it was just purchased by the gentleman that you met yesterday, very substantial man. I don't know if he's maybe not as substantial as you, I'm not sure, but he's pretty substantial. You know who I'm talking about. And they're going to spend billions of dollars on rebuilding it, and it's going to be the largest plant of its kind in the world, I believe, actually in the world. And it's going to be great. So we really fulfilled that promise to Homer City, but it's to Pennsylvania, basically. I won Pennsylvania, and very conclusively won Pennsylvania. So I owe them a big debt of gratitude. But thank you for bringing that up. We raised 92. It's actually going over 100. So it'll be over $100 billion to be invested in Pennsylvania. It was Pennsylvania Energy Project. So we had, everybody was there. Larry Fink was there. I mean, everybody was there. Did a great job. The senator did a great job. And we were very proud. That was a great meeting yesterday. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, actually for each of you, so for the Crown Prince, are you planning on taking any of the Patriot missiles that you're going to receive from the United States and divert those to help Ukraine?
We have no current plans, as we have an operational requirement inside Bahrain to keep them there for the present time.
He's got plenty of them, too.
And Mr. President, on the fentanyl
And
bill,
They're wonderful. They're wonderful pieces of kit.
They work very well.
American technology is the best.
Yep.
and on the fentanyl bill that you're
That's
signing,
maybe the most important part of this. He has his choice of everything, and we make the best military equipment by far in the
Bar
world.
none.
There's nothing close, right?
Bar none.
Yeah. Thank you.
and on the fentanyl bill that you're signing today, do you hope that that's going to restart law enforcement cooperation with China on getting rid of fentanyl?
Yeah, I think China's been helping out. I mean, it's been a terrible situation for many years with fentanyl, but since I came here, we're talking to them, and they're making big steps. They're also, as you know, being penalized. You know that, right? They're being penalized with tariffs because of the fentanyl, but they want to do something. We'll see what happens.
Mr. President? Mr. President?
Go ahead, please. Yeah, your first sentence is really, go ahead.
An American citizen from
Yeah.
Atlanta, Florida, has been held in the West. His family has been asking you to help.
You know about
Yeah,
this?
well, so first of all, if you've seen yesterday, Ambassador Huckabee has asked the Israelis to conduct an investigation. We want to get all the information about who was involved. We protect all American citizens anywhere in the world, especially if they're unjustly murdered or killed. So we're gathering more information, but I hope you saw yesterday Ambassador Huckabee in Israel asked the Israeli authorities to produce an investigation and concrete information about who was responsible for his murder.
They're reporting that tomorrow. We have a meeting on it. They're going to be reporting that to me. Yeah.
Do you think that the healthcare now is more secure, and do you believe that negotiation with Iran is necessary?
Well, I definitely believe that the volatility of the situation has been reduced. And we didn't know where it was going to go on the Sunday. We were very glad when we found out on the Monday. Let me put it that way. And should the Iranians want to negotiate, I believe the ball's in their court. That is the true reality of where we stand today. They are the ones that stand to benefit from a negotiation.
And they do. They want to negotiate. They want to negotiate badly. We're in no rush because, we said we could have made a deal. They should have made a deal. And then we bombed the hell out of their various places. We're in no rush, but if they want to negotiate, we're here. Yeah.
Mr. President, I know you want to talk about this intrigue over the Epstein files, but I do want to ask you to clarify something you said this morning. You said this was all a hoax. Has your attorney
It's a big
general
hoax.
told you this was a hoax? What evidence?
No, it's not the Attorney General. No, I know it's a hoax. It's started by Democrats. It's been run by the Democrats for 4 years. You had Christopher Wray and these characters and Comey before him. And it's a bad group. It started, actually, look at the Steele dossier that turned out to be a total hoax. The 51 agents, the intelligence, so-called intelligence agents, it was a hoax. It's all been a big hoax. It's perpetrated by the Democrats. And some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net. And so they try and do the Democrats' work. The Democrats are good for nothing other than these hoaxes. They're bad for policy. They're bad for picking candidates that can get elected. Like in New York, we have a communist running. He may get elected too, actually, but he'll destroy the city. No, it's I call it the Epstein hoax. Takes a lot of time and effort. Instead of talking about the great achievements, we've had a great gentleman yesterday, as you know, went on CNBC and he made the statement that Trump may go down as the greatest president of all in the United States. And instead of talking about the things we've achieved, we've had tremendous achievement. They're wasting their time with a guy who obviously had some very serious problems, who died 3-4 years ago. I'd rather talk about the success we have with the economy, the best we've ever had, and all of the things we've done, including the Middle East. I mean, you see it. Instead, they want to talk about the Epstein hoax. And the sad part is it's people that are...
Why is he calling it a hoax? It's definitely not a hoax, bro. Why are you calling it a hoax? You're the one that ran on releasing it, dude. Why are you calling it a hoax? Let's keep it 100 on both sides. You're sitting here now talking out the side of your ass, Trump. Sorry, bro. You called it a hoax.
Really doing the Democrats' work. They're stupid people. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Not a hoax, dude. We're not looking the other way. It's not a hoax, bro. We're not looking the other way. Sorry, Trump. Not got your back on that one, dude. Sorry.
Is that right? Those are reports, but they're not true.
So what would be useful to know, are you committed to taking someone from the outside, or are you going to interview?
I have so many people that want that job. I have people that I've known a long time. They're calling me, begging for the job. You know what you need there? A smart person with common sense, but you need a very smart person for that job. I think it's one of the easiest jobs in government. You show up once a month.
Just because Trump called it a hoax doesn't mean Trump's a P. What I'm thinking is he's just covering up for all of his Pete friends personally. Because like I read in the comments, they definitely, absolutely Trump kicked Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago. He already damned that dude for the last 15 years. So I don't see it, dude. I could see him covering up for all of his New York peds for sure.
Month and you make a statement about
Remember, Trump was a Dem before he ran.
where the economy's going, and we're going to raise or lower interest rates. It's probably the easiest job I've ever seen. That's why I'm trying to figure, why does he want to expand and add more people? He's going to add more economists to tell him what to do. But the economists, I was right. All the economists were wrong. They admitted it. They admitted it this morning. Quiet. Go ahead.
You mentioned fraud in an earlier answer. Are you saying you want to investigate the Fed chair for fraud related to this renovation?
Well, I think he's already under investigation. He spent far more money than he was supposed to on rebuilding. I didn't see him as being the kind of guy that would want to have parks, rooftop parks and everything else on top of buildings. But who wants to spend that money for the Fed? The Fed is supposed to sit there.
He was not close to Trump until his campaign. Are you stupid? Go do your research. He booted him out of Mar-a-Lago like 15 years ago, at least, for his relationship with one of the girls on his golf course. Do your research, man. None of y'all know nothing about this, but you comment like you do.
I'm going to say where interest rates are going
You're
and a couple
silly.
of other very easy things to do. And he spent $2.5 billion. I think he's got some problems.
Mr. President, thank you, sir. You also reported a monthly surplus in the month.
Okay, if there's so much evidence, I do this every single day, and all I do is look for it. Please DM me in my fucking YouTube comments, hit me up on Instagram, any of that, and give it to me, and I'll report it.
$25 billion.
Bet you don't, but if you do, send it my way. I got you.
A ton of money with these new tariff rates coming into effect on August 1st, and bringing in even more tariff revenue specifically. How much revenue do you think we can consistently bring in from these tariffs? How big of a game changer is this, not only for the economy, but also for fiscal responsibility?
Well, we're going to be bringing in, already we've brought in over $100 billion. We'll be bringing in hundreds of billions of dollars. And the tariffs really haven't kicked in that much other than automobiles and steel. August 1st is a big day. August 1st is when very substantial money comes into our country.
Exactly, Aries. I've been doing this research for 10, 15 years. Give me something I haven't already found. Please send it my way, bro. Send it my way. Like the dumbass that said Trump's a Mason. Send me his lodge. Please do it.
We've made deals with a lot of great places, but we had one yesterday, that was announced. We have another one coming up, maybe with India. I don't know. We're in negotiation. When I send out a letter, that's a deal. In other words, that's a deal. They don't want to ever say that. Oh, how many deals have you made? The best deal we can make is to send out a letter. And the letter says that you'll pay 30%, 35%, 25%, 20%. In one case, 50%. Brazil. And because what they're doing to their former president is disgraceful. I know the former president. He fought like hell for the people of Brazil. That I can tell you. And I believe he's an honest man. I think what they're doing to him is terrible. So, we have some pretty good deals to announce, but every time we send out a letter, that's a deal. The big one really is going to be on the 150 countries that we're really not negotiating with, and they're smaller. We don't do much business with them.
You know what I might
You have a lot
do?
of countries. You have over 200 countries, and a lot of people don't know this, but we'll have.
You know what I should do? But I might just do it tomorrow. I might just go ahead and spend a good hour and just show you the C-SPAN video of Biden. I'm about to break it down for you fools, bro.
Well over 150 countries.
Actual proof
that we're just going to send a notice of payment out, and the notice of payment is going to say what the tariff, and it's all going to be the same for everyone, for that group. They don't, they're not big countries, and they don't do that much business. It's not like the ones that we've agreed with, like China, like Japan. We're negotiating with them, but I think probably we'll live by the letter with Japan. We're very close to a deal with India where they open it up. Indonesia yesterday was.
You guys say that we're saying it's about Biden now. No. We're saying, where was your energy when Biden was president? when you had a pedo as a fucking president? Where was your energy then, you bleeding heart? Where was your energy? You weren't saying, get him out of here. He's sniffing and touching little kids on C-SPAN. You weren't saying none of that, were you? You weren't saying his little hot dog parties. You're not talking about what he did with his niece, his daughter. Come on, bro. Are you kidding me? Obama, you know he did have Congress meetings because he was doing, bro, y'all are stupid, bro.
It wasn't an open country, now it is. They have
Don't even talk about the Clinton hit list.
tremendous copper, quality copper, and probably the most copper. And we made a deal with Indonesia. We pay no tariff, zero, and we have total access to trade. That's a phenomenal deal for our companies. And we've agreed with them, as you know, on 19%. They pay 19%. And it's a good deal for them, and it's a good deal for us in that case. But we have a number of them coming up. But
Tell them
overall,
lunch.
We're doing well, and we're taking in a lot of money, a lot of money. We have the number one, we have the most oil of any country in the world, even more than that.
Get him, Lunchbox. Get him.
Which is hard to believe. But we have a little larger piece of land, right?
We do, sir.
But
So.
we're number one in the world in oil, and we're drilling. And today it hit $64 a barrel, which is great, and that'll help stop wars. Actually, if you want to know the truth, it's going to help stop wars, and we hope to get it down a little bit more. But we have oil down to $2, $2.25, $2.50 in numerous states. We hit one at $1.98 a gallon. And that's a great thing. That's one of the reasons that inflation's in check. When you can do that, you stop the inflation. What Biden did is he ended our policies, went to his policies. He didn't have a policy. Some lunatic around the desk had a policy. Whoever operated the auto pen had a policy, which is, by the way, I think the biggest scandal. That's the scandal they should be talking about, not Jeffrey Epstein. The scandal you should be talking about is the auto pen, because I think it's the biggest scandal, one of them in American history. So the economy is doing really well, and people are saying it. Yeah. Please. Go ahead.
Will you ask Attorney General Bondi to release more documents to finally put this controversy to rest?
Yeah, whatever's credible, she can release. If a document is credible, if a document's there that is credible, she can release. I think it's good. But it's just a subject. He's dead. He's gone, and all it is the Republicans. Certain Republicans got duped by the Democrats, and they're following a Democrat playbook, and no different than Russia, and all the other hoaxes. They're started by the Democrats, and some Republicans. In this case, I was surprised, but they got duped. Go ahead.
First of all, you were under high-ranking officials, whether it's been your FBI director or Bondi, they have made some inconsistent statements in the past.
Well, I don't know. I can't speak about him, but I can say that Pam Bondi, I really think that she's done very good. She says, I gave you all the credible information. And if she finds any more credible information, she'll give that too. What more can she do than that? I mean, honestly, what more can she do? And we do have bigger problems. We have problems with millions of illegal people that came in here, and they're killers and murderers. We have 11,888 murderers that were allowed into our country by Biden, sleepy Joe Biden, stupid Joe Biden. He allowed them into our country. And you know what? We got to do something about it. She's got a lot of things she's working on. And, it's very sad that somebody can be waylaid, that just get waylaid. But I think she's doing a great job. Personally. Go ahead.
You mentioned past supporters when you were talking about the Epstein issue. Does that mean that you're effectively disowning any supporters?
No, but I lost a lot of faith in certain people. Yeah, I lost because they got duped by the Democrats. The Democrats are good for nothing. They've done a terrible
Good
job.
for nothing.
Almost destroyed our country. If I didn't get elected, all these numbers you're hearing about, they found $25 billion and another 25 is coming in, and hundreds of billions of dollars is pouring into our country. And we just got the biggest tax cut in history. We just got the biggest regulation cuts in history. There'll be no tax on tips. There'll be no tax on Social Security. There'll be no tax on overtime. There'll be no tax on so many other things. You're allowed to deduct your interest from a car payment. That's never happened before. You borrow interest. You borrow money to buy a car if the car is made in America. And by the way, factories are being built all over America, car factories, AI factories, but you get a deduction on your interest. Nobody ever thought of that before. It never happened before. And, you know, these are the things that they should be talking about. The big, beautiful bill is one of the greatest pieces of legislation ever in this country. And the Democrats have nothing to combat it. So they say, oh, it's death. Oh, that's good. And then they give it to the fake news, which is you and a few others. And the fake news talks about the bill is death. The bill is actually life. The bill is life, and it saves our country. This bill is incredible. Look at the results already. So we have $16 trillion being invested in our country. And this great gentleman and his family just came in with another billions of dollars. And if he didn't like the country, if he didn't like where we were going, he's very smart. He'd come, maybe he'd come, maybe he wouldn't even come. I think maybe it wouldn't even come. You'd save your time. But, you know, it's one of those things. But if he didn't like where this country was, he wouldn't be investing billions of dollars in this country. But think of it, $16 trillion, more than has ever been even contemplated before. And we haven't even started yet. So that's what I want to talk about. I want to talk about the success. And the Democrats have nothing to show for what they do. They almost destroyed. They allowed 25 million people to come into our country, gang members.
Man, I hate having to interrupt the president, but y'all know who Wes Lexner is? Wes Lexner. Look him up. Top Democrat donor. Top of the list. All right? He funds all of Ohio State University, where I'm from. His name's posted on everything. He's been to the island more than anybody. Top Democrat donor. Look him up. Those are the people keeping the list from getting come out. He's just a damn. He's just a figure, bro. Trump isn't nothing. He's just a talking head, bro. Y'all are crazy.
Jailbirds from all over the world, not South America, from all over the world. They allowed them to come into our country from mental institutions, insane asylums, just walk right through. They couldn't come into your country. They couldn't come into any country in the world except our country. And they came in from the worst places, gang members, drug dealers. They all came in. Turn it off, please. They all came in, and I'm doing something about it. We have it under check right now. We got rid of a lot of the murderers already. Some of them we put in our prisons because they're so bad we don't want to take a chance in putting them in a foreign prison, have them come back. But we've done a great job. Our country's in great shape. We literally have the hottest country anywhere in the world right now. And it's true what the king said, what a lot of people said. We were a dead country. 1 year ago, we were a dead country. We were laughed at all over the world. We had Afghanistan with that horrible embarrassment, most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. Look what happened with Russia and Ukraine. That should have never happened. Look what happened with Israel. That would have never happened. Hamas had no money. Iran had no money. There was no money to do an attack like that. All these things that happened that wouldn't have happened if you had good leadership. And that's what you should be talking about. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right. So look, here is, I'll go ahead and please you bleeding damn hearts for your little Epstein fucking, what do you guys get off on this shit now? I think you guys literally get off on this Epstein talk. For real, for real. Here you go. This is what y'all wanted. Here you go. I think you truly do get off on it, though. It's kind of weird. I'm not going to lie. Boom. Here you go.
On finding answers and justice as it pertains to sex predator Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, and some people who had decided to let this go came back to it again yesterday. There is no let up now in the drumbeat for more information about that Jeffrey Epstein case, despite, as we just heard, President Trump's repeated efforts to put the issue to rest. The controversy continues to plague the administration, driving a chasm among MAGA supporters. The president spoke to reporters yesterday, questioning why anyone would even care about the deceased convicted sex offender.
I don't understand it, why they would be so interested. He's dead for a long time. He was never a big factor in terms of life. I don't understand what the interest or what the fascination is. I really don't. And the credible information's been given. Don't forget, we went through years of the Mueller witch hunt and all of the different things, the Steele dossier, which was all fake. All that information was fake. But I don't understand why the Jeffrey Epstein case would be of interest to anybody. It's pretty boring stuff. It's sordid, but it's boring. And I don't understand why it keeps going. I think, well, really only pretty bad people, including fake news, want to keep something like that going. But credible information, let them give it. Anything that's credible, I would say, let them have it.
Well, millions of his own supporters disagree. They are some of the loudest.
This is the left. Here you go. This is your left-leaning media there, PH, and you're still bitching and crying. You just here to bitch, bro.
Voices calling for more transparency, more information
You
about
really
what
don't know
happened
shit, or
with
you just
Epstein.
here to
Among them,
bitch, bro.
Charlie Kirk, who was back on the topic last night, posting a list of, quote, action items to get to the bottom of the case. Megyn Kelly doubled down on her criticism of the Department of Justice in a blog post saying, nice try, but she will not be deterred from talking about Epstein, she said. Fox News host Bret Baier opened his show last night with coverage of the story. Podcaster Joe Rogan questioned the administration for its handling of the case.
They've got videotape and all of a sudden they don't. You know, you have the director of the FBI on the show saying there's no, if there was.
Hopefully I'll have this full clip for everybody before the show.
Also calling for more clarity is House Speaker Mike Johnson, who pressed the administration for more visibility on the case.
It's a very delicate subject, but we should put everything out there and let the people decide. I agree with the sentiment that we need to put it out there. And you know, Pam Bondi, I don't know, when she originally made the statement, I think she was talking about documents, as I understood it, that were on her desk. I don't know that she was specific about a list or whatever, but she needs to come forward and explain that to everybody.
Speaker Johnson joins other Republican members of Congress breaking with President Trump on this issue. Several conservatives in the House also spoke out yesterday.
Whatever they have, and I think Pam Bondi is turning it over to somebody else now, but whatever they have, it needs to be transparent. It needs to come out.
You know, do the Justice Department be transparent?
No, I wouldn't say that. I don't know what they have. I mean, this all just came to a head, and we'll see. But on all this, it should be transparent. The American people need to see what's in there, and that's not hard.
Should there be an investigation or a special counsel investigation?
I don't know. I'm not an attorney. I just find them guilty and hang them publicly. I mean, that's not over the top either. I'm ready. I'm over it. It disgusts me. I'm big on clarity and transparency, and you know, that's good reason people don't trust government, either party.
But you don't believe what the Justice Department is saying?
I don't know. You know, I don't. I think I don't trust them.
I think moving forward, we need a special counsel. That has got to happen. There has to be a special investigation into this if we aren't going to be provided information. And so this is certainly important, and I want answers. And maybe that takes that special counsel to do so.
All right, so those are all Republicans calling for more information. Despite those calls, though, House Republicans blocked another amendment that would mandate the release of the Justice Department files on Jeffrey Epstein. Yesterday, Democrats tried to force a vote on a measure that would have required the DOJ to publish the files within 30 days. This comes just one day after Republicans on the House Rules Committee voted against attaching a similar Epstein amendment to a cryptocurrency and defense funding bill. Democrats have promised future votes on the measure, while Republicans are dismissing the move, calling it a partisan ploy. Republican Congressman Tim Burchett of Tennessee, who you just heard from a second ago, telling Axios, quote, "It's just politics. It's not about protecting little children." And that ticks me off. So David French, you're writing about this morning. You've been writing about it quite a bit. I think it's worth taking a step back to the layman who follows the news but does not understand why conservatives, some conservatives, millions of conservatives, why our Department of Justice, why the White House, why the FBI right now is consumed about a case of a convicted sex offender who killed himself in jail 6 years ago. Why is this so resonant, and why won't it go away?
Yeah, I'm glad we're taking a step back here to help people understand, because I don't think the average person in the United States understands the extent to which MAGA is motivated by, and their support for Trump is motivated by, this burning sense of conviction that America is led by a ruling class of pedophiles, that the top of American government, the top of American industry is populated by pedophiles. And so if you have a belief, now just think this through for a moment. If you have a burning conviction, if you have a belief that the top layer of American government is populated by pedophiles, then your motivation to, quote, drain the swamp is going to be rooted in furious anger, just furious anger. And this has been stoked, by the way, by the Trump administration and by figures within MAGA for years. So if you're going to go back and you're going to look at rhetoric before the 2024 election, you're going to have a Kash Patel, you're going to have a Dan Bongino, you're going to have, to some extent, even Trump himself talking about, we got to get this out there and get this out there. You're going to have in Christian circles and extreme Christian circles, you're going to have prophecies about how Trump is the man who is supposed to expose all of this, to root all of this out. So what we're talking about here is actually a disruption for the motivating force for MAGA to begin with for an awful lot of people. So that's why when I saw all of a sudden this DOJ memorandum, an unsigned memorandum, by the way, a very cowardly way to do this, comes out and basically refutes every key element of the bigger Epstein conspiracy, that says there's no list. That was a shock to people because Bondi had implied that the list was on her desk, that there's no blackmail, another shock to people who believed that blackmail was one of the ways that the pedophile cabal kept everyone in line, and, talked about that he had in fact killed himself. And then we have this just staggering weirdness, I guess is a good way to say it, of releasing videos that are supposed to allegedly disprove conspiracies, but yet have missing minutes within them. And there's evidence that comes from Wired magazine, not from some obscure right-wing conspiracy site, that, hey, this video may have been spliced together, may have been edited in some way. And all of a sudden, all of these alarm bells start going off around MAGA in a way they've not gone off around, say, cuts to foreign aid or unconstitutional attacks on free speech or exploding federal deficits or inconsistent policies towards Ukraine. All of that, they'll stick with him easily. But this is something else entirely, because it's foundational to the purpose of, I'm not going to say the whole movement, but part of the movement. And that's why you have seen some people who otherwise would be absolute peak Trump sycophants breaking with Trump, like your Benny Johnsons of the world, your Charlie Kirks of the world. I would never call Joe Rogan a Trump sycophant, but like raising his voice here, Megyn Kelly, these are people with immense followings. Now, of course, they're not as influential as Trump. No one is in MAGA, but they have immense followings. And then you're seeing rank and file rebellion. When Trump posted his screed, bizarrely blaming the Epstein files on Obama and others, this was one of the first times you saw the user base of Truth Social. This is the core of MAGA, the beating heart of MAGA, turning on Trump. So he actually does have a real problem here. When you see even a Mike Johnson saying something, that means he's hearing from constituents. And for years, we've never seen any daylight between Trump and MAGA. Maybe one brief incident of booing when he brought up the vaccine at a rally some time ago. But this is the first real breach we've seen. And when you've been around MAGA, you know why, because this is foundational. This is why many of them supported him in the first place, which is ironic considering his ties to Jeffrey Epstein. But this is why many of them supported him in the first place. This is foundational to the reasons for supporting him. And all of a sudden, he's comparing it to the so-called Russia hoax. He's putting them in the category of the Democrats and Trump dissenting Republicans who are very keen on investigating ties to Russia. This is a wild moment. I knew it would be a problem when I saw that memo. I knew it would be a problem for him. I did not see how much of a problem it would be and how hard it would be for him to tamp it down.
Yeah, and when you've invested, as you say, years and years and years of your life, when this is foundational to who you are, you're not going to walk away from it after an unsigned memo from the DOJ and the FBI. John, very fascinating, frankly, to watch Donald Trump, the president of the United States, grapple with this. A guy who was an acquaintance of Jeffrey Epstein, who once called him a terrific guy, who acknowledged jokingly his affinity for very young women.
Yep.
Trump talking about Jeffrey Epstein, frankly, just looks uncomfortable when we see him there yesterday talking about this.
And clearly flailing. I mean, yesterday on the tarmac there at Joint Base Andrews, talked about how boring the story is. He wouldn't understand why anyone would talk about it. Mind you, it was just 2 days prior that, as David mentioned, Donald Trump's defense was that it was a conspiracy created by Barack Obama. I don't know, let's take that at face value. That's not boring if you're saying the former president of the United States created this. And it just shows that they have not landed on a good defense. As you noted, this sort of right from the beginning always is a bit of an uncomfortable fit as a MAGA conspiracy, simply because Trump did have at least some ties to Epstein. There's a bunch of photographs of them together. Now, Trump himself has not pushed this conspiracy nearly as hard as others in his orbit in recent years, but it has become a core piece of the MAGA movement. And what's so interesting is we sat on the show yesterday. It looked like the firestorm was petering out. We talked about how,
shit right.
Charlie Kirk had said, well, I'm not going to talk about this anymore. And others in the right-wing movement seemingly were getting in line. And President Trump said, let's drop it. And they seemed like they were willing to. That changed again yesterday. Kirk did devote his show to this. Fox News, which had largely ignored it for 24 hours, they talked about it. As noted, Megyn Kelly, Benny Johnson, they all jumped back on board. And most significantly to me anyway, was Speaker Mike Johnson, who has shown no appetite at all to defy Trump at this point during his tenure, has been painted by others on the Hill as being almost afraid of his own shadow in terms of not wanting to defy the White House. But in this one yesterday, Mika, he did, calling for a full release of these, whatever files they may be, which stands in exact contrast of what the Oval Office wants.
Oh, that kind of goes against everything y'all been saying in the chat, at least some of you guys. I mean, literally everything. Now, here's what Elon and has to say about it. Again, this is from your side. This isn't my opinion. This is what y'all wanted. This is from your side. I'm going to be fair on every side.
Epstein files. That post by Elon Musk this afternoon gets at a serious question, prompted by MAGA fans, among others, after the Justice Department asserted in a memo that convicted sex offender and multimillionaire Jeffrey Epstein did not blackmail high-profile clients, was not murdered before he was found dead in his jail cell in 2019, and in fact had no client list. Despite the fact that the very same administration officials are now asserting there is no there there, many of them were the ones ginning up the controversy before President Trump was reelected and while they were in office. The Justice Department memo, first obtained by Axios, also comes 1 month after the billionaire Tesla founder took to his platform X as his alliance with President Trump dissolved. Quote, time to drop the really big bomb. Trump is in the Epstein files. That is the real reason why they have not been made public, unquote. Musk deleted that post 2 days later, but the new memo has Musk posting this meme, among others. It's a guy putting on progressively more clown makeup with the text, we will release the Epstein list. We just need more time. The Epstein list is on my desk. There is no Epstein list with full clown regalia. The desk part refers to a February clip. The list is on my desk. A February clip from Fox that was played of Pam Bondi. Take a listen.
The DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients? Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump.
But here was Attorney General Bondi earlier today.
I was asked a question about the client list, and my response was, it's sitting on my desk to be reviewed, meaning the file along with the JFK, MLK files as well. That's what I meant by that.
Trump was asked about the memo today by a New York Post reporter, and he expressed indignation.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable.
Mr. President, the reason people are talking about this guy is because people serving in the highest levels of your administration have been talking about this guy for years and talking about how the Epstein list needs to be released. Here's then Republican vice presidential nominee J.D. Vance in October 2024.
Everybody in politics has a vice that's much worse than alcoholism is the way that I put it. But we
release the list.
Seriously, we need to release the Epstein list. That is an important thing.
Here's Kash Patel on a podcast just over a year before he became FBI director.
Why is the FBI protecting the greatest pederast, the largest scale pederast in human history?
Simple, because of who's on that list.
Dan Bongino, a former Secret Service agent turned right-wing podcaster, is now the FBI deputy director. Here he is on his show in February. He was named deputy director just a few weeks later.
I'm not ever going to let this story go because of what I heard from a source about Bill Clinton on a plane with Jeffrey Epstein. I'm not letting it go ever. Ever.
Bill Clinton's spokesperson released a statement in 2019 saying that the former president, quote, knows nothing about the terrible crimes. We should note the presence of one's name in the files does not mean they were involved in any way in sex trafficking or having sex with any of Epstein's victims. Here's Alina Habba, now interim U.S. attorney for New Jersey. This is her in February.
In this case, in Epstein's case, it is incredibly disturbing. We have flight logs, we have information, names that will come out.
Is it going to be shocking?
I don't see how it's not shocking.
That's why I've been saying, why don't y'all just go look at the flight logs? All the information's out there.
I'm shocked that none of that's been released. In February this year, Attorney General Bondi.
Oh, but it has. It's been leaked a long time ago. Don't play stupid.
He teased the imminent arrival of the Epstein files, and President Trump's eldest son, Don Jr., posted about the news. Quote, LFG, an acronym for Let's Effing Go. A week later, the Trump administration invited a slew of conservative MAGA influencers to the White House, purporting to give them a first look at a batch of documents labeled the Epstein files, phase 1, but none of it was a smoking gun. The vast majority of the information had already been made publicly available. CNN's Evan Perez reported in March that Attorney General Bondi directed FBI agents, in some cases, to drop their work on China and Iran and focus on redacting the files before their release. Remember, Trump made part of this his platform. Here he is during the 2024 campaign.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
All right.
I guess I would. I think that less so because, you don't know it. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there because there's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world.
So what's really going on here? I mean, what's really going on? Well, experts such as our friend Julie Brown from the Miami Herald, who's been covering Epstein for years, say that the notion of Epstein having an easy-to-access client list is likely a red herring. And that's what the Trump administration is relying on, that there likely isn't a list per se. But they are also now relying on the fact that because it's MAGA influencers who often put forward so many falsehoods, legacy news media won't push the point, that while there might not be a list, there are certainly files that can be released.
Yeah.
There's a trove of information that the Trump administration is right now refusing to share. Information that could well point to the powerful folks who availed themselves of the sex trafficking victims of Jeffrey Epstein. If you go, for example, to the FBI vault online, you can see that there are 22 files containing thousands of pages. Most of them are heavily redacted. Now, sure, of course, redact the names and identifying characteristics of the victims. But why not make the victim and testimonies public? As Julie Brown points out, there's still so much we don't know from the investigations by U.S. attorneys in Miami and in New York, witness interviews in the U.S. Virgin Islands and New Mexico. Brown writes that there's still more evidence that hasn't been published, including, quote, Epstein kept video cameras in most of his residences, and Epstein's autopsy, nor the report of the investigation into his death, has been made public. So while there may not be an official client list to be released, as the administration is now saying, there's a lot of extra information that is not being made public, despite Trump's Justice Department basically now saying case closed. This isn't going to go away.
When Pam Bondi went on television and said, I have a videotape of kids getting abused, I followed this case closely, and I know a lot of the people involved, as I've told you.
Mm-hmm.
I had no idea. I didn't know that. Really? Thousands of children got raped? Yeah. Who raped them? Where are the rapists? Like, why aren't they in jail? What? This is the Department of Justice.
Yes. Yes.
That is so crazy. This is honestly one of the craziest things I've ever seen in my entire life. And I just think it's very dangerous to play around with this stuff. Like, very dangerous.
Well,
I don't want a revolution, but if you wanted a revolution, this is how you would act.
All right, Jamal, what do you think hearing that from Tucker?
Well, first of all, Tucker is being dangerous by alluding to something like a revolution when we're talking about the MAGA people, because we know that MAGA forces have been willing to use violence in pursuit of their political aims. We saw it on January 6th. You know, Gretchen said something a second ago about is Trump covering for Pam Bondi. But the question also may be, is Pam Bondi covering for Trump? We just really don't know. Donald Trump has been very forceful. He's a great television performer. When the question of Epstein comes up, every time he dissembles, he attacks the reporter. Remember before, he'll release the UFO files. He'll release the JFK files. Will you release the Epstein files? Well, I don't know if we should, do that. Innocent people may get wrapped up in that. I just think something's going on here. We got to keep asking the questions until we find out what's really happening, and they should just release the files.
I mean, right. I mean, that seems to be the point, Gretchen, at this point, and this is something that has been spun up, right, by some of the very people who are now saying, I mean, when Kash Patel and Dan Bongino came out recently and tried to downplay the Epstein files, they were eviscerated by the MAGA base, right? And now this is putting the whole thing on steroids. Far-right activist Laura Luma, Gretchen, we know Trump listens to her. She has been hammering Pam Bondi on social media. She posted, how come we can't talk about what a dumb, lying bimbo Pam Bondi is? JD Vance, please encourage President Trump to fire Pam Bondi. She's a disgrace. So what do you hear when you hear this? I mean, look, Laura Loomer, we know, has had very specific, tangible influence on Trump on big decisions.
Yes, in national security, specifically in the last few months. I do think she has Trump's ear. So, I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Trump seemed to be protecting Bondi today. But I think one other really important point is in this second administration, we have seen a lot of MAGA supporters of Trump come out and be totally against him on really big issues. And what I think is fascinating is that he can go after people who are in groups, like lawyers, like members of Congress. I'll primary you if you don't agree with me. But with these single influencers, he's not doing that. And I think that raises a huge question about whether or not he has the power to actually silence them.
Right. And Jamal, I guess the whole question is there really no there? Or is the question, who is covering up for whom?
That is the question. Listen, what is sobering is that Donald Trump, if this were normal times, Donald Trump, he's turned around on Ukraine, and there are people in MAGA who are upset about that. He was in this relationship with Elon Musk, who's now turned on him, who wants to start a party. And so that could maybe peel off people. Now we've got the Epstein files, or all these things that would normally take down a regular politician. Donald Trump seems to be able to survive these things. I mean, he's such a political force, it doesn't really matter. But what does happen is the people around him are the ones who catch the brick. And so the question for Pam Bondi is this going to limit her ability to either be an effective attorney general or to even keep her job as attorney general?
All right. I hope I can get
this morning, outrage among the president's own supporters over how the Department of Justice is handling the so-called Jeffrey Epstein files. In a series of scathing posts on Twitter, longtime Trump ally, fierce supporter Laura Loomer called for the president to fire Attorney General Pam Bondi. This all happened after a memo released by the Department of Justice and the FBI this week said that accused sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein died by suicide, confirmed that. The attorney general also said there is no evidence that Epstein kept a, quote, client list, despite previously suggesting there would be some kind of bombshell. CNN's Elena Treen live at the White House this morning, where this just doesn't seem to be going away, Elena.
Yeah, John, and it's not just, people who are in the MAGA movement, in the president's base, and I will say there's many, it's not just Laura Loomer, but many other prominent people like Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, the list goes on, who have been really reeling from the drop of that memo that the Justice Department released on Sunday, essentially concluding, in their words, that Jeffrey Epstein died by suicide and that there's no so-called client list. But there's a lot of people as well inside the White House, the president's own officials, who are increasingly frustrated with how not just the Justice Department, but specifically Attorney General Pam Bondi has handled this. I mean, I spoke with one Trump advisor. They said that Bondi had bungled this case from the start by overpromising some of the findings that they were anticipating. Another advisor told me that this was a political nightmare, questioning why they released this at this point in time and the way in which they did it. Again, releasing this short memo and also leaking it to a certain media outlet. Look, part of these problems as well that adds to all of this is Bondi's own claim back in February when she was doing an interview with Fox News, where she said she had the client list on her desk for review. Now, she was pressed on some of these questions yesterday during the president's cabinet meeting and tried to argue that she was referring to the broader case. I want you to take a listen to both that interview, but also her response.
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump. I'm reviewing that. I was asked a question about the client list, and my response was, it's sitting on my desk to be reviewed, meaning the file along with the JFK, MLK files as well. That's what I meant by that.
Now, look, we talked to a lot of different people following Bondi's answer there yesterday in that cabinet room, who said essentially they're not satisfied by that answer, particularly given so many people in the MAGA movement, so many of the president's supporters, and including even some people in his own administration had previously argued that there was so much more to this case, particularly wanting to unearth potential accomplices to Jeffrey Epstein, not totally satisfied by this. Now, the president, for his part, John, has argued that this is old news. He kind of dismissed some of the questions on this yesterday in that cabinet meeting as a desecration. And we are told that he's not acutely annoyed with Bondi herself. He was briefed on some of these findings last week by Bondi and the FBI director, Kash Patel, but still a lot of people inside the White House not exactly happy with how this all played out.
All right, Elena Treen at the White House this morning. Thank you. With us now, CNN political commentator, Republican strategist Michael Singleton, and Christine Quinn, the executive committee chair of the New York State Democratic Committee. And just to review some of the people calling for Bondi's head here, again, it's Laura Loomer, fierce supporter of the president, putting out these tweets. She needs to be fired. She has tainted the investigation. Elon Musk, one-time friend of the president, saying, how can people be expected to have faith in Trump if he won't release the Epstein files? And then Megyn Kelly in Politico pointed this out this morning, said of Pam Bondi, her days are numbered as a member of the Trump administration. I mean, sure, Michael, this isn't just one person now. It's a lot, and it's not getting quieter. It's getting louder.
It's not getting quieter. And she made a statement that many believed was accurate, which was that she was going to attempt to prosecute the individuals, whether it's Republican men, Democratic men who were engaged with Jeffrey Epstein and doing some pretty atrocious and disgusting things against young girls and young women. I mean, what type of society doesn't rally around protecting young girls and women? I've been involved with groups in the past wanting to bring and shine a spotlight on these types of issues. And my hope would be the top cop in the nation would take this very seriously. And she really isn't. And a lot of Republicans are scratching their heads, questioning why. I think this is a bipartisan issue. I think Americans want these powerful men, whoever they are, to be brought to justice.
And the president was asked about this in this cabinet meeting yesterday. Let's listen to how he responded.
And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable. I mean, I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein at a time like this, where we're having some of the greatest success and also tragedy with what happened in Texas. It just seems like a desecration.
We see the president's pushing it away here, but it was his own supporters,
Right.
people like J.D. Vance, not to mention the people we've all listed there, talking about the Epstein files all during the campaign. I mean, this was a thing that his people were pushing, and now he's like, nothing to see here.
Right. His people pushed it. His appointee brought it back up square in front of everyone with saying there would be prosecutions,
Exactly, Buzz.
things would be released, and now nothing. And what's a desecration is what happened to those girls and those young women, not reporters appropriately asking questions, which are not new questions, but follow-up questions to what Pam Bondi had already put out there. And when you make promises to prosecute, to release information, and you don't, then all theories come up. And it's a terrible thing that there are people saying the president might be on the list. How horrible would that be? They can put all of this to rest by putting all the information out there. And you're right, this isn't Republican or Democrat. This is a matter of justice. And that is what Pam Bondi should be
And that's why
focused
people are
on.
upset about with Pam Bondi. I mean, these conservatives, Megyn Kelly, I mean, even Tucker Carlson talking about this. Charlie Kirk had a post on X, and he said, even if Republicans were on the list, would you be okay with them being brought to justice? And overwhelmingly, the responses were yes, because people want to protect the innocence of young girls and young women, and we should all be about that.
And again, it was people within this administration promising it would be released. We'll see where this goes next.
This is supposed to be about the most transparent administration ever.
What on earth is going on? Was Pam Bondi set up by deep state FBI career officials? Is she stupid? Is she so slick thirsty that she got out over her skis trying to make news, being a Fox News star?
Pam Bondi, all of it. All those videos are saying, yeah, she's seen the videos. It's all coming out. And then now it doesn't exist. I mean, what? What?
Alex Jones broadcasting from his car. Okay, so how much of a
Now-
risk is President
Now CNN's using Alex Jones as a damn source.
Trump taking by dismissing the
hilarious.
priorities of portions of the base? CNN's Aaron Blake writes, everyone has their limits.
joke.
Trump's giving them reasons to be suspect about his and top administration officials' intentions. And there's been at least some evidence of a brewing backlash. Group chat is back. I have to be honest, I remember the backlash, many minutes ago over the strikes on Iran. And it feels like that's a way more significant and important issue than that. And everybody rolled.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think two things. I think we've seen President Trump, this term and last term, be like a rain jacket. Some of these things just roll off of him. But here's the reality. I think we've all been afraid to say this. President Donald Trump is a lame duck president. And so some of these things we're talking about politically will not hurt him because he is a lame duck president. What I'm concerned about what's going to happen in 2026 with the Congress, with Senate. So I think some of these things are going to be hard
A lame duck and president? You're a joke, bro.
for the Republican Party to talk about than this President
For
Trump.
the last 4 years, we had to watch this old dead man crawl up from the basement. Who can't even ride a bike or finish a sentence, and you're literally calling him the lame duck. Oh my God, this is what y'all wanted.
Look, I'll be honest. There's so many weird, bizarro Addams Family-esque stories that people go down rabbit holes when it comes to the MAGA base. I've never read a Jeffrey Epstein story. When somebody complains that Donald Trump has not told us where Elvis is really living, I'm not going to read that ever. Also, because Donald Trump is right. We have Texas, and we have what's going on with Russia and Ukraine. We have
But nobody
Iran and
asked
Iraq.
Pam Bondi to make a bunch of binders to hang,
That's
to
fine,
send to the Twitterati. It
I
feels
think-
like a cell
I think the
phone.
mental health of America or
Yeah.
Americans is much better off not paying attention to those crazy, shiny things.
Well, to be fair, President Trump has also set up his cabinet to be these sort of TV, Twitter.
Right.
folks.
Hire
So
professionals.
yeah, exactly.
It's always-
So I think
always a good
that's
lesson.
that's kind of baked in.
Yeah.
I do think there are a few different stories that we're all going to look at as like litmus tests of how far can the president depart from the MAGA base or press them. I do think like a conspiracy story that President Trump's circle spent a long time fanning until he came into office, and then they had to they were the establishment and they were the government and they had to decide what information to release, is a little bit different than whether he's changing his policy on Russia v.
Yeah.
Ukraine or on how to handle deportations of undocumented migrants who are not violent and haven't committed any crimes inside the United States. Like, I put those in two different categories. They both may be tests of the MAGA base,
Yeah.
but one is like substantively, unless you really think there's like a triple conspiracy going on, there wasn't any there to the Epstein files. And now the sitting president's administration has to say
Yes,
so, as
and
opposed to a change in U.S. posture.
we also heard one of the folks in that video talking about doing it for clicks. This whole industry is for clicks, right? So I think the question, in a way, I'm kind of asking is, you know, if you ride this certain horse into battle, like it was to their advantage to embrace this when it ginned up interest for him in the party.
Yes.
And now it felt a little bit like he was saying, let the adults talk.
Yeah, I think historically, if you look at those people who back candidates very, very early, they're the first ones to have their hearts broken. in
I
certain sort of ways.
personally, I can't listen to these people no more. I do have the Joe Rogan podcast of him talking about the whole Epstein case. Fresh. Let's rock this out. I want something different. My gosh. That Comey is the one who was probing Trump, right? To all you people that don't know.
I don't know what happened with
And
Ghislaine
you don't
Maxwell.
think
What's
they-
she
So yeah, he just swept that right under the rug.
part? Yeah.
Look, bro, if you type in caps, just freaking block them. Who cares? I'm warning you. If you want to watch, then watch. If you want to comment, this is absolutely me right now, bro. This is what he's doing is exactly what I'm doing. I should. All right, so here's what I'm gonna do, you guys. I'm gonna put this on. Let's see if it's worth watching. Which is, this is Pam Bondi explaining. This is her press conference explaining supposedly about Bongino and Epstein and where she's coming from with all this. So let's see what she has to say.
United States Drug Enforcement Administration. On behalf of the men and women of DEA, I'm privileged to stand here today alongside the Attorney General of the United States, whose leadership, support, and unwavering commitment to public safety has been instrumental in DEA carrying out its vital mission. It is an honor to introduce the Attorney General of the United States, Pam Bondi.
Thank you all for being here today. This is so important why we're here today. Acting Administrator Murphy, thank you for everything you do. We've been to DEA labs together. You have been fighting this every day, and I can't thank you enough. It's been an incredible few weeks for the DEA nationwide. We're here today to announce the historic success through Operation Take Back America. We should remember why this work matters. We're honored today to be here with Chelsea Curtis. She is a brave sister. She lost 2 of her brothers to drug overdoses, 1 to heroin, and her second brother she lost to cocaine that was laced with fentanyl. Chelsea works with us here at the Department of Justice. And she's in the District of Virginia, and she does amazing work, and she is paying it forward by looking out for other victims and their families and fighting this epidemic throughout our country. Thank you, Chelsea, for being here with us. Over the 4th of July weekend, DEA agents executed successful operations throughout this country. One in Columbia, South Carolina, where they seized 71 kilos of fentanyl and 20 kilos of methamphetamine. This is very near the University of South Carolina, where dealers, we all know, often target college kids. They put these drugs in pill forms to go after our kids.
They do.
This includes a seizure in.
No matter what we feel about what's going on with the Epstein case, this is facts right here.
Fresno, California, also 4th of July weekend. Acting Director Murphy is going to get into details about these, but this is why this is so important. And this is something new that I hadn't seen. 24 pounds of carfentanil disguised as real prescription pills. Carfentanil, we all know, is even stronger than fentanyl. They often call it the elephant tranquilizer. And it was carfentanil in prescription pills to look like oxycodone. That should terrify every parent in this country. In many cases, illegal aliens are doing the work of cartels in our communities. In one recent example, just 2 weeks ago, the DEA arrested an illegal alien sitting in the front passenger seat of a trailer truck that contained over 700 pounds of methamphetamine. 700 pounds. Something else I hadn't seen, they are now putting methamphetamine in a pill form. First time we've seen that.
This is exactly why I voted for Trump right here. Get these cartels, get all these drugs. All my friends have passed away because of this stuff. I want this shit off the streets. The files, bro, come on. Really? I only voted for him because what do you think? You think any of this is going to change? No, all the people that were brought into this country were by the last administration. You don't understand. You don't care about your own people.
A pill form. Now, a pill form of methamphetamine might not kill you instantly, but it can get you so addicted to meth that it can destroy your life instantly. DOJ attorneys will continue to prosecute these violent criminals, and they're all violent. If you are dealing in these drugs to Americans, to any citizen in this world, you're a violent.
Did you say I don't care about kids? Because my whole entire everything is about the kids. This isn't about kids. This is about rich, famous, and politicians being on a list. There's no kids being saved by getting this list. Y'all ain't doing nothing. There's kids missing right now in Texas, in North Carolina, in Maui, in California. Y'all ain't even worrying about that. Y'all really care about the kids?
Criminal, and we will prosecute you to the fullest extent of the law. Since January 20th, DEA has been removing this poison from our streets at a historic rate. They've seized over 44 million fentanyl pills, over 4,500 pounds of fentanyl powder, over 64,000 pounds of methamphetamine, 64,000. Nearly totaling the same amount that was seized in all of 2024. 541,000 pounds of cocaine. And what they're doing, they just take a little fentanyl and lace it in that cocaine, which is how Chelsea lost her brother. We will not rest until these FTOs are eliminated, their members are prosecuted or deported, and the public is safe again. Thanks to President Trump, we're able to take the handcuffs off our law enforcement officers, our great men and women at DEA who are out there every single day risking their lives to protect us and to protect our families. One big beautiful bill enhances our law enforcement capabilities by also including money for technology that will help our agents catch these criminals. And they're getting so sophisticated. And I've never seen anything like this either in my entire career as a prosecutor, how sophisticated they are in smuggling these drugs into our country. Now, I'm going to let him explain that to you with a truckload of cucumbers that came into our country. In addition to one big beautiful bill, the Halt Fentanyl Act that was passed through Congress is now headed to the White House. That will help us because it analogs. Previously, these drugs that were coming into our country, they would change the precursors as fast as they can so they wouldn't be illegal coming into our country. No longer with the Halt Fentanyl Act. Also now, if a criminal is in possession of 100 grams or more of any fentanyl-related substance, they will face 10 years in prison minimum. President Trump, the Department of Justice, and the great men and women at the DEA will continue to fight to make America safe again. We will fight from Tampa to the Twin Cities, from Nassau County to the Golden Coast. And I can't wait for you to hear these recent cases that were just made. And to the Angel families and our incredible Angel sister who lost two brothers to drugs, and everyone affected by fentanyl, know that every day we will be out there fighting for you and your loved ones. The most important reminder we can give you here today, to high school kids, to college kids, to parents, to talk to your kids: do not buy, take, accept any drug, any prescription drug from anyone off the street, even if it's a friend. Do not accept it. This is why. This is a real Adderall pill. This
Damn, she
is a
busting
fake
out
Adderall
Annie's
pill.
right on the thing, man.
You can't tell the difference. These are laced with drugs that could kill you. Over here, the oxycodone, the fake ones and the real ones. This is what was seized in Fresno, California. In Fresno, right?
Yes.
Amounts that could kill so many of our high school and college kids. They think that buying this on the street corner won't hurt them, but it will, and it can kill you. And that's why they're targeting places close to our universities as well. I'm going to let Acting Director Murphy now fill you in on all the details of these very, very important arrests that were made just within the last couple weeks. Thank you all for your attention to this very important matter.
Thank you, Attorney General Bondi. Men and women of the DEA lead the fight against the Mexican cartels. These cartels are responsible for the manufacturing, the smuggling, and the distribution, and then the subsequent collection of the money, because that's what's driving this problem is profit, and making sure that money makes it back into Mexico. How do we measure success? DEA works tirelessly every day to disrupt and dismantle these cartels. We are second to none at developing intelligence, interpreting it, and actioning it. Without the intelligence, these cases I'm going to talk about, we would never be able to make. You are not going to randomly stop the amount of vehicles that we haven't come across a port of entry. There's no way. Some could be million a day. There's no way we're going to be able to stop every vehicle, search it, and find us. Without the actionable intelligence, the technology that we're hopefully going to be getting based on the new bill, help us get better at doing our job and preventing this stuff from making it to the street in the first place. But we recognize that's not enough by itself. We have a responsibility to ensure the public is aware the threats posed by the cartels that endanger both public safety and national security. And this is where all of you come in today. We are seeing a disturbing trend. Cartels are now producing methamphetamine pills. We started seeing it in 2024 at a tremendous amount. We've already seized more methamphetamine pills this year than we did the entire year of 2024. These are made to look like popular drugs that our youngest men and women want, our college-age students. This is an effort by the cartels, a deliberate effort. Our young men and women are not seeking out methamphetamine pills. They are not seeking to get that. Unfortunately, they're being deceived into a life of potential addiction. We are fighting back, bringing this fight to the front lines. Fentanyl remains the leading cause of death for Americans between the ages of 18 and 45. Fentanyl and methamphetamine together are the toxic evidence the cartels have no value of life. Over the past few weeks, as the Attorney General mentioned, we've made historic seizures in multiple cities targeting these cartels who were recently designated by the president as foreign terrorist organizations. Attorney General spoke about Lexington, South Carolina, right outside Columbia University, University of South Carolina and Columbia. 156 pounds of meth. There was also, 156 pounds of fentanyl, along with meth, weapons, cash, and an illegal alien that had previously been deported twice. Fresno, California, the 24 pounds of carfentanil, that's frightening. That's a large amount of any drug, let alone carfentanil. that cannot hit the streets. Luckily, we were able to stop it from getting the street. Gainesville, Georgia, suburb right outside of Atlanta. The 706 pounds of methamphetamine the Attorney General made mention of hidden in a shipment of cucumbers that crossed the Mexican border. Obviously, DEA intelligence led to that. We had not seen this unique. It was not a standard size kilo packages. They were cut in half, and they were built into the boxes that contained the cucumbers. So when you picked up a box, there was no way. So the average trooper or anybody stopping that truck, that 18-wheeler that had tons of cucumbers on it, opened up the back and looked. Unless you knew you were looking for this, there's no way you would have found it. And again, one of the individuals arrested there, an illegal alien deported twice, most recently after serving a federal conviction for drug trafficking, cocaine. Minneapolis, Minnesota, 889 pounds of methamphetamine. Again, one of the persons arrested in that case previously deported. Kern County, California, Bakersfield. Along with our partners, we shut down a meth conversion lab. This is where we see where meth comes across the border in a liquid form, has to be converted back into something that's usable. It's useless in a liquid. It's converted back into crystallized methamphetamine. So very dangerous for the neighborhoods when you live in those areas. Toxic chemicals. This is some of the very, very toxic. The house easily explodes with the chemicals they're mixing. They seized 240 pounds of crystal meth that was finished and another 150 pounds of liquid meth that was in process. Galveston, Texas, along with our other federal partners, CBP and others, we were able to seize 1,700 pounds of methamphetamine worth over the $15 million hidden inside a vehicle that was crossing into the United States. Two days ago in Austin, Texas, along with law enforcement partners, we seized an additional 785 pounds of methamphetamine hidden amongst the pallet of blueberries. Let me say this again. This is a national security threat, not just a drug problem. We are taking the fight directly to the cartels, not just at home, but internationally, across our borders, and online, through online platforms. We are not just seizing drugs, we are also dismantling the cartel's logistics and their finance networks. Just recently, DEA agents in Miami seized over 10 million in cryptocurrency directly linked to the Sinaloa cartel. In Omaha, we seized numerous handguns, including machine gun conversion devices, along with 40,000 fentanyl pills in a raid that was run by a locally based polydrug linked to a Mexican cartel. Just recently in Chicago, multi-state takedown in Indiana, Kentucky, and Arizona resulted in the seizure of 59 illegal firearms possessed by serious violent felons, along with 74 pounds of methamphetamine, 11 pounds of fentanyl, 11 pounds of cocaine, cash, and 23 individuals who were arrested. Every seizure demonstrates the reach the cartels have throughout the United States. Make no mistake, the cartels are operating in every corner of this country, and so are we. At this point, we'll take questions. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Administrator, I would like to get your perspective on what exactly is driving this, but I also have an off-topic question for the Attorney General in response to comments that President Trump made a short time ago, just a few moments ago on the South Lawn. He said that he would support you releasing additional credible evidence from the Epstein investigation.
Here we go, guys. Here's the fucking meeting.
Yeah.
Let me take that first. This today is about fentanyl. This is about a wall of
Here we go. This is what we were waiting for. What are you gonna say, Pam?
people right outside this room who have died from. I appreciate your question, but this today is about
I get why she doesn't want to answer it, but we want some damn answers.
fentanyl overdoses throughout our country and people who have lost loved ones to fentanyl. That's the message that we're here to send today. Nothing about Epstein. I'm not going to talk about Epstein.
And so to your first question about what's driving this, clearly it's driven by profit. It's all it is. Mexican cartels are driven by profit only. These are business decisions. Everything we talked about today, whether it's how they're smuggling across the bill and the innovation they use to get it across the border, also the attempted, quite frankly, during the 4th of July holiday. We think it was a concerted effort that they flood us because they thought there'd be less law enforcement working at that time, and they sent as much as they could across the border in numerous cities. Didn't work out well for them. Also, the decision to start making methamphetamine pills, business decision, like any other company in America. They look at what is wanted. Unfortunately, taking a pill has a lot less stigma than shooting a drug in your arm, snorting it, smoking it. But that makes it that much more dangerous because it's less threatening to our young people who, again, from a national security standpoint, that 18 to 45-year-old men and women, that's what makes up our U.S. military. And we're losing them at historical rates. That is not what we can allow to continue. And that's what we're here to fight and continue to fight it. Yes, ma'am.
I have on topic, you spoke a lot about numbers, but of all the different actions that you took over that weekend, can you talk to us about how many individuals are going to be facing criminal prosecution?
I mean, we really need to stand on this issue big time. That's why I haven't turned it off. I don't even care if it messes with my viewers, our views or whatever. This needs to get out.
Simply just being deported, perhaps, arrested and sent.
Everybody arrested in this will be facing. This is a serious amount of drugs.
Do you have a number?
Well, I don't off the top of my head because it was in multiple cities, but I think most of the, pretty much at every place we're talking about, I don't have an exact number.
And to jump in on that same topic, that minimum 10 years in prison for almost all of these defendants, some 20, some 40, depending on the amount of drugs, the type of drugs, the level of drugs. Go ahead.
Sure. For you, Attorney General. Today on social media, President Trump made allegations about mortgage fraud against Senator Schiff. I'm wondering if you can comment on that and whether or not that issue has been referred and be looked at by the.
Yeah, I just was told about those comments walking into this room, and we don't comment on whether there is or is not a pending investigation. But thank you. Anything else on topic today? Go ahead.
Madam Attorney General, on this matter of fentanyl, which is a priority clearly for the DEA, Department of Justice, are you confident you're going to still be here to execute this because there's so many people calling for change at the Department of Justice?
I'm going to be here for as long as the president wants me here, and I believe he's made that crystal clear. It's 4 years, well, 3.5 now, right? We've got 6 months in, and it feels like 6 years. Yeah, exactly. But I was with Director Patel this morning, and we are working on fighting violent crime. We are working on all these issues that we deeply care about to make America safe again and get these drugs off our streets. You know, we've been working on this since my really last 2 years. Fentanyl was coming on the market when I was state attorney general. And now with these cartels, it's coming back. It's coming in more than ever. And the border has stopped that, but we're going to catch them and we're going to prosecute them to the fullest extent of the law.
Yes, sir.
Is there disruption at the leadership of DOJ and the FBI with your relationship with Dan Bongino that is affecting the operations?
No, I'm not going to talk about personnel matters. No, I was with Director Patel all morning, and we are committed to keeping America safe, making America safe, working with our incredible partners at DEA, FBI, ATF, U.S. Marshals to do everything we can to make America safe. And that's what we're focused on. And today we're focused on protecting our kids. And I would ask all of you when you leave, go look at that wall outside, right outside this room, of all the fentanyl deaths, all the faces of fentanyl that you have done an amazing job putting up. Thank you all.
Right.
Following up on that.
Yes, go ahead.
I want to follow up on that question. I think the American people have a lot of questions about your relationship with the Deputy FBI Director. Do you believe that he should stay in his role?
I'm not going to discuss personnel matters. I think we all are committed to working together now to make America safe again, and that's what we're doing. Only on topic, guys. Go ahead.
We want to know, Pam. We want to know, Pam. All these crying liberals are crying. Let them know.
Thank you.
How can you keep America safe again when the president?
They all of a sudden care about kids, but they'll definitely go support Planned Parenthood, though. Yeah.
Well, it won't. That's a great question. It won't harm our capacity to fight. I'll tell you that. We can always do more with more, but we can do more with less. And that's what we're committed to doing. The big, beautiful bill also adds a tremendous amount for us in combating especially the drug crisis, billions of dollars, I believe.
I think it's 500 million.
Yeah, let me see, 3.3 billion dollars in the big, beautiful bill to combat drug trafficking, support the prosecution of immigration matters, and gang-related crimes. So that crosses all agencies as well. So that bill will greatly help us as well, in addition to the budget. We also have a $3.5 billion reimbursement fund for state and local agencies that are enforcing the Immigration Act, drug and human trafficking laws. And human trafficking is also something we're not talking about today, but is very, very important to us. So yes, there are billions of additional dollars in addition to the original budget. So that was a great question. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. I think that's all.
The president said today you would release credible files related to Mr. Epstein. Are you prepared to do that, and when would you?
Our memo today, our memo speaks for itself, and we'll get back to you on anything else. I haven't seen all of his statements today. Thank
How
you.
would you respond to the MAGA base that has expressed a lot of frustration about it?
We're going to fight to keep America safe again, and we're fighting together as a team. That's what's so important right now. You know, we've got a war on drugs. We've got a war on human trafficking. We've got cartels in this country, and we are going to do. We've got foreign adversaries around this world as well, and we're all going to work together as a team to fight to keep America safe again. And I can tell you that's what we're all committed to. Thank you. Thank you all for being here, and thank you for please show these pictures today. Thank you.
If anybody needs B-roll, there's some B-roll.
I appreciate what she did and what the whole thing was about, which was getting that stuff off the streets. I do appreciate that. I will please you guys with some more Epstein stuff before I dip out.
Bondi, despite strong criticism from his supporters over the administration's handling of the Jeffrey Epstein case. NBC News White House correspondent Yamiche El-Sendour has the latest.
Growing fallout over the Trump administration effectively closing the case of convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, as many of the president's supporters demand more information.
How many of you are satisfied? You can clap. Satisfied with the results of the Epstein investigation? Clap.
In Florida, Epstein, a frequent topic at a summit hosted by the conservative group Turning Point USA.
The reason why we wanted Trump to be president is because he's supposed to get rid of the corruption, drain the swamp, not to protect people that are in Jeffrey Epstein's files.
The uproar comes after Attorney General Pam Bondi, the DOJ, and FBI issued an unsigned memo that said there is no additional evidence to reveal in the Epstein case. That enraged many in the MAGA base who are accusing Bondi and the Trump administration of a cover-up. In a sign of where things stand, Bondi joining President Trump at the FIFA Club World Cup final. That after the president posted online saying, Attorney General Pam Bondi is doing a fantastic job. Let's not waste time and energy on Jeffrey Epstein. But that hasn't quieted the fervor or the questions. A source who has spoken to Deputy FBI Director Dan Bongino tells NBC News that Bongino is threatening to quit and torch Pam unless she's fired.
Do you have confidence in Attorney General Pam Bondi?
I do. America is safer with Pam Bondi as Attorney General.
Still, Elon Musk, once a close Trump ally and now a frequent critic, posting that the president should just release the files as promised.
This is so
NBC's Yamiche El-Sendour with that report. So joining us now, Glenn Thrush, who reports on the Justice Department for the New York Times, also the host of Pablo Torre Finds Out on Meadowlark Media, MSNBC contributor Pablo Torre, and CEO of the Messina Group, Jim Messina. He served as White House Deputy Chief of Staff to President Obama and ran his 2012 re-election campaign. So, Glenn, your latest piece for the New York Times that you co-authored focuses on the controversy surrounding the Trump administration regarding its handling of the Epstein case files. Quote, the blowback over the Epstein case has raged unabated for nearly a week since the Justice Department and FBI released a memo closing the probe and affirming previous findings that Mr. Epstein's death had been a suicide. It has defied the patterns of previous Trump controversies, provoking criticism from activists on the right, increasingly willing to cast doubt on Mr. Trump's actions.
I can't watch this damn echo chamber anymore. Look, bro, it's all the same information. Here's Trump live at Pennsylvania Energy Summit earlier today. And then this is more interesting to me. I already heard everything. I've heard everything a million times over now. What do you want me to do? Sit here and listen to Epstein over and over and over?
David and Dina, they had the toughest race there was. I said, this is going to be a tough one. And every campaign stop that I made, we had lots of people, tens of thousands would be a small crowd. And I'd invite David and he'd get up and do a fantastic job. And it all worked out, but he won a race that was really not doable. I think it was, his opponent was here for a long time and his father was there for, it's about 50 years at least total. And those people aren't easy to beat, but you beat them. So I just want to congratulate you. That's amazing. And he wouldn't have done it without Dina. That I can tell you. We know Dina. Anybody that knows Dina knows exactly what I'm saying. And, he mentioned Butler, but what nobody really talks too much about because they didn't see the order. But I actually looked down to the right before that thing happened. And I said, oh, there's David McCormick. He's running for the Senate. David, come on up. And there were so many people. There was a little problem he had coming up because I said, look, just do it later. And then about a minute later, so, if you would have come up, I don't know what the hell would have happened, right? Huh? It worked out better this way, right? Exactly. I don't know if he would have been around, but other than that, I want to take full credit for that. I said, no, don't bother. We'll do it later. So if I didn't say that, who knows? But really great job. Exactly 1 year ago this week, David was at that rally in Pennsylvania. And 12 months later, look at what we have. We have a president. We have really, if you think about it, we had a country, and I just left the NATO leaders. I left the Middle East, the King of Saudi Arabia, Qatar, as you know, Mir, so great, and UAE. These are three great leaders. And then we just made a deal with NATO where they pay for everything and we give them the ammunition and the missiles and we give them whatever they want. We got to get that war stopped. It's so bad. But every leader said, no matter where, they all said the same thing to me. Some of them separately, but it's the same words, just about. He said, it's amazing. 1 year ago, you had a dead country. We were dead. We didn't think you could ever come back. And now today, you have the hottest country anywhere in the world. It's true. It's true. So we're back in Pittsburgh to announce the largest package of investments in the history of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and it's not even close. I don't imagine it's too close. I don't think second is too close. That's a big statement. This afternoon, 20 leading technology and energy companies are announcing more than $92 billion of investments in Pennsylvania. And if you want, we could probably get them up. Let's talk to them right now. But this is a really triumphant day for the people of the Commonwealth and for the United States of America. We're doing things that nobody ever thought possible. As of about a month and a half ago, when we came back from the Middle East, we came back with $5.1 trillion of investments from the three countries that I mentioned, and they're great people, great leaders of those countries. But we came back with many, many planes that they are going to build through Boeing. They came back with a package of goods that were, nobody's seen. I don't think anybody's seen $5.1 trillion. And we are now at about 16, think of this, $16 trillion. And we're at a little bit less than 6 months, but really we're probably at 3 months because it took me a little time to get started, right? So in 3.5, 4 months, let's say, we have about $16 trillion. There's never been anything like that in history. You can go for years and they didn't have numbers like that. And if you look at the last administration, you had negative numbers. You didn't have positive numbers. You're going in the wrong direction. We have the hottest country, and we're going to keep it that way. Today's commitments are ensuring that the future is going to be designed, built, and made right here in Pennsylvania and right here in Pittsburgh, and I have to say right here in the United States of America. I want to thank, we have some great talent in the administration. I want to thank and say hello to a few people that are with us. Secretaries Scott Bessent, Howard Lutnick, Doug Burgum, Chris Wright. Chris Wright's very friendly with the people up here. Doug, I wanted Doug for energy. I didn't know about Chris. And Doug said, no, I have somebody that's much better than me, right? And Doug never said that in his life. You have to know. I said, this guy must be very good, but what a team they are. We have one controls the land and one controls the energy, but it was sort of intertwined. So we put them together, right? We never even discussed who's supposed to be the leader of the pack, but boy, it was one instruction: drill, baby, drill, right? And they are drilling. They are drilling. We have the EPA administrator, probably, I must say this, Doug, I hate to say it, Chris and Doug and all of you guys, the most important man on the dais today is Lee Zeldin. It's called environmental protection because he's going to be the one that gets you a permit. He's going to get you a permit for the largest electric producing plant in the world in about a week, would you say? Now, if you go nuclear, I promised him I'd give him 2 weeks. Okay, nuclear will give him a little more time. But the biggest problem we've had is it takes years and years to get permits, and he really is. He's a phenomenal guy, and his history. He's a great lawyer, great congressman, in a race that was, according to most, unwinnable. Almost won for governor, just missed it by a few points, and he's really fantastic. But he's essentially the Environmental Protection Agency, the top man, and he's got things rocking, and already they're building plants and they have their permits. These are permits that would have taken you literally 10 years to get, or I would really say 10 years before they voted against you, because that's really what was happening, and it's crazy all over the country. But we're freeing it up, and he really is going to be able to produce. I'm looking at the numbers of China, where they're producing a lot of electric. Well, they only have one man they have to worry about, our friend, right? President Xi. He can do that by himself. I don't know if I can. Do I have the right to overrule you? Maybe. I don't know. Probably I do, but I won't have to. But so he has one man and we have one man. The one man is sitting right there. We appreciate you doing an amazing job. They're building plants already, and they're building plants, and they have already their permits. And I have to brag just for a second, because when I first heard about AI, it's not my thing. Although my uncle was at MIT, one of the great professors, 51 years, whatever, he was the longest serving professor in the history of MIT, 3 degrees in nuclear, chemical, and math. That's a smart man. Kaczynski was one of his students. Do you know who Kaczynski was? There's very little difference between a madman and a genius. But Kaczynski, I said, what kind of a student was he, Uncle John, Dr. John Trump? He said, what kind of a student? And he said, seriously good. He said he'd go around correcting everybody, but it didn't work out too well for him. Didn't work out too well, but it's interesting in life. But I will say this, that we have the greatest brains, we have the greatest power, and we are going to have more electric. I said to some of the guys coming in, they wanted to hook up to the grid. I spoke to Mark and Jeff and a lot of people. And they said, well, we want to know about the electric, because I was told we'll need from David. The first one, you're the first one that told me. That's why I hired him, because I said he told me something I didn't know. He said, you need double the electric of what we have right now, and maybe even more than that. Remember that? And I said, what, are you kidding? And that's double the electric that we have. Take everything we have and double it. And actually, the number that was even low. You need more than that. And to do that, you'd have to hook up to an old grid, in many cases broken, and certainly very much open to destruction from bombs and planes and from, frankly, storms. You see what happened, that horrible situation in Texas. And you'd be subject to that. And it's fragile, but it is old, and it can't have the capacity unless you totally rebuild it. That would take decades. And I said, well, why don't we do this? Why don't we, when you build your plant, wherever you may build it, you build your own electric plant? And nobody took it seriously. They sort of looked like, I can't really take that seriously, because they didn't believe it was happening. So the smartest people, some of them on stage right now, were saying, huh. And then they'd say, well, how do we hook up to the grid? We want to hook up to... They didn't believe what I was saying. And I said, no, I'm really serious. I'm going to let you build, right, Lee? I'm going to let you build with your plant. You're going to build, we'll make you like a public utility. You're going to build your own Con Edison in New York. You're going to build your own electric factory, and you're going to make your own electricity. So this way you can have a great plant. And what you'll do is, if you have excess, you can sell it back into the grid. You'll even make money from the electric business, because these guys do know how to make money. They'll end up doing things that will be shocking. And you're going to make your own plant. So when I looked at the numbers before, I saw a board outside, and it showed how much electricity China's making. Well, we just started, but we're going to actually end up doing more than them, and it's going to be done privately, and you're going to own your own electric plants, and they'll be powered by maybe nuclear, maybe gas, maybe coal. You know, we brought coal back in. They won't be powered by wind, because it doesn't work. I hate to say, it just doesn't work. It's rather intermittent. You don't want it. Causes a lot of problems. But we have every form of fuel that you want to use for your plant. And you'll build a plant, you'll build your electric, and this way you have no excuses, because I didn't want to be the one that said, listen, we're trying to build that grid in 10 years from now, and you wouldn't be able to open. You're going to build it with your own plants. And so people heard that. They couldn't believe it, and finally now they believe it, because we have a couple that are already started, and they're building their electric plants along with their separate plant. And in fact, some of them are building the electric plant inside of their main building. So it's really exciting to see. But I was very proud of that, actually. White House AI czar David Sachs. David, thank you very much. Great job. David interviewed me on his podcast about, what's that now, 2 years ago or something, in San Francisco. And I said, this guy's very smart. If I pull this sucker off, I'm going to probably hire him in some form. I got to get him in. But you've been doing great. Thank you, David, very much. Director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy, Michael Kratsios. Michael, thank you. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Michael. Good job. They tell me you're doing great. Thank you very much. As well as State Senate President Pro Tem Kim Ward. Kim. Thank you, Kim. Good job. Kim's very happy right now. State Senate Majority Leader Joe Pittman. Joe, thank you. And State Senator Greg Rothman. Thank you very much, Greg. Thank you. I also want to recognize your great congressmen. These are friends. These are warriors. They just passed the great, big, beautiful. See, I add the word great. I like to say, because the really was really supposed to be great, big, beautiful. They call it the big, beautiful. But I had great. They took the word great out. I was on a show called Deface the Nation or something like that. Ladies and gentlemen, Deface the Nation. And I said, I want a great, big, beautiful bill. And they named it that. And it really is. It was supposed to be 7 bills. Could have been 2 or 3, but it was supposed to be originally 7. I said, let's put them all together. And if you put them all together, there's going to be something for everybody. And that's what happened. And we got it passed. And Republicans did it. We didn't get one Democrat vote. Think of it. The biggest tax cut in history, and we didn't get a Democrat vote. And so many other things. No tax on tips. no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. But the biggest tax cut in the history of our country, you got that. Also, the biggest deduction, you have a 10-year period. Last time we had a 1-year period. Now you have a 10-year period. And that's what made the first one. We had the most successful economy in the history of our country during my first term. And we passed a bill, but that bill, honestly, as good as it was nothing compared to this one. And the biggest thing and the biggest reason for the success was the deduction. And you're allowed to do it. And this time we're including structure. So you're able to deduct those big structures that you're building. So nobody thought that was even possible. But I want to introduce the people that did it. Dan Muser is here. Where's Dan? Dan, you
stay in Washington.
Oh, they're in Washington working on our next bill. Good. They shouldn't be here. Now I don't have to mention their names, although they're watching on television, I guarantee. Oh, that's right. They're working on our next one, which is coming for a vote, I think, on Friday. Wow, I'm impressed. But JT, GT Thompson, Lloyd Schmucker, John Joyce, Mike Kelly, Scott Perry, Rob Bresnahan, all terrific people, and Guy Reschenthaler. These are great people. They're warriors. They fought with us. They voted with us. We only had 2 negative votes. I didn't invite those 2 guys to anything. We had a guy named Rand Paul Jr. He's known as Rand Paul Jr. in the House. He always votes no. And we had somebody else. I did him a big favor, and I said, well, he's not going to, sir, I don't think so-and-so is going to vote. I won't mention his name. And I said, no, he's going to vote because I did him a very big favor, very personal favor, as big as you can get, having to do with death and life. But no, he's going to vote. Don't worry about it. Okay, sir, if you tell me, but I don't think we're going to get his vote. Don't worry about it. I said, I know what I'm talking about. Don't worry about it. And sure as hell, he voted against us. And I said, another one down, another great move by Trump. Anyway, so much for favors. It's welcome to the world of politics, right? Right, David? We know about that. But we're here today because we believe that America's destiny is to dominate every industry and be the first in every technology. And that includes being the world's #1 superpower in artificial intelligence. And we are way ahead of China. I have to say, we're way ahead of China. And the plants are starting up. The construction is starting up. And did you notice that 2 days ago, they just announced that they had a budget surplus of $25 billion in this country? Right, Howard? They never saw anything like that. Everyone would say, where did that's been like decades, $25 billion. And that's peanuts compared to what and it's good business practices. The tariffs are coming in by the hundreds of billions of dollars, and they're really at the infant stage right now. It's only on cars and steel mostly, and the rest is starting to kick in. We just made a deal today, a big one with Indonesia, a great deal, and they've opened up Indonesia fully. Indonesia really has great copper, very, very powerful copper, but they have a lot of things, and we have full access to Indonesia. We'll soon be announcing probably, if we do, we do. If we don't, that's okay too. I don't mind because I'm very happy with the letters that we send out that you'll be paying X%. I almost like it better if you want to know the truth. But Scott and Howard, they like to go the old-fashioned way. Let's work hard to make a deal. I don't know. There's something about pay us 35% of everything and we're very happy. But I think India is going to open up and a lot of countries are going to open up. And some that don't, they'll just be paying a very substantial tariff, but peanuts compared to what they should be paying. So we have some amazing things. China and other countries are racing to catch up to America, having to do with AI, and we're not going to let them do it. We have the great chips. We have the great everything, and we're going to be fighting them in a very friendly fashion. I have a great relationship with President Xi, and we smile at the back and forth, but we are leading. I heard somebody say before that we're going to try and catch China. We're not catching them. We're leading. And one of the advantages they have is they show the electric that they have it. They're opening up coal-fired plants all over the place. And we're entitled and allowed now to do that too. We took coal. It was taken out of the chain. And coal is actually a very, very powerful. I say you're not allowed to call it coal. You have to call it clean, beautiful coal. You're not allowed, John, to call it just coal because people don't understand. We call it clean, beautiful coal. But China is, I think they're going to be very far behind. Mark my words. I think they're going to be very far because these are We have a lot of places going up right now, and they're all going to be great. And they actually feed off each other. But remaining the world's leader in AI will require an enormous increase in the energy production, and that's taking place, and you're doing it yourself, and a massive build out of physical infrastructure and the tremendous technology skill that Pennsylvania has. I mean, you have tremendous skill in this state. Today, the Commonwealth is reclaiming its industrial heritage and taking its place at the forefront of the AI technological revolution. And as I said before, it's an expression I used all during the campaign and screamed it out. We'll drill, baby, drill. And people went crazy. We had big crowds, as you probably heard, biggest ever, biggest in history. The investments being announced this afternoon include more than $56 billion in new energy infrastructure and more than $36 billion in new data center projects. And a lot more than that are going to be announced in the coming weeks, not even months. I think we could say weeks, right, Howard? In the campaign, I promised that I would save the Homer City power plant 50 miles east of here that Joe Biden's Green New Scam forced to shut down. It's a Green New Scam, greatest scam in history, the greatest in history. Well, the auto pen, I think, is a bigger scam, if you want to know the truth. Actually, I do believe that. Today, we're pleased to report that a $15 billion investment from Knighthead Capital Management. Who's here from Knighthead? Well, I'm very impressed with that. 15 billion. That's pretty good. It's a great location, too. Wow. That's very impressive. Thank you very much. That's a big number, huh? It's a big number, and yet it's peanuts relative to what it would get. That's a good job. But the Homer City site is being resurrected as the largest natural gas-fired power plant ever to be built in North America. Is that right, huh? That's fantastic. As another example, Google will be investing billions and billions of dollars to revitalize two major hydropower facilities in Pennsylvania. Congratulations. Say hello to Sergey and Sundar. They've done a pretty good job at Google, I'll tell you. And they have their star right here, so congratulations. That's really fantastic. And under the last year of Biden, China added 11 times as much power generation capacity as did the United States. That's under Biden. That's not under Trump. That's under Sleepy Joe. Under the Trump administration, America is getting back in the game, and we're going to actually be doing more than they do, as I said. And on day one, I ended the Green New Scam. I also ended Joe Biden's war on clean, beautiful Pennsylvania coal. Totally ended. Coal has equal, if not greater, status. It's a very powerful. It's a very powerful thing, coal. China, it's sort of interesting. China makes windmills, but how many wind farms do you see in China? I haven't seen any lately. Sort of crazy. They build the windmills, sell them into our country, sell them all over the world, and they ruin their fields and ruin their valleys. And then you look at China. Where's your wind farm? Well, we have one. We're thinking about one. No, it's the whole thing is crazy. But they use coal, and they're building right now about 52 power plants, all of coal. I signed historic executive orders to expedite construction of brand new nuclear power plants, which is very hot. We've issued an order, as you probably know, 1 month ago, making it very easy and very safe to build nuclear power. And Westinghouse, I know, is represented here, and they're become a whole brand new Westinghouse. Congratulations. That's a great thing you're doing. They were hurt by some very incompetent people. I watched what was going on there. And in the form of regulators, they were really doing a number. Our regulators are the opposite. We'll be very safe, but we're fast and safe. And you're going to get a whole different group of people. But it's announcing plans to build 10 state-of-the-art nuclear reactors in the United States. That's great. Congratulations to Westinghouse. And to further accelerate investment in the industries of tomorrow, 2 weeks ago, we enacted the largest tax cuts in American history. When I signed that one big, beautiful bill into law, we're adding to it a little bit, and we're refining it a little bit, all to the positive. And that's why the congressmen, I'll pretend I'm really angry at them, but I would actually be angry at them if they showed up, Lee, right? I'd be much more, if they're here, I would not be happy. The bill allows 100% expensing on all new equipment, something that's never happened before. Factories, research, and as I said before, even structure. To further protect Pennsylvania industry, 2 months ago, I came here to announce my approval of a historic investment deal with Nippon Steel of Japan, to keep U.S. Steel right here in Pittsburgh. And we have a great woman here, Selena Zito. She's the writer. She writes on the Rust Belt and the Midwest, really, but the Rust Belt, anything having to do with rust and belt. Where is Selena? Is she around there someplace? Because I'm doing an interview with her in a little while. And I said, do me a favor, let me do the interview after this. This way we can be right on time. Where is Selena?
She's up there.
Oh, she's great. You can't be angry at me now, Selena, because I'll be with you. I said, Selena, can we make it after? Otherwise, we're going to keep a lot of money waiting. These people have big money. When I saw the people here, I said, Selena, I'm sorry. I have to delay this. And also, Miss McAdams. Where is Miss McAdams? We're going to do one with her, too. And she's great, with Fox. And she's been fantastic. Stand up. Stand up. Young and smart and vibrant. You've done a great job. So I'll see you in a couple of minutes, Sarah. That's great. We can't keep this kind of money waiting. These are truly the biggest investors in the world, including my friend John on my left. But these are the biggest investors in the world. I'm sorry, McAdams, and I'm sorry, Selena. That's the way it works. It's very impressive. But Nippon Steel, and we got it, and we have all sorts of protections because of the fact that U.S. Steel was you people years ago. 80 years ago, it was the biggest company in the world, most powerful company in the world. And we were very strong. And Nippon's coming in. They're going to be investing $17 billion. They're going to build new plants all over the country using U.S. Steel. And we have the absolute control because we don't want to lose control of that one name. That one name is very important for to the history of this country. And I think Nippon's going to do a fantastic job. And, in some cases, they could take it back to their country. I said to people, because a lot of people said, well, what do you think? Japanese companies coming in. I said, well, when they spend $1 billion in a steel plant, they're not going to put it on a boat and take it away. It's going to be right here with us no matter what. But they are going to do a fantastic job, and they look forward to it, and they're so excited about it. They actually fought very, very hard to get that deal. And I think when you look at the countless jobs at the Mon Valley Works in Western Pennsylvania, we have something that's going to be really incredible. And we did keep a golden share. You know who has the golden share? I do. I have the golden. Does everybody know what a golden share? A lot of these people from the Middle East, they don't have to worry about golden shares. But we have a golden share, but Nippon's going to do a fantastic job. With that historic announcement and the new commitments being made today, we're building a future where American workers will forge the steel, produce the energy, build the factories, and really run a country I believe this country has never been run before. I think we have a true golden age for America. We've been showing it, and it truly is the hottest country anywhere in the world. And I'm honored to be in Pennsylvania, and I'm honored to be in Pittsburgh, and you're going to see some real action here, so get ready. Lots of jobs, lots of success. Really a beautiful thing it's going to be beautiful to behold. So enjoy yourselves, and I look forward to hearing some of your geniuses speak. If that's okay, I'll stay around. All right?
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you so much. Again, thank you for being here. And you coming has allowed us to have this incredible summit. It won't surprise you, this summit was Dina's idea. But what it's allowed us to do is catalyze the investment. It's allowed us to get a lot of attention on Pennsylvania's story, and it's allowed us to deliver on the promises you and I talked about, which is jobs for working families, really create opportunity here in Pennsylvania. So it's the manifestation of your agenda. And we're going to talk today about those $90 billion of investment. You'll hear from Blackstone and QTS, CoreWeave, and others. They pledged $36 billion to build data centers. You'll also hear from companies that invested tens of billions in generating the power needed to run those data centers. We have great investments in natural gas production and pipelines, but also in nuclear. Brookfield's repowering of 2 hydro facilities with Google that you mentioned. The great Pittsburgh company Westinghouse will tell you how they're going to deliver on your call to strengthen America's nuclear power industrial base by placing 10 reactors under construction by 2030. And Constellation, which is here, Joe Dominguez, is upgrading Limerick Clean Energy Center to bring an additional 340 megawatts online. First Energy and Pennsylvania's PPL have collectively pledged $20 billion to build and operate the grid infrastructure required to support a data center renaissance right here in Pennsylvania, and to ensure that ratepayers don't foot the bill. And finally, you got technology companies like Google, and they're investing in bringing the benefits of AI to Main Street, and their AI Works for Pennsylvania initiative, which will offer AI training for 1 million small businesses. The great thing about today is these are not empty promises. These are tangible, real commitments, and they're only the beginning. The distinguished leaders you have around the table here, from Larry Fink to Darren Woods, from Toby Rice to Bruce Flatt, to great global investors like my good friends Chow Kit from Singapore, Haldun Al-Mubarak from the United Arab Emirates. They've traveled long distances to witness firsthand this historic moment and to see firsthand what's happening in Pennsylvania. And these investments are a testament to Pennsylvania's unique resources. Unbelievable natural gas reserves, abundant fresh water, a massive installed base of nuclear power, incredible tech universities like CMU, our host today, thank you, Farnham. Amazing skilled trade engineers represented by Pennsylvania's own Rob Baer and Brandon Bishop here of the National Building Trades. But none of this would have happened. None of this would have happened without your unwavering commitment to unleashing American energy dominance and standing up for workers in Pennsylvania and across the nation. They're going to see those workers tangible job opportunities here today. These projects will create tens of thousands of construction jobs and thousands of well-paying direct and indirect jobs supporting these projects, supporting these industries. It's going to make a big difference in Pennsylvania communities. So, Mr. President, this is the beginning of an economic renaissance for Pennsylvania and a huge step forward. And I want to thank you for making it possible.
Ohio drivers, do not pay your.
All right. So
We brought our star along here. We're going to Pittsburgh. We're going to be touting about, actually, going to be numbers like nobody's ever heard before. It's mostly to do with AI. We have tremendous investments being made, literally trillions of dollars of investments being made in our country on AI, artificial intelligence. I don't know if the word artificial is a good word, but that's the word. That's what they've chosen. So I think we're going to have a very successful trip. We had a good call with the Texas congressman this morning, as you probably heard, and that went very well. And you have any questions? Yeah.
Your reaction to the latest numbers from the Labor Department saying that inflation is only slightly less?
Very slight. Essentially, they were exactly as anticipated. Very low inflation. So what you should do is lower the rate. The Fed should lower the rate immediately. We had a big win with the Supreme Court on the Department of Education. We want, as you know, we want to bring education back to the states, take the federal government out of it. A little tiny bit of supervision, but very little, almost nothing, like to make sure they speak English. That's about all we need.
Mr. President, you might be in a struggling, failing school right now. Who would you tell that?
Well, we have school choice, and we're getting school choice approved all over the country. We just got it done in Texas, and school choice is the answer. Yes, I see. Well, at the end of 50 days, if we don't have a deal, it's going to be too bad. Well, the tariffs are going to go on and other sanctions go on. No, he shouldn't target Moscow. No, we're not looking to do that.
Mr. President, why are you giving Mr. Putin 50 additional days to prosecute his war against you?
Oh, I don't think 50 days is very long, and it could be sooner than that. I don't think 50 days is very long.
Mr. President,
You should have asked that same question to Biden.
Why did he get us into this war? You should ask that question. Yeah, and what did he tell you? Why did he get us into this war? You know why he got us in? Because he's a dummy. That's why. And you don't cover it right. But you should be asking that question to Biden. Why did he get us into this war? Because he's incompetent. It would have never happened if I were president. Go ahead. So we made a deal with Indonesia. I spoke to their really great president, very popular, very strong, smart. And we made the deal. We have full access to Indonesia, everything. As you know, Indonesia is very strong on copper. But we have full access to everything. We will pay no tariffs. So they are giving us access into Indonesia, which we never had. That's probably the biggest part of the deal. And the other part is they are going to pay 19%, and we are going to pay nothing. I think it's a good deal for both parties. But we will have full access into Indonesia. And we have a couple of those deals that are going to be announced. India basically is working along that same line. We're going to have access into India. And you have to understand, we had no access into any of these countries. Our people couldn't go in. And now we're getting access because of what we're doing with the tariffs. So they're paying 19%, and we are not paying anything. And they're going to give us full access into Indonesia. Now, Indonesia has some great product, and they also have some very valuable earths and various other materials. One of the things, as you know, they're known for is very high quality copper, which we'll be using.
Do you believe your tariffs might have led inflation to increase last month? Do you think they had any role?
Well, we had very little inflation. I don't know. Who do you work for?
USA Today.
What?
USA Today.
Oh, well, they wrote me a beautiful article the other day, so I can't get angry at you. USA Today just wrote a very good article about me. What's that all about? So I can't get angry at you. No, there was very little inflation, as you know. The numbers were very good, very much inside the margin. So we've had no inflation. All we have is we're making a fortune. We are taking in hundreds of billions of dollars. You saw we had a surplus of $25 billion last month, which we haven't had in many, many years. We are doing it because I'm able to do it. Nobody else would be able to do it. We have tariffs going on because we want tariffs and we want the money coming into the United States. But more important than the money, there's two aspects to tariff. There's the money, which comes in. The other aspect is that rather than paying the tariffs, the country or the company will build in the United States, make their product in the United States, and that creates jobs. And I would say of the two, probably the more important to me is that. Yeah.
Are you on Ukraine's side now?
No, I'm on nobody's side. I want to. You know what the side I'm on? Humanity's side. I want to stop the killing of thousands of people a week. I want to stop the killing. I want the killing to stop in the Ukraine-Russia war. That's the side I'm on.
Mr. President, your daughter-in-law said that
the Attorney General's handled that very well. She's really done a very good job. And I think that when you look at it, you'll understand that. I would like to see that also. But I think the Attorney General, the credibility is very important. And you want credible evidence for something like that. And I think the Attorney General has handled it very well. On what? On what? On what subject? Okay. A very, very quick briefing. Yeah. No. She's given us just a very quick briefing, and in terms of the credibility of the different things that they've seen. And I would say that, these files were made up by Comey. They were made up by Obama. They were made up by the Biden. We went through years of that with the Russia hoax, with all of the different things that we had to go through. We've gone through years of it, but she's handled it very well. and it's going to be up to her. Whatever she thinks is credible, she should release. Yeah.
How many more seats? You want the Republicans to draw?
5.
And then what if California, New York, Illinois, and other?
Yeah, well, that's okay too, but 5. I think we get 5. And there could be some other states. We're going to get another 3 or 4 or 5 in addition. Texas would be the biggest one, and that'll be 5. No, just a very simple redrawing. We pick up 5 seats. But we have a couple of other states where we'll pick up seats also.
What was the last time you spoke with him?
Well, when he was in my office.
What did you tell him when he was in your office?
I told him he's doing a very bad job. He's way late. That's why I call him too late. Jerome Powell is too late. He's way late. Interest rates should be coming down. We have a very, very successful country. We should have the lowest interest rate anywhere in the world, and we don't. Jerome Powell has done a terrible job, and frankly, I don't think he could do a worse job. He's called everything wrong. So they had a report come out the other day, 71 different economists, and me. You know who was right? Me. Did you know that? I was right.
I did know, Mr. President. Are you going to appoint Mr. Powell to another term as Fed chair?
You must be kidding.
Have you started?
You must be kidding. That's a funny one coming. You had to waste a question like that. No, we are talking to the EU, and we're making progress. But look, we already have a deal with the EU. It's called the letter that was sent out. I think it was 30%. That's the EU. But we, at the same time, we are talking. No. Go ahead.
Well, Mr. President, your reaction to Andrew Cuomo staying in the New York City mayor's race. Andrew Cuomo staying in the New York City mayor's race.
I think he should stay. I think he has a shot.
Would you prefer him over?
Well, I don't want to say. I'm a Republican. He's a Democrat or an independent. No, I think Andrew would have a good shot of winning. He's got to run a tough campaign. He's running against the communists. I would think that he would have a good shot of winning.
Tell us about your trip to Scotland, sir. What did you do on your trip to Scotland?
We're going to be meeting with the British Prime Minister, very respected. And we are going to have a meeting with him probably in Aberdeen. And we're going to do a lot of different things. And we're going to also refine the trade deal that we've made. So we'll be meeting mostly with at probably one of my properties, or maybe not, depending on what happens. But we'll be in Aberdeen in Scotland, meeting with the Prime Minister.
Mr. President, what's your preferred? Mr. President, give a message for the EU if they retaliate the tariffs?
Well, I don't know how they can retaliate. They've made a lot of money. They've treated us very badly, but now they're treating us very nicely. And I think I think everybody's going to be happy with the EU.
What's your preferred candidate?
Mr. President, is there any plans to meet with Pope Leo in the near future, sir?
Not a plan. I would do it. I have a lot of respect. I really like his brother. His brother is a major, serious Trumper. You know that. He's MAGA all the way. I like the Pope's brother, and I think I'd like the Pope. But the Pope's brother lives in Florida. I met him, and he is MAGA. He's got MAGA signs all over the house. He likes Trump, and I like him.
Mr. President, what's the latest on Iran?
How about you?
Iran.
We're trying to meet President Putin to sit down to discuss Ukraine's death.
Well, we're going to see what happens with President Putin. So far, I've been very disappointed with President Putin. I've solved a lot of wars in the last 3 months, but I haven't gotten this one yet. This is a Biden war. It's not a Trump war. I'm here to try and get us out of that mess.
Mr. President.
Any messages for what? Yeah, go ahead. Do I have a what? For the people of Brazil? Are you from Brazil? He's going to trial now, right? When is that trial starting? When is the trial for Bolsonaro starting? When is it? How is it going?
Now they are asking him to fight him guilty.
But they haven't found him guilty, have they?
But what do you think?
But have they found him guilty? No. Look, here's the thing. President Bolsonaro is a good man. I've gotten to know a lot of prime ministers and presidents and kings and queens. And I know him, and I'm pretty good at this. President Bolsonaro is not a dishonest man. He loves the people of Brazil. He fought hard for the people of Brazil. He negotiated trade deals against me for the people of Brazil, and he was very tough. And he was tough because he wanted to do a good deal for his country. He was not a dishonest man. And I believe it's a witch hunt, and it shouldn't be happening. And it's not that I know him look, he's not like a friend of mine. He's somebody that I know. And I know him as a representative of millions of people, Brazilians. They're great people. And he loves the country, and he fought hard for those people, and they want to put him in jail. And I think that's a witch hunt, and I think it's very unfortunate. And nobody's happy with what Brazil is doing, because Bolsonaro was a respected president. Very respected.
Mr. President, you want Adam Schiff brought to justice.
I would love to see him brought to justice. I'll tell you what, I think Adam Schiff is one of the lowest of the low. I would love to see him brought to justice. He's a dishonest, crooked guy. I don't know about the individual charge, if that even happens. But Adam Schiff is a serious lowlife.
And tomorrow morning here in Washington, AOC is hosting
Adam Schiff.
for breakfast.
Adam Schiff, I believe.
I'd love to be. I'd really love to go. I mean, I look forward to meeting them both. I know them both very well through what I read and through what I see. Look, he's a communist. I don't think our country is ready for a communist, but we're going to see. And I don't think that race is over yet either. You do have a couple of people running against, and it'll be an interesting thing. Things are coming out about him which aren't good. And, AOC, look, I think she's very nice, but she's very low IQ. And we really don't need low IQ. Between her and Crockett, we're going to give them both an IQ test to see who comes out best. Now, I took my test. I took a real test at Walter Reed Medical Center, and I ate.
Check it. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to stir up the chat again. I'll play this, and then I might play the Rogan thing, and then I'll chop it up with y'all for a minute. But I'm going to get y'all stirred up again. Everybody's going to be like, we want the Epstein files. We want the Epstein files. Y'all kill me.
That's the focus of tonight's angle. Now, finally, the leftist agitators masquerading as virtuous crusaders may finally be held accountable for the threats against ICE agents and ICE operations. Now, last night, we reported on Congressman Salud Carbajal's outrageous doxing of an ICE officer during a raid at a cannabis farm. Now, that staffer was then sent to the ER with hand injuries after he was hit by a rock from a protester. Now, our point here, everybody involved in putting this officer's life in danger should be charged under 18 U.S.C. Section 111. Otherwise, this is not going to stop. So you can make it a conspiracy charge. Now, Section 111, which prohibits forcibly impeding, assaulting, or interfering with certain federal staffers, is a serious crime. But we just learned that the DOJ is no longer playing nice here, dropping federal indictments against 9 hard left activists early yesterday morning at their homes in Spokane, Washington. Now, all charges involved alleged unlawful interference with ICE operations at a June 11th protest and involved more protests the day before yesterday. Now, here's what went down that led to these arrests.
You! Pieces of
repeatedly blocking ICE vehicles when ICE officials were inside and thus could not move. Now, the 9 suspects are exactly what you'd expect and include Ben Stuckart, a former city council president. And they got him for a conspiracy to impede or injure federal officers. Then there's Jack Archer, an organizer with Spokane Community Against Racism, otherwise known as SCAR, same charges there. And Justice For All, who's a perpetual organizer who sits on the Spokane Human Rights Commission, same charges, including injury to an officer. Then there's Mickey Hatfield, same charges, with an additional charge, including intent to cause another felony or use of a dangerous weapon. Then there's Bahun Mavalawala, the son of Mahawala Sr., who was the campaign manager for Bernadine Bank. She ran for Congressional District 5 House of Reps seat in 2024, charged with conspiracy to impede or injure officers. Colin Muncy, same charges. Bobby Silva, more conspiracy to impede or interfere, and with intent to cause physical contact or intent to cause another felony. Then these 2 buttes, Thalia Ramirez and Aaron Lang, both charged with conspiracy to impede or injure officers. Now, court documents show the federal grand jury found that the basis for the conspiracy charges includes use of force or threats against and intimidation of federal agents. Again, in order to impede and thwart the processing and transport of federal detainees. The suspects were held in U.S. Marshals lockup in the federal building. I love that because nobody knew where they were and they were not sure where to go to protest. So most were set to be released later today, but these charges are a start. Now, a local criminal defense attorney said he expected more people would be arrested on more serious charges. Now, of course, rather than expressing shock at the alleged unlawful conduct, the local mayor, Lisa Brown in Spokane, does the opposite, calling it a politically motivated action and a perversion of our justice system, and saying Trump's ICE is creating widespread fear across the community. Now, this is typical sanctuary mayor nonsense, putting illegals before Americans and the rule of law. And she talks about widespread fear. What do you think the people of Spokane felt when Jose Efren Gonzalez Rodriguez, an illegal alien from Mexico, was sentenced to drug trafficking and firearms charges? He was caught with more than 60,000 fentanyl pills and stolen weapons. Imagine how many people he killed. Now, literally, they think that you should suffer so they can celebrate illegal aliens. That's where we are in the United States. Now, they may have the open borders Marxists on their side, but not most Americans. The new Harvard-Harris poll shows huge support for deporting criminals. Look at these numbers. 93% of Republicans support it, 70% of independents, and even 59% of Democrats. But it doesn't matter to elected Democrats because they're trying to rebuild their credibility among their radical base. They want to turn up the rhetoric, which will only endanger ICE and also law-abiding Americans. So it's all Nazi imagery all the time for the young punks like honorary squad member Max Frost.
They want more people behind bars. They want to incarcerate more people, and they want to ethnically cleanse this country of certain types of immigrants. They're not going for every person here that's undocumented, because when I was in that internment camp in the Everglades, I didn't see any Europeans who overstayed their visa. I saw nothing but Latino men and Haitian men, type of people that look like me.
Reprehensible. It's the same defamatory rhetoric at the state level as well. In a social media post, Rhode Island Democratic State Rep Enrique Sanchez referred to ICE as Nazi Gestapo thugs following an ICE arrest of what he called our neighbor in Providence. So who was that neighbor that the state rep was referring to, so hell-bent on protecting? Well, is an MS-13 gang member named Rene Mendoza Meza, who had pending charges for fentanyl trafficking and had been released from local custody. Why? Because of Rhode Island's sanctuary policies. Another upstanding citizen. And even on the rare occasion, by the way, a Democrat agrees that ICE shouldn't be attacked or doxxed, they always add a but.
Yes, they have been doxxed, but they started out under the Trump administration with this posture, and I think that is terrorizing the community as well.
He's no more convincing without a tie. There they go again, though. In this warped thinking, ICE are the real thugs. Many officers, by the way, happen to be Hispanic. And the thugs, the real thugs, are the heroes to the Democrats. But as the arrests in Spokane indicate, the criminals aren't just the aliens. They're those who aid and abet their illegal activity and presence in the country. American activists embedded in local government, radical NGOs, and universities. If they're engaged in criminal activity, they should be charged and do time. And speaking of academia, meet Jonathan Anthony Caravello, a math and philosophy prof at California State University in the Channel Islands. He was arrested last week by federal agents for allegedly throwing a tear gas container at ICE officers. He'll be arraigned on August 1st. Of course, naturally, his school is standing by their man. Now, imagine if this professor was accused of merely standing near the ellipse on January 6th at the Trump rally. Oh, he would have lost tenure if we ever had it. Look, the Democrats are shooting themselves in the foot by playing footsie with those who would shoot Border Patrol for real. Ambushes, blockades, rocks and bricks thrown. Yeah, shots fired. This has got to stop. Meanwhile, Trump is doing what the people are clamoring for, deporting as many as possible, as quickly as possible. And of course, he's stopping the influx at the border. Check this out. June, another record low for border crossings, 6,072, with 0 releases into the United States. In June of last year, by contrast, under Biden, they released 27,000 into the United States. That was after they had it under control. Thank God for President Trump and his team. Do not let up. Prosecute unlawful behavior, whether by illegal aliens or paid activists. America is watching, and most of us are cheering. And that's the angle.
So the Messiah told the Democrats to quit the navel-gazing and whining and start acting tough. So what's Hammering Hank doing? Singing.
Congressman Hank Johnson coming to give you some more ear candy. Epstein died by suicide. Believe that and you must be blind. You've been telling us you released the file, but where are they? Dreamsicle on a summer night in a folding chair.
Now, Whoopi singing a little bit of a different tune. She said, Barack, don't you point your skinny little finger at me.
This has not been about Democrats laying back. This has been about y'all. This has been about y'all because their messaging was always the same. Democrats have been angry at what this man tried to do the last time. They've been angry this time. So with much due respect to you both, I believe you are pointing the finger at the wrong person when you say Democrats.
Whoopi's tired of Barack telling the brothers and sisters what to do. She's in the trenches every day, while he's in Honolulu getting henpecked by Michelle. The Messiah can't perform miracles anymore. And the God said he's a day late and a dollar short.
It's mind-boggling to me when I hear people like President Obama say things that regular, everyday people been saying for years. We've been saying Democrats were cowards for a decade. We've been saying Democrats need to toughen up. And that cowardice is, why we're in the position that we're in now. So it's just wild to hear President Obama say that now as if Democrats haven't been cowards for the past decade.
The cowardly lying Democrats should look in the mirror. Barack puppet mastered Kamala's campaign, and now everyone's leaking that he didn't think she was tough enough, so he hid her in a bunker.
They were afraid, right? They didn't trust her. They had her so wound tight. Like, if the cursing Kamala would have gone on the broadcast, she would have killed it.
Obama wouldn't let the best-looking attorney general talk to other guys. Look what happened when he let her talk to Brett Baer. Catastrophe. You cannot hide presidential candidates and then blame them for losing. You got to just leave it all out in the field. Biden still thinks he's running. So they took away his phone and changed his number. But he got a new one, and he called the New York Times to tell them that the auto pen signed the pardons because his hand was too tired. Joe with a phone is dangerous, and Democrats think something's up.
I think something else is coming. Why did he pick the phone up after 5 years and call them? Something is coming. I suspect they're laying the predicate that he delegated and they put out these like drug offenses, which seem small because there's a bigger case coming.
I agree. If Hunter was selling pardons, I wouldn't use my own John Hancock either. I'd give it to the auto pen. Joe's the last gasp of the baby boomer Democrats before the party brings in fresh blood for the midterms. But they're filling their ranks with communists who will poison their chances for the general. Zoolander in New York, he wants government-run supermarkets and tax hikes on whites. And now staffers are pulling him away from the press like he's the big guy. Watch.
Building this coalition further and further such that it reflects the beauty and the breadth of our city. Thank you for your question, Ms. Ayer.
I think we're done here. We're going to go. Come on. Come on. We're wrapping up. Sorry, folks.
Now, what do Sleepy Joe and communists have in common? The more they talk, the more their staff wets the bed. In Minneapolis, the sheets are soaked. Democrats are running this guy for mayor. His name's Omar, and he wants to turn Minneapolis into Somalia.
I understand that our Somali communities are all connected to each other here in Minnesota and back home, and I ask for your support. There's always been a link between our community here as well as back home, and I'm running to bridge that gap and unite all of us.
A link between Minneapolis and Somalia? That may be a bridge too far. Omar wants price controls. He wants to defund the police and Trump-proof the city. Well, shiver me timbers, because these commie pirates are hijacking the Democrat Party ship. The consultants, they see the writing on the wall. They're telling campaigns, if you can't handle these swashbucklers, now is a great time to retire. So who's going to save the Democrat Party from this ship of fools? Here comes the great white hope, Captain Gavin Newsom. Barack told him to act tough, and Gavin's already cursing like a sailor.
Mother, no bull, believe that. Out of here, this son of a God gift. I despise me for the I read too.
Gavin's state suffering from devastating fires and riots, so he left. He went to South Carolina to kiss babies and do 4-hour podcasts. Gavin's not officiating gay weddings anymore. He's talking to Navy SEALs and trying to act like one of the guys, but he keeps forgetting to uncross his legs. In the first few minutes, he talked about bow hunting, skeet shooting, and called the president a son of a bitch. And then he claims his hair caught on fire in the Palisades.
I was up there in the hills with these guys, and we all turned around when my hair literally burst on. There's a video of it. And they threw me in the car. The guy hits my hair and throws me in the car. Says, "Get out of here."
Gavin uses so much grease, the smallest spark turned him into Burning Man. We asked the governor's office to give us the video of him looking like Michael Jackson in a Pepsi commercial, but we haven't heard back. If anyone has the video of Gavin's hair going up in flames, text it to us. We want to see the tape. Maybe he got sunburned and made a mistake. He says he's made a lot of them.
What are some of the things during COVID that you think maybe were a mistake?
We were concerned it was airborne, and folks, we were worried about people being outside even. And we realized then, after the fact, what the hell are we doing shutting down the beaches and open areas?
Do you think that some of the restrictions that you put in place created a mental health crisis by being locked up, by not being able to enjoy the outdoors?
It was devastating. Come on, man, of course.
Newsom says he was wrong about lockdowns, and now he's saying he's wrong about sex changes for 6-year-olds.
Is 8 years old too young?
Yeah, I mean, look, I now that I have a 9-year-old, just became 9. Come on, man, I get it. So those are legit. It's interesting. Just the issue of age. I'm as someone that's been so focused on equality, broadly, LGBT rights, particularly gay marriage. Mm-hmm. The trans issue for me is also novel. It's over the last few years. I'm trying to understand as much as anyone else. Whole pronoun thing.
The whole pronoun thing. Once he got going, the governor couldn't stop talking about what his party was wrong about.
But do you feel like the last administration was divisive?
I think, we got ideological, failed at the border. And they've sent me 2 bills I've had to veto where they didn't want me to cooperate with ICE for these 11,000+ people. I just think they're wrong. My party's wrong on that.
Newsom's running on Democrats being wrong on everything. Well, that's a great platform if you're a Republican, so good luck. The governor even went a step further and said Democrats should wash their mouths out with soap.
Because you oppose sports does not make you a bigot, doesn't make you homophobic. There are certain people that cannot stand the community, and that's different. But the vast majority of the folks I come into contact that think it's unfair are good human beings, and I think we should treat them accordingly.
Well, Newsom better swallow a big bar of Irish Spring. He called Trump disgusting, appalling, sick, misogynist, narcissist, racist, unfit, and delusional. And after that, Gavin says he loves Rogan, guns, and the red, white, and blue.
Got to show our pride and patriotism a little bit more, not be shy about it. We celebrate all this, but we don't celebrate what unites us. The United States of America, these enduring principles of our founding fathers, taking the best of Greek democracy and the Roman Republic, 3 independent co-equal branches of government, the rule of law. What a gift. They were imperfect, but man, what a god gift to this country. We're about to celebrate 250th anniversary.
Gavin has transitioned back into a man, and we're proud of him. Because before Gavin detransitioned, he sounded like this.
Black community does not need to change. We need to change. One thing is clear to me. We have a hierarchy of values in this country that diminishes certain people based on their color of the skin. A history, though, that must acknowledge the shameful mistakes of our country's past. After all, America was literally built on the backs of Black people.
Newsom's America's first AI politician. His Silicon Valley donors figured out how to make an algorithm to make him electable outside of California. And after undergoing political sex change surgery, Gavin is now a patriotic, anti-lockdown, trans surgery pronoun, and pro-border governor who loves capitalism, the Second Amendment, and the founders. Would Gavin admit he was wrong about everything if he wasn't running for president?
Are you gearing up for a 2028 run?
No, I'm blown away the Democrats' obsession with just that sort of perfect person that's going to say, sort of this John Wayne thing, this romantic version of that person's going to save the day. Meanwhile, we're not doing the hard work. The more Trump keeps doing what he does, the more compelled I am to think about it. I've never felt more outrage, more anger.
Gavin's leaving the door open to come out of the California closet and save the party from the pirates. He's basically running as a 57-year-old Joe Biden, a straight white male who isn't as crazy as the rest of the communists on the ships. But the way it's looking, with this gnarly crew of identity pirates, they might make him walk the plank first, which might be a good thing if his hair's on fire.
And welcome to Hannity. And tonight, the radical left is inconsolable. Their rage is completely out of control. On a positive note, they thankfully are no longer burning Teslas and attacking car dealerships. But unfortunately, and this is where it gets serious, they have a new target, federal immigration officials. Now attacks on ICE are up a whopping 830%. I wonder if it might have a little something to do with comments like these. Take a look.
If you've got a facility that's holding people indefinitely and there's no legal process to get in there and there's no legal process to get out, that is traditionally called a concentration camp or an internment camp.
This points to something bigger. They want more people behind bars. They want to incarcerate more people, and they want to ethnically cleanse this country.
We have a message for conspiracy nut Rachel Maddow and all her friends. And also coming up, we're going to show you the worst of the worst. But it's not just the Democrats. The legacy state-run media mob has become totally unglued and unhinged. Take a look.
Killing me. Also, I want to respond to you saying that I was hyperbolic when I talked about a reign of terror.
That is hyperbolic.
No, it might be hyperbolic for you as a white man.
Oh, okay.
It's certainly not hyperbolic for me as a Latino.
now.
No, I'm not being racist.
It's to dismiss my opinion for being a white
No,
man.
I'm not dismissing your opinion.
All right, we have that entire exchange that's coming up straight ahead, but we begin with one of the reasons Democrats are now lashing out, and that is President Trump has been, well, incredibly successful. Frankly, beyond even my wildest imagination, he is fulfilling promises, and America is on the mend. The Republican Party is even working together for a change for the most part. Have little intramural squabbles here and there. At the same time, the Democratic Party is a dumpster fire. But that's not stopping Chucky Schumer from putting a brave face and doing what he does best, lying to all of you, the American people. Take a look.
The bottom line is Democrats are united. We are fighting the high costs that American people pay. We are fighting the health care cuts Republicans are making. We are fighting the horrible bill that they just passed. Democrats are united, and we have been far more united, frankly, than the Republicans.
Oh, really? In reality, they're not unified at all. In fact, Schumer is a party leader in name only. Same with House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. Only in name only. As we speak, the Democratic Party, it is undergoing what is a scary transformation. Even Chuck Schumer himself is facing a possible primary. If he does, he will lose. The truth is, melodramatic socialists are now ruling the Democratic Party with an iron fist. The establishment Democrats, people like Schumer, Jeffries, they are completely powerless. They are terrified and they are paralyzed. AOC, the Squad, Jasmine Crockett, that's right, Comrade Bernie Sanders, and Pocahontas. They're all leading the way. But tonight, the rising star, the person stealing the spotlight, an actual Marxist, communist named Zoran Mamdani. As we affectionately like to refer to him on this program, Marxist Mamdani is the Democratic Party's nominee to be the next mayor of New York City. No wonder people are leaving in droves. Now, Mamdani has called for the government to seize the means of production. Confiscate private homes, set up government-run grocery stores. Grocery stores have a profit margin of 1 to 3%. He wants to defund the police, end cash bail, raise taxes, especially on people in, quote, whiter neighborhoods. Hadn't heard that one before. And as an added bonus, Mamdani seemingly supports a global intifada against Jewish people. But like any good socialist, well, really Marxist statist, to each according to their need, from each according to their ability. It takes the new Green Deal, puts it on steroids and human growth hormone. When he runs out of other people's money, he knows just where to turn in his life. Mommy and daddy. Take a look.
I think that the lack of matching funds makes class a major determinant in who can run and who can succeed when it comes to running for office. You know, I worked until January, and then I took time away from my job. And one of the major reasons I could do so was because I knew that if I ran out of my savings, my family would be able to support me. And that is not a luxury that many people have.
Marxist Mamdani can run to mommy and daddy. He grew up in a world of privilege. His parents are ultra wealthy. Outside of a couple of years in local government, short stint as a rapper, Mamdani, this guy's never had a real job. Doesn't know how the real world works, doesn't understand basic economics. Now he wants to run the wealthiest, the most complex city in the entire world. The once greatest city in the world is now becoming an Adam Schiff hole. But don't expect Zoran Mamdani to answer any tough questions. You know, if someone in the media would actually ask him something important, his campaign, they have a plan for that. Loud music, interruption. Take a look.
Thank you for your question, Isaiah.
I think we're done here.
Channel 7,
We're gonna go. Come on.
We haven't had a chance to.
We're wrapping up. Sorry, folks.
Okay.
We're wrapping up. I'm so sorry, guys.
Sorry. Can we just talk about this notion that you're...
You mere peons, shush with those questions. How dare you ask a question? You know, we have Marxist Mamdani, would be a glaring disaster for the most, publicized city in the entire world. He's not only Marxist, running to be the mayor of a big American city. This now radical socialist senator is now in the running to be in charge of Minneapolis. This cancer is growing within Democratic Party radicalized ranks. This new radicalized Democratic Party, they're overjoyed. They are delusional. We're very happy for them. Already the entire party is underwater with Americans, polling at a pretty low 40%, which is even lower than June. And get this, according to another poll, Kamala Harris, she is the front runner for 2028. I'll take that match any day of the week. And to top it off, the congenital liar, Adam Schiff, he's now being accused of mortgage fraud by the president of the United States. Didn't he get one of those preemptive pardons? Just wonder maybe what the reason might be. Anyway, at the very same time, the state-run legacy media mob continues to push deranged conspiracy theories about Donald Trump. What a shock. They live Trump lives in their head 24/7. They can't help themselves at this point. If the dog bites, the bee stings, you're feeling sad, blame Trump, spread a conspiracy theory. Take a look.
Do you worry about Donald Trump and Stephen Miller and some of these types monkeying around with the midterms and the way we do elections in this country? I mean, with what they're trying to pull these days, they don't want accountability. They don't want Democrats getting the gavels in the House and the Senate, be able to hold hearings and start impeachment proceedings and so on. I mean, you worry about that, James?
In the short word, yes. In the longer word, very.
I think it's insane, honestly, to just assume we're going to have normal elections next year. I don't assume that.
Oh, fake news Acosta now believes in election integrity. Okay, Joy Reid, same thing. This is a delusional, insane group of people. Obama, by the way, is so panicked, he is now begging, literally, for Democrats to toughen up and quit their whining. And his former chief of staff, Rombo, Deadfish, Emanuel, he's openly worried about the state of his own party. But he couldn't get elected. He'd probably be considered a moderate, which he's not. Take a look.
Just to give you a sense of how bad we are, Democratic Party is less popular than Elon Musk right now. So that should be like a wake-up call how bad. The Democratic Party, we disappoint you. And I think if you look at these numbers, the Democrats are harder on the Democratic Party than others. And the reason is because they got disappointed. And they have every right to be disappointed in the leadership.
Now, a little advice from my Democratic friends. The constant whining from Democrats is less of a concern than the rampant extremism. They have socialism, communism, defunding the police, open borders, gender-affirming care for minors, taxpayer-funded sex change operations for illegals and for convicts, free college for illegals, coupled with, well, tampons in grade school boys' bathrooms. It's very deeply unpopular in the country. And all for good reason.
Yes, indeed. All right. I get it. You're just clapping because the AC is on. Happy Tuesday, everyone. So, according to a new poll, Kamala Harris is the front runner for the 2028 Democratic presidential primary. She's up by 16 points and 16 pints. Meanwhile, Mayor Pete is in second place, which is quite a change for him since he isn't used to being behind a woman. No, he's always leading. Politically, he's always ahead. Debbie Wasserman Schultz complained that Alligator Alcatraz is making migrants brush their teeth where they poop.
Debbie Wasserman Schultz.
Many people point out that it's called a bathroom. Next thing they'll be accused of is heating up their food in the kitchen. The country's largest teachers union believes fighting Trump is more important than teaching reading and writing, claiming Trump is the worst thing to happen to America since Al-Qaeda bombed the Titanic. Soft landing with that joke, huh? At a private fundraiser last week, Barack Obama told Democrats to, quote, toughen up, which is the same thing Michelle says to him before strapping on the flesh hammer. Still don't know what a flesh hammer is, but use your noggin. A Brazilian brothel introduced a 50% Trump tax on U.S. customers, although they claim there will be no taxes on just the tip. A rotting corpse was discovered in a white van in New York City. So that's where I left him, said one woman. Oh. Easy peasy. Single Disney fans are getting their own dating app. Fun fact, I went on it and they said I wasn't tall enough to ride any of the women. Tori Spelling confessed that her ex-husband wanted her to role play as her Beverly Hills 90210 character, Donna Martin, in bed. That way, when he puts the paper bag over her head, it's nothing personal. You know, I'm proud of that joke.
Bro, I almost want to watch this whole
Finally,
episode,
President Trump said he regrets having to use the same desk that Biden used in the Oval Office. But it's a lot more fun when someone is under it, said one man.
I kind of want to watch this full episode. I have it in my arsenal. I skipped it, but I swear to God, I watched this shit and I laugh. I might watch it anyway, so maybe I'll just keep going with it.
And
let me know yes if you want to in the chat. Hit 1, hit no if you say fuck no, and hit 3 if you don't fucking care.
So Democrats like Stacey Abrams are calling Trump an autocrat, protesting his illegal behavior. Of course, she's doing it while brazenly violating elevator weight limits. But talk about a contrast. Trump's being called an autocrat based on imaginary claims from Democrats, while the left ignores what the Biden White House did in reality.
Right, the people
right
have
now, Joe
spoken.
wants to convince us that he was behind those pardons signed with the auto pen. When even he can't convince us he can put on his own pants. But the ex-pres rose from his coffin for 10 minutes with the New York Times and said he granted all pardons orally. Didn't Bill Clinton get impeached for that? Yeah. Now, Biden claims he made every decision, which sounds like the cuck that's holding the camera when his wife's being banged by another guy. Oh, I wanted this. That's a great analogy, and I don't care. But at least the Times didn't take his word for it. They added, Biden did not individually approve each name he and aides confirmed. And instead, he signed off on the standards used to determine which convicts would qualify. His team then took care of the details and slammed it through with AutoPen, with his chief of staff giving the final go-ahead. But you can't use AutoPen without the president's consent. And do we really think he was able to give that? He was more out of it than Bill Cosby's dates. Ooh. Oh, Bill Cosby fans. So what are these standards that they use? Out of the 25 documents Biden signed, 2 granted pardons to thousands, including criminals, murderers, and child abusers. Those standards were so low, Charles Manson wishes he was alive to qualify. The Kids for Cash judge sent children to prison in exchange for kickbacks, including one young man who later killed himself. Joe commuted his sentence, probably while watching Transformers 2 in his PJs. One ghoul sexually assaulted and murdered 2 young girls, then murdered another woman. Biden commuted his sentence too. So how would you feel if your president let your family members kill her off death row? And how would you feel if it turned out the president's just a drooling vegetable and some unelected bureaucrat actually made that decision? The Times also reports that Biden gave oral decisions at meetings, but the assistants who wrote down Joe's decisions, they weren't in the room when he made them. So you're saying Joe's inner circle wasn't making the calls? And you're telling me we should take the Biden White House's word for it after all the gaslighting they and the media put us through?
Right.
We're talking about the president who needed to be tased to wake him up from an afternoon nap. I get it. It's true. Other presidents have used AutoPen before. Obama did. Trump used it. It's usually used for responding to letters, like when I used mine to answer Geraldo's request for money. So is the AutoPen, I think, maybe one of the biggest scandals we've had in 50 to 100 years, right, Mr. P?
The AutoPen, I think, is maybe one of the biggest scandals that we've had in 50 to 100 years. This is a tremendous scandal. And I know the people on the other side of the, see that desk, that Resolute desk? Unfortunately, he used it before me. I guarantee he knew nothing about what he was signing. I guarantee it.
Yeah, the pardon power is the president's most absolute, and Biden abused it like Dr. Jill abused him.
Jill.
You just say, well, that was terrible. I hope it never happens again.
Oh,
no,
Jill.
you don't do that with crime. You punish the crime. It's why I've got a lifetime ban from the Planet Fitness steam room. I can't be the only one who pees on the sauna rocks. So we need to investigate and cancel everything that Biden wasn't aware of. Biden might have signed off on some horrible crimes, but it would be a worse crime if we did the same. But this veiled process leaves more questions than answers. So we went right to the source. Joining us now is the individual at the center of this scandal, AutoPen. Thanks for being with us, AutoPen. My first question, who's telling you what to sign?
Who's telling me what to sign? Oh, the ballpoint's on this guy. No one, Greg. How did you get this show? I have broken crayons, I know, funnier than you. Oh, you know, I hear you used to date my sister until she wanted someone bigger, so she switched to a golf pencil.
Wow. I thought maybe you were going to have some actual answers to these questions and not just insult me. Why did you pardon so many bad criminals?
I wanted to get back at people who keep treating me like some sort of lowlife, Greg. You know, sucking on me to quit smoking, using me to write Third Eye Blind lyrics. Rock bottom was when they had me signing Jesse Waters packages from hymns.
So now that Biden's out of office, what are you going to be signing now?
Mostly bad checks, permission slips, forging life insurance for people about to get murdered. Just once, I'd like to sign Dolly Parton's boobs. I'd probably run out of ink, though, if you know what I mean.
Well, thank you, AutoPen, for not enlightening us on this scandal.
Welcome, Greg.
Bye-bye. Let's welcome tonight's guest. He now owns a soccer team, making him even more boring. Host of Fox and Friends and One Nation, Brian Kilmeade. She talks so fast, her tonsils are sponsored by NASCAR. Co-host of Outnumbered, Emily Campagno. He looks like the guy who goes to rehab to sell more drugs. Comedian Adam Hunter. And her audience went from Alice in Chains to Life Alert bracelets. Host of Kennedy Saves the World podcast, Kennedy. Brian, I know this is hard for you to kind of imagine because no one ever asks you for your signature. What do you think is going on with the AutoPen, and can this be undone?
Well, we're going to get there, but I think first is panic.
Yeah.
When that doctor showed up last week and took the fifth when asked about his cognitive test and when did you know about the cancer, he would not answer a question. And then his assistant showed up and answered some questions, except for ones which said, did you ever have to wake him up? Mm-hmm. So he had to quickly pick up the phone and call the New York Times. First time he's done that in 4 years, to say, I did everything. And then little by little, it comes out, he did nothing. Yeah. It reveals that he had other people deciding what he roughly shaped would be a series of pardons to the tune of 4,000. So there's nothing adding up here. And once again, Joe Biden made things worse by speaking. And here's the question. What did he actually do? And it brings me to you.
Yes. Because
people look at your monologue and they say it's so funny, it's so insightful, it's so you. Oh, but no one's ever seen you in the writing room. No one's ever seen you on a conference call. We see you in the hall. You're not funny. There is some scandal here that has yet to bubble up. And that's why I think you're so aggressively pursuing the AutoPen story. That's my story.
How dare he? I think we know why Steve Ducey moved to Florida. Emily, you are a hot, sexy lawyer, which makes me wonder if you actually ever practiced law. Give us the legal ramifications. Is this all going to end with just a bunch of us whining, or will something actually happen to this? This is a scandal that needs closure.
Yeah. I mean, as an American, God, I hope not. And as an attorney, it better not. Because here's the thing, in actual criminal justice, civilly too, all across the country, a judge cannot stamp a decision. You can stamp copies, you cannot stamp the original order. A judge cannot give an oral order. Everything is null and void unless it is signed by hand from the judge and then also filed with the court. Cases have gone up to the Supreme Court arguing these things. Is it okay if the judge did this? Well, he told me, and then the aide did it. None of it is okay. And so when you contrast that against the most sacred, crucial decision vested by the Constitution in just one commander-in-chief and one executive authority here in the country, you're telling me it would be okay for him to say it in a meeting that then that aide told another aide, and then it was an email and it was a category? Absolutely not. Entire wills and estates and conveyances of property and entire business decisions. So much has been affected in this country of these vacated decisions because the judge didn't do it right. So if the president didn't do it right and he let out murderers on the basis of, oh, it was nonviolent. Well, that black widow that was convicted on insurance fraud actually murdered 3 of her exes. That child that killed himself, his mother said, he destroyed our family, and now it's being destroyed again. Talking about the judge, and then now the president who commuted his sentence. The list goes on of the depths of despair that the victims are in. They are reeling from what this president did. He absolutely did not do it with sound mind. He didn't do it himself, and so yes, there will be accountability.
All right, Adam.
I changed my mind, y'all. I'm gonna play this Rogan clip while I still have it, and then I'll talk to you guys for a minute before I get up out of here. So, thanks everybody for popping in. This is Rogan talking about
I'll tell you what.
All right. Well, that's the end of my video run. I will chop it up with the chat for a minute before I dip out. Let me make sure my mic's loud enough. Let me make sure my mic isn't muffled. Chat, let me know if you can hear me well. What's good, Ryan? I'm trying to turn it up, so give me 1 second. Or like, hurry up. Yeah, my mic's all the way down. Okay, now I hope you guys can hear me. All right, my mic was all the way down. I hope everybody enjoyed. Nope. Hope everybody enjoyed. Let me see who's in the chat, yo. Grandma 7 Trina was good. She said, so let the pedophiles live their lives. The girls have to live this world. Nah, not at all. That sounds crazy. What's up, Christopher? Do I need to read y'all a comment before I say what's up to you guys? For real? What's up, Rick? How you doing, brother? Carmen, how you doing? Ryan Lee, how you doing? America first. He said if Trump was guilty, Biden and the Democrats would have exposed it. Facts. I agree with you, brother. It would have we already would have seen it, man. Y'all little pictures that you're talking about isn't enough for me. No way, dude. No way, dude. You can't incriminate somebody off some fucking pictures from a party. We need some more proof than that. I'm not condoning anybody on the list or anything of it, but you can't just call somebody something because that's how you feel. You know what I'm saying? We don't know what's going on in the background. I still don't appreciate it. I think he needs to like give us some transparency or don't promise you will. But I think he's covering shit up, or maybe he's covering his life up. Maybe he was Clinton, threatened. Who else we got in here? Yes, Matthew Garcia, exactly. Both Dems and Republicans are on that list. I agree, but you got to remember who is on the. All right, dude. When they mention Bill Gates, you don't remember Bill Gates talking about like, oh, I don't know what you're talking about. We're going to take care of that. And the person that accused her all of a sudden is gone. Bro, he said, we took care of that. I'll pull up the thing, but I'm not in the mood no more. But he said, we'll take care of that, bro. Bill Gates was on the list. Bill Clinton all over the list. Alan Dershowitz all over the list. Les Wexner all over the list. All over world leaders, Saudi Arabian princes. You got, I'm sure all the left, dude, I bet you the Newsoms and the Trudeaus and all them bastards are on the list. Not to mention he was a Mossad agent, so goddamn all these little, probably Netanyahu, all them cats. I wouldn't be shocked. I wouldn't be shocked. If you guys really think you're going to get a list, like they're going to come out and just give you a list, y'all are crazy. Absolutely crazy. I want to know what happened in Las Vegas. The largest mass unaliving in the U.S. history, and we know nothing about it, bro. Nothing. Where's the transparency there, man? They're never going to give it to us. That's the whole point. You know, we're still waiting. Look, we know the truth about Blind 11. We know the truth, right? At least I think I do. You know, the Jays absolutely did it, and they blame the Muzzies. Are we ever going to get that transparency? I don't think so. The 9/11 Commission? Come on, dude. Y'all going to trust the 9/11 Commission? That's the same shit as asking for the list. Like, yeah, they're going to give you your report back, but it's going to be bullshit. None of the people you want to hear aren't going to be on there. It's a bigger cover-up, you know? So, what's up, Blop Jones? What's up? I agree. The Democrats are in on it for sure, dude. They're the ones that are literally covering up for themselves. This is weird how this kind of is a psyop in a way of not that it doesn't admit it doesn't work. No, the Warren Commission either. That's my point. Exactly, Matthew Garcia. You got the Warren Commission, the 9/11 Commission. None of it ever is going to give you the truth. We're all going to be searching for the truth, and we're never going to get it. Not by this, not by from our government. But I'll tell you right now, I know a lot more about 9/11 than the government's going to tell me. You know, I know a lot more about the JFK files and JFK files. I know a lot. You know what I'm saying? Let's go down the list. You know, even the Las Vegas. I know what's up with the Las Vegas, but will they ever tell the world the truth? Hell no. Exactly. They're only going to tell us what they want us to know. You know, it's it. They're only going to tell us what they want us to know. They're going to give us bits and pieces, and we got to fill them in. The rest of it, we got to fill it in. We're not just going to sit there. They're not going to just give us their shit, bro. That's whoever thinks that, man. Y'all are like wishing for something that y'all just won't get. You'll be disappointed. You might as well do your own research. I'm trying to tell all you people, do your own research. A lot of these people crying are the same people that just don't go out and do research. Find out who's behind all this, who's involved, why is this going on? You'll get all these answers y'all are crying for all damn day. You can do it all by yourself. You don't need the mainstream news to teach you. You know, I can do it. I've showed it, but y'all don't want to hear it. Obviously, YouTube doesn't want me to show it, or else I would have been showed it. So they want us to know what they want to know. You got to take this stuff and do your own damn research. I'm going to say it every show. This isn't meant for y'all to just sit there and take it all in as the truth. You got to go do your own research. This is just information. Information, man. And then Gutfield be funny, bro. I'm not going to lie. Gutfield makes me laugh. He's funny as shit. I might do that as like, and I don't even watch Fox News, y'all. I don't. I just find their news to be the most interesting of it all. I've played it all. You know, I go through it all. And theirs is just the most interesting. Whether I believe it or not, I don't know, but I can focus better on Fox than I can all that other shit. I start getting lost in the bleeding heart shit, the fake shit. CNN is so overly, you know, it's hard for me to watch that. MSNBC is not that bad. News Nation isn't that bad. You know, they're not good, but they're not that bad. News Nation's better than MSNBC as far as being unbiased. I like Sky News, but they're biased as hell. You know. So, you don't like Sky News? What sucks is it's never going to change. The powers that will be lied to be. Yeah, it's not going to change, y'all. Look, man, we've been fighting this fight. Us people like the truthers community, we've been fighting this fight for so long. Then all of a sudden, this little shit comes out, and it's like the hate for Trump fuels the love for this damn Epstein fucking case. And I'm just going to the people, the same people that are now preaching about the children are the same people that go get their kids aborted, are the same people that go out and fucking give their kids hormones and change their identity as children and grow and teach them to be fucking some weird shit. Y'all are the same ones. Protect our children. Protect our damn children, man. That list isn't going to stop all this other weird shit from happening. I'm just saying, it's just not. I want to know, but not like y'all do. I already know enough. Like, I'm not, look, bro, I'm not defending Trump. I'm just like the topic itself. I'm too high. You're fucking nuts, bro. It's a battle of ideologies. I guess for me, it's common sense. But some of us don't have it, Matthew Garcia. Trump is a very serious person in that he very seriously sucks as a person. Well, that was well thought up, Papa Woody. I dare you to write that fucking comment again, dog. Oh, yeah, you didn't even get it off. Thank you, Ryan. Beautiful bill, 900 pages long. Why not expose that list? Hey, man, he should. You know, he did promise it. But there's like, look, again, what list? I want the files, bro. Who's in the videos? All that. Are we going to get that real answer, though, man? I want to know. Does it even exist? I don't know. You know? Oh, yeah, bro. I've been smoking for sure, man. I'm on 5.5 hours, bro. Wake and bake, been doing the news. I'm just now bullshitting with my peoples to the show until I end this. I'm just saying what's up to y'all before I get up out of here for the day. But yeah, I've been smoking on that good for sure. Puffing down right now as we speak. Who's smoking with me? We are like 30 minutes from 420. Yeah, who fucked who? And yeah, what the fuck? What? Who fucked who? And yeah, what the fuck? We gotta wait and we'll probably see anything, but we'll already know. Hey, look, man. It's very simple. You want the truth, go get it. Go get it. We already know. Do y'all know the truth about Texas? We had the homie in here waking saying, dude's a legend. He was just in here watching. He's putting out a show. I'll definitely show it to y'all. But do you understand what they're doing in Texas and the children there? Come on, bro. Nobody mentions that shit one time in the chat. Nobody. Every time I try to go down that rabbit hole, YouTube shuts it down. They shut that shit down. They're like, nah, bro. Nah, you're not gonna sit there and let them know what cloud seeding is and weather manipulation and why they took out them kids and who's behind the camps and all that shit. I tried doing it once and YouTube shut that shit down. Oh yeah, Laura Bush is involved, Ted Cruz, all types of people, bro. All types of people are behind this shit that have been going to this camp. Yeah, bro. The manipulation that went behind it and how it sat right over that camp where all them damn kids are. Bro, they only talking about the girls, but bro, you know how many boys are gone too? There was so many camps. They're not telling us the truth. I want that truth. Where are them kids? Where are the kids from Maui? We never even got to that. Where are they? Remember the buses going around swooping up the kids before the fire swoop flew? Where'd they go? What about North Carolina when that all of a sudden there's that the what was it? Like earthquake that they don't have or whatever the fuck it was, a hurricane and whatever it was. And there was literally people handing their kids over for safety and they all disappeared. Where they at? That's not that long ago. This was just months ago. All this is going on right now. As we speak, it's still going on. Man, we need to stop. Then they said, Trump, I'm watching that thing and they're like praising Tim Ballard. I'm going, Tim Ballard's part. He literally funded the Haitians coming into this country. And then he's funding Trump? That was proof again. That's the double twice. That's saying Trump is part of the damn people coming in. That's fucking crazy, man. I'm going, what? What? I already knew it, but then I heard it twice and they were bragging about it like that wasn't going to go under people that know what's going on and who Tim Ballard is. Go look him up if you don't know. The dude who did Sound of Freedom. He's under he has a bunch of charges, sex charges. You know? So yeah, he did, so like, yeah, that shit's crazy. To me, it's all a world stage show. We're not gonna get the answers, y'all. Kendra, what's good with you? They have videos of every powerful man with minors. Most likely, if that gets out, the country will collapse. Matthew Garcia, if that's true, man, I don't know. I don't know how that won't get out, but it should get out. Maybe not the videos, but somehow we'll have to figure this out. We already know who they are. Why is nobody going after Bill Gates, Oprah, Tom Hanks, all these rich elites that everybody praises that are actually peds? Why does nobody, Jay-Z, Beyonce, why does nobody even mention them at all? Hey, bro, I'm with it. He brought the Haitians in too, whether he meant to or not, because our governor of Ohio, we're a Republican state, he was intertwined with the Haitians. And then come to find out, the whole thing was funded by Tim Ballard and his fucking foundation. I'm going, holy shit. Then they were just praising Tim Ballard with Trump. What? I got to do more thinking. My brain just keeps going sideways like they're all pieces of they're all no good. Man, that shit was crazy, Kendra. The lady who stopped all them kids unalived in the back of the truck, isn't that like Mexico, Kendra? That shit was crazy. That was crazy. Yes, Kendra. Why did Trump bring whites from South? Hey, I don't know, Dolores. I'm just talking to the chat right now. Bob, what's up, buddy? I'm just talking to the chat about whatever, man. We just watched a bunch of bullshit. Now we're just chopping it up. You know? Charlie Kirk wants to tread on his pee-pee. Hey, man. I don't know, bro. Look, I just get tired of hearing about it. That's all. There's a lot going on in this world for us to be talking about the same damn thing over and over and over and over and over. I'm just saying. Hit the like and subscribe if you haven't. We're 13 likes from 400. I really want 420 before I get up out of here, but I'm going to get up out of here soon. Let's get to 420, yo. How many we weigh? My brain is dumb. 1333. We're 33. The Mason 33 away. Come on, there's 62 people. Half of y'all hit the like. We good. I've been staring at this damn shit all day, guys. Imagine having to talk this topic all damn day. You learn a lot, though. You learn more than you even already know. You're sitting there going, huh? Okay, this name's connected with this name and this name and this name. There is a point to it all, though. For real, for real. There is a point. It's not pointless to watch this shit because you do make connections and then you go do your research and find out why they're all connected and what's going on. I've been doing it. They're not disobeyed. Exactly, Kendra. There's definitely levels to it. There's levels to this. There's definitely levels to it. Well said. How do you know all those people at Diddy Freak-Offs? Probably he had a regular party to try to recruit. I don't know about the Freak-Off. I do know, but man, my brain's too cooked to try to think about Diddy Freak-Offs right now, my dude. I'm going to be honest. The Diddy Freak-Off shit ain't on my brain. I don't give a fuck. I want to know what about Justin Bieber? What about Biggie? What about Meek Mill? What about all them young kids that he did get? Usher. V, what's up? How you doing, Zaza? What about all them? What about justice for them? Nobody's talking about that shit. I don't care about all them other people. I don't even care. There's one thing that all of this has in common. It's the Jays. Hollywood. Bunch of they're up to no damn good. Billy Donkey, what's up, buddy? Love you guys. Joselee, much love to you. Much love, much love. But yeah, we need to do better. We need to do better, man. We can't be arguing over shit we can't control. We need to control what we can. And the more that we're divided, the less we control shit. They have control. So, as much as we don't love it, it's just the truth. Hey, we're 9 likes away from 400, and we're 29 away from 420. I don't know if we'll make the 420, but it'd be cool to make the 420. What up, devil? It is what it is, bro. It is. Distract, argue. Don't pay attention to the bombings going on overseas. Don't pay attention to all the damn kids that are missing. If we all divide and conquer, it is it is what it is. It's divide and conquer, bro. If they divide us, they always got control. If we all came together like the movie, dude, I always use this all the time when I start getting on this rant. Like the movie Ants. The ants were always the little bitches all the time, the whole damn movie. And the damn grasshoppers always told them what to do, or the crickets, I can't remember, whatever, right? But the second the ants realized that they could run shit because there's more of us, they took that shit over, bro. That needs to happen. That's the only way, bro, we'll ever get what y'all want, get the peace y'all really, truly want. But that'll never happen as long as there's a left, right, as long as there's sides. That'll never happen. We'll always be fighting over something. Always. I'll always have something to cover. No matter what, I'll be able to go live every day with some bullshit. No matter what. Because that's what they do. They give me bullshit. Parents have a responsibility for and their kids. They should be, at any reason, parents letting someone be complete control of their kids' well-being. Yeah, parents do have responsibility for their kids. You can't blame the government. I mean, you can't rely on the government. If you send your kids to private or, city schools, bro, you still got responsibility for them. We got to watch our kids. No, you're right. I agree. Make sure they're protected. This is exactly what happened in Germany by the time Germans woke up. I mean, I don't see that happening, bro. Who's going to be in charge, bro? Nobody's taking the difference of here. The difference of America and Germany is we got pew-pews. Ain't nobody taking shit over, bro. It don't matter. If they try to take us over, it's going to be fucked up. All these other places, they got taken over. They didn't have what we got. You can't fucking take us over, bro. You just can't. We are the #1 armed country in the world. You ain't fucking with us. I'm not worried about none of that shit. No. Now, the only people that might be able to stand a chance is all these illegals that are already in our country, that already have the opportunity to get the same pew-pews that we have. And they're here. And that's why I voted for Trump. I want him to fuck out. I think we all should want him to fuck out. Who wants these people destroying our country here? You don't even know who they are. You want to give them your tax dollars? Really? That's crazy talk. Hell no. You're an idiot, Eugene. Get the fuck on then, bruh. If you want to compare me to him, then good. That means I'm making you cry them liberal tears, boy. Give us some tea about Colorado, Antarctica, the lead. Hey, I will do all that stuff, bro. You know I will. You know what's good. Kendra, you know what's good. You know what's good. I mean, everybody knows, but that's, that's a topic for a whole nother day, Kendra. But yeah, I mean, all that stuff. My specialty would be more the Nephilim DNA, and all these people we're dealing with, they're all have some of it. At least these elites. I'm not talking about the Diddy's and the Epsteins. I'm talking about the Soroses and the people behind the curtain. No, stop with that bullshit. I don't want to get into the whole Trump being a Nazi bullshit. No. Sorry, bro. Take that shit to CNN, homie. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck like my middle finger was stuck. Fuck you mean? Trump came from a history of his family in Germany with Hitler. Shut the fuck up, stupid. Why you even type that shit? You sound dumb. I thought you had some common sense till I read that dumb shit. The fuck, where'd that come from? Did you pull that out your asshole? Did you actually hear it from somewhere? Because it sounds like shit. Did you know Trump came from Germany? Man, shut the fuck up. Stupid. Who are you talking to? It's leading to profiling, and citizens getting picked up by ICE will be abused. It's government after all. I mean, look, man, I don't see like normal citizens getting picked up by ICE. If you're a normal citizen and you get picked up by ICE, you're a special kind of stupid. You're a special kind of stupid. I'm just saying. If you get snatched up in your own fucking country by ICE, then you're fucking stupid. I have zero worries about ICE snatching me up. Like, oh, if you got a tattoo, you're gonna get snatched up. Y'all are fucking fear-mongering idiots. It ain't happening like that, bro. Y'all are crazy. They got a list of people they want to get. They're going down the list. 1, 2, 3. They're trying to get them. Y'all are little bitches. Get them up out of here. Get the big ones first. That's what they're doing. All these little ones can go along with them. But for now, they're getting the big ones up out of here. And I want them the fuck out of here, bro. I want them out of here, bro. They're the ones that came in here fighting age. And I'm talking about the CCP. I'm talking about the Venezuelans. I'm talking about the Haitians. I'm talking about them all. They all came in here, grown-ass men, fighting age. What do they need to be in here undocumented? We don't know who they are. Why? So then when we go ahead and send them back, they can revolt on us? That's what I predicted before Trump ever became president. I said, yeah, the only way that shit's going to happen is there's going to be an all-out war, bro. There's going to be an all-out war. We already knew. Like, you can't get these motherfuckers out without a war, bro, because we already gave them everything they wanted. We gave them everything they wanted. We gave them money. We gave them cards, phones, places to stay. Now they're entitled motherfuckers. Take that shit away. Yeah, and they're going to want to rebel and cry like, yeah, they hate us. They hated us when they got all that shit. Entitled motherfuckers. Take it away, then what? They're going to rebel. But let's worry about the list. Let's worry about the list because that's going to make a fucking difference. That's fucking hilarious. Unreal. The list. Love you, Kendra. They ain't us, bro. They fucking hate us because they ain't us. And the funny thing is you go watch these ICE protests and it's not even fucking Mexicans or Venezuelans or Asians. You see a bunch of white Karens and fucking Joshes running around. You know what I'm saying? Little Brandons and shit. Little fucking Kevins, you know? Little fucking Karens and fucking Bettys and shit. They're just exactly paid political activists or just fucking bleeding heart, snowflake, Antifa scum, Berkeley students, you know, all them little pussy colleges that brainwashed all the kids to go out and fucking fight for justice that ain't even theirs. They don't even give a shit. It's so hard to watch, bro. It'd be cool to watch if you see people out there of all colors really coming together like, we want this, but that's not what it is. I've spent plenty of shows watching it. It gets old. It's just a bunch of white people. Go watch the 200 fucking people on the 200 people that got arrested on the damn farm in LA. See how many freaking Mexicans and Venezuelans were out there smashing cop cars. You didn't see none. It was a bunch of crackers, bunch of white people, bunch of bitches. Nah, I ain't debating your ass, bro, because this ain't about your truth. I don't give a shit. The truth is mine. Your shit's whack, bro. We don't watch your truth all damn day, bro. I ain't fuck that. I've already heard your shit all day, listening to Fox and CNN and bullshit like that. I'm spending this time to let people know the damn other side of it all. Ain't nobody want to hear that bullshit. Black Lives Matter fucking shit. Come on, bro. God damn it. Bro, my outlook on that is that we left the blacks. We let the blacks over here. We're not trying to send them back. Why do this, Mexicans? Because they came here, bro. We brought them here. They're American citizens now, devil. Like, bro, they're here now. They're our culture. Blacks and whites are America. Everybody else are fucking immigrants to us, bro. We don't consider blacks immigrants. They're fucking the staple of our country, whites and blacks, bro. You know, the American Indians got pushed to the side. But the real facts is that, dude, it's whites and blacks. Nobody else fucking matters in my mind. Who the fuck else cares about whatever else? Ain't no Asians, ain't no Japs, ain't no China. None of that shit matter. It's whites and blacks, bro. I don't consider a black dude from my damn city Africa, bro. No, they're Americans. I don't even look at it like that. That's crazy talk. That's another one of that devil psyop shit. No, they're Americans. I don't even call them African Americans. They're fucking Americans. You know? Now, if there are fucking Somalians living in my city, which are real Africans from Africa, yeah, they Africans, bro. And they're still not Americans. They're still Africans, bro. They're Africans. They live here for so long, then finally, maybe we'll give them that title. But they're Africans. But yeah, all that other shit, nope. We ain't sending nobody back. We're sending these bastards that were shipped here illegally in 2000s. Fuck that. Not 400 years ago. No one gives a shit about 400 years ago. I care, but that ain't what we're talking about. That's just going backwards. That's regression in life. Come on. It's going backwards. We ain't going no better. No. He said, oh, he's spilling the tea. Oh, you know it, Kendra. Come on. You fucking, I already know you're over here provoking me. It's all good. I will. You know how I roll. White men always have just taken or stole what he wanted. Hey, look, that means we're better at it than you. This whole world is about who can take shit over. You can't cry because our settlers are better than yours. God damn it. If your side won, would you be bitching? Hell no. We're better. It is what it is. We were better at what we were doing. We said, hey, Indians, we're smarter than you, and we took this shit over. Now, if the Indians won, we'd be the bitches bitching about it. But guess what? That didn't happen. That's history. Ain't that a bitch? What am I supposed to cry about that too? Because we took over a settlement? Fuck, it was just land that God created. It ain't nobody's land. It's God's land. Hey, she can come study these nuts, Turner. It's going to be a white bitch out there, and you can bet her ass she is having a black baby, changing the race of her family on all her own. 300 years of culture down the drain. Whatever you're saying, Amanda. You know. Man, fuck you, monkey. You got a right to your damn opinion, but man, don't come up in here with that bullshit. Later, bruh. Putting you in timeout. You better think about what you say before you come up in here, bruh. This ain't no fucking game. What do you think? You're gonna come up in here and say F my guy, bro? Get out of here, bro. What's wrong with you? What is wrong with you? And for the people all day that said, yeah, well, you voted for this. You voted for this. I can say the same thing about you motherfuckers. You voted for your own fucking slavery, bro. What's going on right now in the country? Y'all voted for this shit. All the inner cities that are fucked, Chicago, fucking New York, all you shit, California, all you shithole countries or states, y'all voted for this shit. Y'all voted for it. And then you're bitching at us for what we voted for? Look what you voted for. Every liberal state is shit. Literally, run the shit. And you're over here talking about what we voted for. We're over here cleaning up the mess. It's fucking insane. Y'all made a big ass mess in this country. We wouldn't even have to have ICE if y'all didn't bring these bastards here. You know what I'm saying, Kendra? Turner said Trump's wife came here on an EB for fucking scientists. Cool. Let that bitch study these nuts. I'll back her up. She's now free. I'll marry her ass. She already a citizen. Why you even comment that dumb shit, bro? Why you even comment it? Don't even make sense. Rednecks don't have open borders and Biden. What about rednecks, Amanda? What do you mean by rednecks? Rednecks don't have open borders. What the fuck does that mean there, Amanda? 50 years of my tax dollars funding lazy bitches. I'm done. Yeah, bro. Fuck that, Russell. I'm glad you're done. Are you going to quit paying taxes now, bro? Are you going to say F it? If it were up to Deltron here, you'd be paying your whole damn check in taxes to pay for this shit. Everybody should have a piece of your money, bro. There should be an opportunity for everybody, even if you worked your ass off for it and they didn't do shit. That's what they want. Deltron. Oh, we should have a program for this and a program for that. That shit costs money. And then they fucking scam from that too. So you're just wasting your fucking money. It's a fucking utopia that just doesn't exist. Fucking cuck shit. What type of shit is this? Trump's daughter is fine. Yeah, she is fine, bro. She's fine. She's fucking a J, though. She's fucking Kushner. Remember when Kanye said he didn't smash it? I hope Kanye smashed it. But then I'm like, man, she might have ruined herself if she smashed Kanye, bro. But I hope Kanye smashed that shit. Remember that? Jared Kushner was mad at Kanye because he thought he smashed on Ivanka. Yeah, that was funny as hell. Kanye said to Jared, I did not have sex with your wife. Like, oh shit. Did he not? Did he not, bro? Oh, you're not a man to your dad? Okay. Well, then are you like, where's your husband? So poor Amanda has two dads, huh? I don't know what that means. Start putting shit I don't mean. Not just, stealing Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi. Donkey punch AOC. Yeah, she crazy, bro. She just says dumb shit. She just says dumb stuff. She's another actor. You need AOCs to keep this whole thing going. You know? Remember this day. For what, Bubba? Remember it for what? Remember. You know, Amanda, I don't know why, but I feel like putting you in timeout. I feel like you need to sit in the corner for a minute and think. I don't know why. I just feel like you'd look better in the jizz corner. Respect. Remember. Yeah, donkey punch, nigga. Look it up. Who else? What else? What else? What up, Billy? What's poppin', my brother? Think. What's that? MAGA? What about MAGA? What you want to know? 7 likes from 400. Come on now. What are y'all sitting on? What are y'all sitting on? We're 7 likes from 400. Deport, deport, deport. That's what I'm saying, man. Let's get rid of these fuckers. Let's just get it over with. You didn't think they were just going to leave, did you? Hit 1 in the chat if you really thought they were going to leave. Wait. How would that go? If you knew this shit was coming, hit 1. If you felt like they were going to leave and this was going to be some simple process, hit 2. Yeah, Scott. Yeah, it's going to take time to undo the shit that they did, for sure. 1000%. A 1000%. But it's got to be done. So why not at least get the leaders? Yeah, and Obama look, the difference of Obama and Trump is when Obama was president, they weren't bringing them in by the masses. Obama was, look, bro, they were just, if you caught a DUI, you were getting deported. That's how he was deporting people. But he was doing it in a mass, but then there became sanctuary cities. Then they stopped sending those people. That's what Trump had to deal with sanctuary cities that weren't sending back the people that needed to be sent back. You had people committing unalives all the time that were getting released from prison, jail, and coming back doing the same thing, and they're illegal. That's the difference. When Obama was president, they were getting shipped off for a fucking DUI. They're like, you got a DUI, you're gone. You're gone. But he didn't have it mass thrown at him. He waited until Trump was president. And then he said, all right, let's bring him in. Let's bring him in. I mean, imagine if it was just that easy. Her dad passed and I stood up for her again. I'm not reading your shit, bro. Sherry D. Gassman, what's up? Welcome. Amanda. Oh boy, we're on Educated MAGA chat. Yeah. For sure. Learn something. Because you sure as shit must not learn it from where you're at. You gotta come to places like me. And this sure as hell ain't MAGA talk. Because I guarantee you most MAGA ain't gonna say half the shit I do. That's very intelligent. Hey, man, when they hear real shit, they want to start crying, bro. It's cool, bro. It's cool, bro. I love it. Yeah, take the books away. Let's give the, yeah. Let's do it. Let's do it. I bet Leo wants to give little kids fucking books about transgenderism and all that weird shit. I bet you do, Leo. I bet you support that type of shit, weirdo. Never said they're facts, so go fuck yourself. Again, another bleeding liberal. This is why I do it. I troll the shit out of y'all. I know when y'all are pissed. It's fucking hilarious, dude. Can't do it. You know what, yeah. I got an idea for you, bro. I got an idea for you. I'm sick of your shit, though. You can suck my balls. Suck me off, Del. Sideways, bro. Go take your CNN fucking pandering shit and suck it, nigga. No one cares, bro. Stupid. Motherfucking socialism's good ass motherfucker. Fucking communist is good ass motherfucker. Don't say you didn't say it. I'll clip that shit. First time you were ever on, bro. Communism's good. I had to look up the fucking definition for you. Don't let me forget. And you want to laugh? You have no right to laugh at my shit, bro. You fucking take your dumbass shit somewhere else, dog. I don't even care. I don't need an echo chamber. I am the chamber, bro. We done heard your dumb shit all day, bro. I done gave everybody your damn knowledge. And it's trash. Hey, bottom line is I hope they do. I hope they do. Well, if the billionaires didn't, man, fuck off with that bullshit. If the billionaires don't get do to tax the billionaires and take their money and give everybody free shit. Fucking retardism's at its best. Fuck, man. Your mom taught me, Lee. Your mom taught me. As I was wearing my MAGA hat, I had her bent over my fucking laptop. She taught me everything I know, Lee. Don't worry. I was screaming MAGA the whole fucking time. Don't worry, bro. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. I don't give a shit about him, bro. Lee, I don't even like you. Get the fuck out of here. You're not even welcome here no more. You and all your little fucking pussies can get out of here for all I care. Bye. I don't give a shit about you. This man got 3 brain cells left. Oh, yeah? Guess what? I'm going to save him by not reading your shit later, bruh. No. I want him gone. Fuck that. Get him out of here. Boom. Later, homie. Make another account. Deuces. What up, cowboy? What's good, bro? Oh, no, I'm chilling, man. I'm just ending my stream. 6 away from 400. I'm just ending my stream, just schooling all these stupid fucks that I have to listen to all day long. No, I'm drunk on stupidity from reading y'all fucking comments for sure. Yeah, check this shit out. Boom. Later, homie. Later, homie. I'll block all you bitches. Later, homie. I give a fuck. You too? Is Trump more of a puppet for Putin or Epstein? I think he would be a puppet for the deep state. Neither one. I think he would be for either one. I hear what you're saying, right? I'm almost done. I think he's a puppet for something bigger than Putin, something bigger than Epstein. I mean, you don't just become the president because you're just a good person. You don't become a world leader because you're a good person at all. There's something psychotic about you that makes you want to run a whole country, rule a country. No matter what side you're on, it's all psychotic. Yeah, I paid $5 billion last year. Where are the tax breaks? Well, this moron got old real quick. Why are you even still here, bro? Why are you even still here, dude? No, Ryan. This person's got to just go. No. Later, bitch. Well, did you find the webcam from 95? Yeah, no, I smashed my shit playing poker. I've got another one. I broke that one too. I got to take it back. I'll have it fixed this week. I already have it. It's next to me. I just got to get it swapped out for another one. I just moved. But yeah, my webcam sucks definitely right now. Horrible. But all right, peoples. I'm about done. What else y'all got? Anything? Trump kicked Epstein from Mar-a-Lago 30 years ago for making moves. Yeah, people don't People don't want to mention that. That's why I said, dude, I don't think he's actually doing anything like he actual predator. I think he's just covering up for him, which is not any better, but get your shit right. You know? Get your shit right at least. If you're gonna come with that allegation, at least come with some fucking facts. You know? Hey, we're 4 likes away from 400. Y'all hit that shit real fast. I'm getting ready to get out of here. My language is getting bad. I've been at this too long. I can't control my language. That's why I'm not going to be TikTok friendly. I'm just not going to be TikTok friendly because I can't control my language. I can't control my language, bro. It is what it is. You know? But, all right, y'all. Ryan, Terry, Paul, R.S. Charles, the rest of y'all watching. My tired ass is going to freaking get off here. Y'all have a good day, good night. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. God bless and peace out.